you know, feeling it coming on, wanna feel it with you. Ease of the night and a Hollywood view. Is that what you want to do? I see you down there, you know, and nice to know you again. Hold me with the lights down low, take me away. You know, and nice to know you again. Feeling you again, Crystal. Feeling you again, Crystal. Oh, you feel it all summer long. Not so hot, you know I wanna split it with you. Oh, I'm feeling I wanna take you through the night. Higher. Oh, I was a piece of the night. Hollywood view. Is that what you want to do? Into your arms again. All I ever wanted to know. Into your arms again. You know, and nice to know you again. Hold me with the lights down low, take me away. You know, and nice to know you again. Feeling you again, Crystal. Feeling you again, Crystal.
Happy Sabbath, everyone. I hope all of you had a wonderful and Merry Christmas. I hope that you got to spend some time with loved ones, people you care about, good friends. I hope you had some wonderful food. And God bless you all, to all of my kindred people. So, wow, just as we knew would happen, honestly, I did not expect it to happen this quickly. Right out of the gate, before Trumpstein even takes the seat, they are already pushing for who knows how many thousands. I mean, whatever number they say, you multiply it times 10, and that's the number they actually mean. So if they're saying 100,000, they mean a million. If they're saying 10,000, they mean 100,000. And I haven't gotten the whole story. I didn't look it up all the way and read into it before I started tonight because I didn't have time. I've been running around trying to get everything done before Sabbath started today, and I didn't have time to do any research about it. So I was hoping that you folks would, chime in and let me know like what you've read about it, if you have. I'm going to run it for a little while, and we'll just see what happens. Um, I don't plan on doing a mega long one tonight. I would like to do a big window, but I have things tomorrow that I want to do on Sabbath with a couple of really great people. And so probably we'll only do, a halfie tonight. But I'm looking forward to hearing about what people have read so far about this whole mess. Now, hold on, I gotta turn the chat on. I don't have the chat on yet. Um, and let me go to the settings and make sure it's all set right. Okay, so wow. So apparently, uh, and they already know about it. So they're all, all the Cuckservatives are already freaking out. Mark Dice is already having to do some mental gymnastics. He put a post out. I have it in my community posts. Um, and, the comment section for that response post that he's made is just chock full of, mental gymnastics, defending Trump, some of them actually, a lot of them actually are now saying, F Vivek and all this and F Elon Musk. But the thing is, those are all the same cucks that just yesterday or the day before were, writing big detailed paragraphs, Q-turd paragraphs like, oh, Elon's got this something, something going on in the background, working with the military generals and blah, blah, blah. And like making these big elaborate stories, cheering on and championing, doing fan fiction for Elon and for Vivek, right? Now, Elon's a weird character all the way around. So I already don't trust Elon for many multiple reasons between SpaceX, the car supposedly in space, which isn't, and he knows it isn't, it's not like he's being duped by his own employees to thinking it's really up there. He knows it isn't. And so, he's a jokester in his own way. And then you have Vivek, who is a non-white. So for me, that's an automatic no. I don't know what. Well, I do know why. I know why Cuckservatives are down with it, and the same ones who are saying F Vivek tonight in Mark Dice's post are the same ones that just a month ago you could read on his, well, more than a month ago, say a couple, 3 months ago, you could read in the comment sections on any one of Mark Dice's videos, those same commenters saying, Trump, Vivek 24, like when he hadn't decided, like if we go months enough back where he hadn't decided Vance yet, that's when they were all saying like Trump, Vivek 24. And then some of them were putting Vivek 28 as though put him as the president. I mean, this is now, and what's crazy is they will not learn their lesson tonight. Tonight will not be a lesson learned. You would think after everything that's happened and after all they do to prove right in the Cuckservatives' face that they are not on our side, that they're cheering on a team that is not for them, they will not learn a lesson from this. And they will continue to pander to non-whites. Anybody that puts on a MAGA hat, they'll be like, woo, and they'll keep defending Trump, even though Trump's the one picking these people. It's a never-ending cycle of stupidity where we can't get them to see, because they'll always come up with a reason. You should read the excuses that are going on over there on Mark Dice's post. You know, Stuff like Trump didn't know that they were going to pull that stunt behind his back. Another one was what was the other funny one I read that said it was something along the lines of you know, and some of them are even like being staunch pro Trump in a way where like you wouldn't expect, where they're like, hey, Trump ran on this. Trump ran on doing legal H1B visa workers. So I don't know what you guys are all freaking out about. He ran this on his campaign. This was part of his deal, and they're still pro-Trump about it and still agree with it, right? But they're doing that version of defense for him. Other ones are doing mental gymnastics like the typical Q-turd style where they're like, oh, he's being double crossed, or oh, he didn't see that coming, or they did that without asking him first, or they'll have some crazy way to explain it away where Trump has nothing to do with it or doesn't know it's happening, or he was tricked. They'll always have an excuse for him instead of admitting at some point finally, dang man, this we really can't vote our way out of this. We're going to have to, rise up as a people, as a white people. They just absolutely refuse to do so. And I had a video years ago on my old channel, not this channel now. Um, and the title was Cuckservatives Are Leftists. And in a way, I'd like to just repost that video itself, but I need to just remake it afresh. And so one of these days I'll get around to remaking that video. But Cuckservatives are just leftists. And I have all these points of proof that are super obvious, that are just with standard observation. You can just see plain as day that they are. Simple, quick one, bullet point ones for you. Both call their opposition Nazis and fascists, as though both of those terms are insults, right? And funny enough, the conservative side, they are just as against fascism, which is our ancestors and the way they formed our country. They're just as much against that as every leftist is. So there's, a point of them being leftists, and they pander to non-whites exactly as much. I would say perhaps even more than leftists do. And you see that in law stuff, and people would argue that and say, "Oh, no way. The Dems are what give them all the money." No, the Republican side cucks away just as much money to them through other means, and the left just champions it and goes, "Ha ha, white people," and gives us the finger while they're doing it. The Republicans quietly do it with charities and different things instead of programs. And either way, it still gets stolen from white people and cucked away to the invaders and to the non-whites in general. So us trying to explain this to them all these years, it's just been going in one ear and out the other. I would say it's not even going in their ear and through their head and out the other ear. It's just bouncing off their ear. They don't even allow any of the info in because they are they idolize Trump so much, that they basically have this wall. They've built a wall, no pun intended, around their minds. And now anything that is anti-Trump, they will automatically create a complete fantasy story. In a way, it's funny because that's what leftists do. Leftists are constantly creating fiction and imaginary situations and scenarios and stories to defend their position, right? Well, that is what Q-turders do. They create these fantasy stories like military tribunals and Hillary's in Gitmo on the weekends, and they let her out during the week so that she can sign books and no one knows she's doing time, I mean, they literally come up with those ridiculous things to keep themselves going and keep their morale up or whatever, their mojo going. And so that's another point of how they are like leftists. That's a new one that I didn't have in my videos back then because Q and all that didn't exist years and years ago back when I made that video. I made that video before Trump or any of that. And other points of that they are leftists is, to do a part B of that one, of that same point of argument, is with the blacks in general. The blacks, they literally cuck to them as hard as they can. Any freaking dung hut rapper puts on a MAGA cap and Trump will put him at his podium and the whole stadium of white people will roar with glee. This dude has defiled 30 white women probably. He's done who knows how many crimes against white people, and here these cuckservatives are just roaring with cheer for this worthless dung hutter who's just put on a MAGA hat and goes, yeah, I'm down with Trump, and somehow they think that works to our benefit. I don't know what exactly in their mind they think that does for white people as far as like benefiting our people, but Obviously, they don't look at the long game, so that is why they mistakenly cheer for those kind of scenarios. And like, they quote Thomas Sowell or whoever, and I mean, I can't even say it without laughing because it's just it's so pathetic and oh, it's just so it's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed and embarrassed before our ancestors. I'm embarrassed in front of our God and in front of our Lord who gave his life on the cross for our sins. And I hope y'all enjoyed his time that we celebrate as his birthday, even though it probably is not technically his birthday. I hope you celebrated his birth anyway. And we know that the impact of and the magnitude of how many of our people celebrate his birthday on that day drowns out any type of negativity that somebody could conjure up about that date, calling it pagan and all that, just because some pagan cucks celebrate Yule time or Yuletide, whatever. We don't have to concern ourselves with that. But carrying on with that point, and continue on with the part B as far as like with the blacks and everything, we have a country created by our ancestors that for some reason they don't mind giving away so that these other types who don't like us anyway, I mean, they envy us already, so that they'll gain approval from them. They desperately want to gain approval from other kinds, but not all other kinds. They could care less about gaining approval from Asians, for example, and that's why they allow Asians to be sucked into things like being called white adjacent, and they allow them to get, supposedly discriminated against, which I don't necessarily believe they do get discriminated against, but allegedly they get discriminated against along with the whiteys. But it's because there's only envy for white people. There is no envy for, there are no group of blacks that wish they were Arabs or wish they were Mexicans or wish we was all those different things, saying, oh, we was the first Mexicans, we was the first Arabs, we was the first Japanese, but they don't actually want to be any of those things, the current versions of them now. They only really want to be white people, and that's why we have all this crazy scenario happening with them all the time where they're always attacking our people, or they're always desiring our women and all these things. None of those problems are ever going to go away with third world cucked MAGA. It's never going to go away. Trump will literally, the whole 4 years Trump was in office, he shuffled busloads of blacks through our White House, telling them probably on a speaker on repeat, y'all built this, blacks built this country. Black built this nation. Africans built this nation. What? No. That's a complete lie. It's a 100% lie. It's completely untrue, not factual whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Our white Christian ancestors created this country from trees and dirt and rocks and water and turned it into what you enjoy today. At the touch of a button, you have light. At the touch of a button, you have heat. At the touch of a button, you have cold air blowing on you. At the pull of a handle, you have a cold drink sitting waiting for you. At the turn of another little handle, you can have hot or cold water, fresh, filtered already, piped all the way from somewhere else. You want to go 400 miles in any direction, you hop in this glorious horse-free chariot and you freaking touch a pedal and it just takes you there. No effort on your part. That's all thanks to your white ancestors. And so we don't, another thing that you'll see, this is the other point I wanted to point out. Another point about Cuckservatives being leftists. I'll move on to my next point. And you'll see great examples of it in Mark Dice's most recent post, that community post he made freaking out about the H1B one visa invaders. A whole bunch of them in there are just like any leftist. They say and they're scalding Mark. There are actually a lot of people are snapping back at him, and the ones that are clapping back are a lot of them are this type of cuckservative that is bought into and repeats the leftist mantra that non-white invaders do jobs that white people don't want to do. Now, of course, since they're cuckservatives, they don't say white people, they say Americans, right? So you can read in the comment section all through down, every 2 or 3 comments down through the comments will be one of those leftist cuckservatives, the typical cuckservative who buys into that whole garbage that white people won't pick fruit or white people won't mow the lawn. Like one cuck put, "Oh, I try. Good luck trying to hire a white crew to do the shingles on reshingle your roof. Ha ha ha. I tried." And of course, that's probably a shlomo, but it could also be a typical cuckservative. And another cuckservative on there is like, "Who's going to mow your lawn if we don't allow some legal immigration?" And so now that is the same talking point that that anti-white Jays have been smearing in white people's face and cramming down white people's throat for the last 30 years, that non-white invaders do the jobs that we Americans, meaning we white people, don't want to do. And you see that every 3rd or 4th comment going down through his comment section. So that's another point. And a whole lot of cuckservatives, even the other ones who didn't comment that, a lot of them would agree with that retarded statement. And so that is just another point that proves that cuckservatives are just leftists. Another point that they are leftist is they demand that Christianity includes anyone and everyone, that it's all inclusive, that it's open borders. Right now, meanwhile, they're against open borders. When it comes to our country, they have enough common sense to know, oh, duh, if we don't have borders, we don't even have a country, But they don't realize that if we don't have boundaries and exclusivity in our religion, then there is no religion. We have no faith. We have no God. We have no people. We have no people of our God. And we especially don't if some other group who hates our guts and wants us all dead is the only group that God loves. Instead, our God loves us. All right? And our God created gods for the other kinds. He assigned Buddhism to the Buddhist non-whites. He assigned Hinduism to the dots. He assigned 120 or 140 voodoo gods to the blacks. He did those things for them, and they're supposed to follow their gods. It's not wrong for blacks to do voodoo, practice their voodoo in their black countries, right? And it's not wrong for dots to be practicing their religion in their country. It's not wrong for any non-whites to be following their gods in their country. In fact, that's exactly what God intends. That's why God made that. Why would God make them their own gods and create them their whole entire own gods and religion and everything, only for them to need to be expected to abandon that at some point and follow the white people and follow white people's God? I mean, that makes no sense. Everything God made, he wanted made and unchanged. That's why he plans on destroying all mongrels, by the way. He said, and the whole reason he wants to get rid of mongrels is because they are not something he created. All right, so God created those other religions for those races, not for them to be abandoned each of those races to come to Christianity later on. No, those religions are for, and those gods are for those species that God has created. And so by being a cuckservative who is by being a civnat cuckservative who is welcoming of anyone and everyone who's willing to come to your church and add to the offering plate, which of course your pastor is totally down with, that is leftism. Leftism wants your church to include women lesbians as pastors. Leftism wants your Christianity church to hang the gay pride flag up above the door of the church and marry guys together and call them husband and wife or whatever they call themselves. Husband and husband. I don't know how that works. But, you know, that's leftism. That's another point that cuckservatives are leftist because they are trying to include any and everything. Like you'll even see them, you'll even hear a cuckservative say that a homosexual can, be in the congregation. Oh, that's a sin he's got to work out, but God hates the sin, not the sinner. Well, that's not what God said about Esau. God didn't say, but Esau's sins I have hated. Nope, that's not what it says. So that's cuckery. And so all these things, remember, all leftism is cuckery. So it's just the more militant leftism a person becomes, the more militant leftist a person becomes, I should have said. It's because their heart becomes hardened. God allows their heart to become hardened, and then they become anti-white on purpose, purposefully spiteful and malicious against white people. But it always, usually, not always, it usually starts off being accidentally anti-white. The young girl thinks she's fighting for a good cause because her college brainwashed her into thinking so, or whatever. And it's only over time that it becomes more intense, as people try to what you would call the word progress. I hate using that word nowadays because of them. But as people try to advance, I'll say, in their position on things in the world, their worldview, their political position, their position as far as around others locally, that will intensify as people spend more time in either leftism or, say, cuckservativism. And so, but the problem is, like we all know, is you end up with exactly what we have tonight, with them all going, "Oh, what the heck?" As it all just keeps working against white people on schedule as planned, right? As already planned, way in advance. This whole thing was probably planned 6 or months or a year ago. Who knows how long ago it was planned that they were going to pull this stunt. But now, and of course, it will be assigned to Vivek and Elon, because that's the way the script is going to be written out. But it could have just as well have been assigned to other players in the world stage of this whole theatrical thing. People have chimed in. Tom Meadows has chimed in. Hello, Tom. God bless you, and happy Sabbath to all three of you who are here so far that I can see in the chat. Let me see what you folks have said. Tom Meadows has responded several times, and he said, there are no special skills that H1Bs bring to the U.S. That's correct. There are no special skills in street shitters that we do not already have millions of white men here sitting around twiddling their thumbs, waiting on the phone to ring so they can take the job. You're absolutely right. Second thing Tom Meadows said is software engineers from India are not handpicked. They are hired 200 to 400 at a time. Yeah, I'll take your word for that because that has been my experience pretty much any time I interact with any major company, like on the phone, which is rare nowadays, I will say. But typically, if you call a major corporation nowadays, whether it be a bank, a major retailer of some sort, a major whatever shipping company, even if you call a pizza joint now, you will get this answering service. You can't even call your local pizza joint in some of these chain stores now. Now, of course, your local, Michelangelo's, local pizzeria, of course you can still call him, but like your chain stores, like perhaps Domino's. I don't want to say the wrong one, but there are a couple of major chain brand name pizza joints that are nationwide that now when you call one to order a pizza, you get a Pajit who's just local, who is randomly answering the phone from their house. You can hear their kids arguing in the background, and they're freaking. I mean, it's and so I can totally see that they would just buy them in batches as just bodies, as just, oh, they're basically non-whites are hired by Republicucks as just random automatons, like NPC characters. They hire, and and all the capitalist Republican side happily does that. All the Cuckservatives are, and the thing is, I was trying to, in the comment section, I was trying to smear some of them. I was trying to mess with them and be like, hey, you cucks are the ones who cheer for non-whites all the time. All these Indians are going to have MAGA hats on, y'all. You should be excited as all get out. Don't some of you own businesses? Aren't you looking at how much less your labor is going to cost you now? That's what Republican business owners are excited about. They don't seem to get, they keep calling corporations, they keep blaming corporations, right? And what they don't realize is even small business owners hire Jorge instead of you. Look around your town. Anybody who, let's say you did hire a white man that you knew, let's say you hired a company that a white family owns the roofing company, right? Guess who they're going to send out to do your roof? Mexicans. Now, does that mean that the guy who commented on Mark Dice's video or his community post earlier that I was speaking about earlier in this stream was wrong or was right? No, he was still wrong, but he was right in what he physically typed. It's just the context in his mind of what he was meaning from it. He was looking at it the wrong way. But the bottom line is, what he typed was technically correct. Yes, even though he didn't mean it the way he typed it. Yes, you would still have Mexicans show up to shingle your roof, right? But it could be a white man's company you hired that owns it and will get the bulk of the money. The bottom line is, though, is Republican business owner, Cuckservatives, pro-Trump business owners, they diversity hire non-whites like hotcakes, just as much as any leftist company does, just as much as Apple. All these Cuckservatives, they made all these videos in the last 6 months talking about DEI and how, this company's DEI hiring. Boeing, ban or boycott Boeing, boycott NASCAR, boycott everything DEI, anything DEI, boycott it. Okay, tough guys, but that's what every Republican business owner does, is hires DEI hires all day and night. And that's what every Cuckservative cheers on at the freaking Trump's podium when he puts some worthless rapper, Dung Hutter, at his podium. What do all the Cuckservatives do? They cheer for the diversity hires. So they're literally just being hypocrites. They're no better than any leftist, and they're no better than what they call the supposed rhinos and corporations and leftist corporations, as they call them. They're no different. They're no different at all, because they literally cheer on the same thing when they don't realize it. Like, they don't realize when the Dung Hutters brought up to Trump's podium that this is the exact same diversity hiring. They don't realize when Ben Carson's brought on Fox Business that they shouldn't be complimenting this fake brain surgeon who's never touched a person's brain who's alive right now in his entire life. They don't make the connection. It's like derp. They have this massive derp. This massive, that's what, I think that's what if somebody were to ask, what is the true definition of derp? That's what it is. It's this disconnect. It's this air gap between one of the synapses of a Cuckservative's brain and the next one in line. And when they have that air gap, they can't, it just stops right there. Their intelligence, their thought process, their everything stops right at that one, and it cannot make the leap. It can't arc to the next one because the gap is just a little too big or whatever. And so there they are, cheering for the freaking worthless rapper at Trump's podium instead of going, hey, what the hell? Like, that whole stadium should boo Trump and throw tomatoes at the stage when he brings a dung hutter up to the podium like that. Or when Ben Carson gets on Fox News, everyone on there should be putting, dung huts like I do when Fox Business puts on a dung hutter. Every time they do, I put dung huts in the comments if I'm not already banned for 24 hours from commenting, which is where I spend most of my days. Let me see what else Tom Meadows said. But yes, as far as them hiring them 200 to 400 at a time, just as a random giant batch of sardines or automatons or NPCs or robots, I totally imagine that's the case. Absolutely. I'll agree with that without any evidence. Tom Meadows also said, U.S. firms trust the Indian contract firms like Tata to do the screening, which means degrees and experience go unverified. Well, and Tata doesn't give a crap. And basically that's what you're alluding to too, is they don't have to care, so they don't. And so nothing gets verified. Nothing. They're basically just shoving Indians by the hundreds full into America. Tata is just a group of Indians. That's all it is. It's not like Tata is its own robot machine corporation. I mean, that's the other thing is Cuckservatives have this disconnect when they want to blame corporations. They blame the corporation like, oh, it's Pfizer. Oh, it's whatever. And we keep correcting them and saying, no, it's Jews because Pfizer doesn't exist. It's just a group of Jews, right? And so that's the same thing in this spirit of this, where, they blame whatever corporation. They don't realize it's really just a group of people, and Tata is a group of Indians. So of course they're going to want to push as many of their own race into America as humanly possible. That is their goal, just like all non-whites. So. And that's why, I got a lot of respect for certain non-white races when I don't have ultimate respect for them, but I just mean like for whatever non-white races I respect, the ones I do respect are the races that do not make it a thing among their kind to want to invade white countries. For example, North Koreans. Now, that's not to say they wouldn't if they were given the freedom to want to desire to do so, but you don't see lots of them like risking their life and committing their life to trying to, get to a white person country. You don't see really a lot of Japanese clamoring, to get into our country. I'm sure there are plenty of them here that, whatever, but it's not a thing in Japan. Japanese they're not signs everywhere. The Jays don't have signs everywhere like they do in the third world countries, the other ones, saying how to get here and where to go to get your free welfare as soon as you get here and what taxi service to call. And here's the phone number for it. And here's your Obama phone to take on the way. Please take one free out of the box. And, it's not like that in Japan and certain other countries. There are some non-white countries where they don't make it a thing to try to get into our countries, but Indians absolutely do. And so Tata is no different than any other Indian faction, right? It's a larger group of Indians, and of course they want to see their race infiltrate America, as much of their race as possible. They would love for it to become Indian supremacy here, poop all over the streets of America. Let's see here. Tom Meadows also said, compare that to a U.S.-born graduate who may go through a week of testing and low-level interviews before he ever meets a hiring manager. Yeah, I mean, white people already are openly being told, don't even bother coming here. Like I've shown, well, no, let me restate that because I have not shown. I have mentioned on videos before and streams I've done in the past that I have seen with my own eyes home pages, the first beginning home pages of official establishment websites like police stations and fire stations of major counties, major precincts, all this stuff, where it literally said on the home page that they were doing diversity hiring, and that they were doing diversity hiring only at that time. No whites, please apply, or no whites apply at this time, please, or not taking any white applicants at this time, please. On the home pages. And we're talking about on the city of so and so and the count, so and so county, whatever state. And I witnessed many of those myself, and you can still witness many of those yourself if you're willing to scan the internet and look around and find out the ones that exist. They do exist. They are still up on their websites right now on their home pages saying exactly those things. So, so for anyone to say that it isn't happening, or that it's that we're like making it out to be a bigger thing than it is, it's not only happening, it's way bigger of a thing than white people think it is. And because white people are already up against this enormous in our face, F you, we're not hiring you, don't even bother coming to try. For a white person to even get a low level interview, as you called it, or a second interview, or any of those things, is almost miraculous now, for many white people. Now, that's not to say there aren't higher and lower caliber white people in certain industries who, perhaps can still get a job, no problem, regardless of all of the influx of invaders. There are those of us who are blessed to be high enough caliber that we outshine whatever invader they try to introduce to our situation and allow them to try to fake it till they make it to replace us. Now, that's not to say that even myself or a high caliber person beyond what I'm talking about in my level, that's not to say none of us couldn't be replaced. God could snap his finger and let us be replaced immediately. And, there have been attempts to replace higher caliber people who are, white people that do certain things that are specialized type of things. But, and you see the extreme amount of effort they're going through to replace even the highest caliber of white people. I mean, let's look at pilots. They're literally trying to put black females in the pilot seat of jumbo jets, y'all, that you may have to fly on. I mean, that is insane. That is the most. We might as well just put giraffes in the cockpit, or, I'll grab my feral cat. You bring one of your dogs from the house. Bring Fluffy, and we'll just throw him in the cockpit and just hope autopilot does its thing, And because of autopilot and AI and all these things they have in place now, that is why the only reason they're able to put them in a cockpit. And of course, they want them in the cockpit so that white people see them. One thing I haven't mentioned, and I'm sorry to get off track here. I'm going to get right back on track in a moment, but I've thought of this and I've been wanting to mention it. I never have before, and I need to real quick before it leaves my mind. You'll notice nowadays when you get on and off airplanes, they go out of their way to block you from seeing that it's two white men in the cockpit who are going to fly you. And I stop every time. And the stewardess person, there's always a stewardess right there blocking you from turning toward the cockpit or even being able to look in the cockpit. They'll try to literally block your whole view of the doorway with their body. And so usually they use a lady, though. So it's very easy because I can just look right over her, And so as I walk up, I always look right past the lady who's got her arms out and trying to keep me scooting along into the plane without looking, like a hurry along, nothing to see here kind of thing. I always just look right over her like she isn't even there and look in the cockpit to see if it's two white men in the cockpit. And it always is. Thank you, God. Holy Father. It always is. But they don't want you to see that. And so the whole point of AI being able to land planes and fly planes and all these things is so they can start putting third worlders in the cockpit. And I promise you, the minute they start putting third worlders in the cockpit of the airline that you fly on, when you walk on the plane, there won't be any stewardess standing there going, scurry along now, on into the down the plane you go. Don't look this way. There won't be anyone trying to block the cockpit from you seeing. No. Instead, they'll have LED lights going around it, flashing, woo, 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 so that you see and look that direction when you get on the plane. Look at our third worlders we have flying you on the plane. See, they're just like white people. See, there's nothing special about white people. See, we can do anything white people can do. That's what that'll be. And so I just find it funny that every time I get on a plane, they try to block you. They literally go out of their way to try to prevent you from seeing that it's two white men in the cockpit, you know? And a lot of the flights now, or a lot of the airlines now, they actually have a fakie, I call it, right? They have a fakie where they have this black dude, this token black, dressed up like a pilot, right? And he's got the little I forget what the things are called, but you know how you wear them on your shoulders? They wear them on those little straps on their shoulders of their shirt, the little ribbon things, whatever they put around the little straps. I forget what those are called. Anyway, they got those. They got their little wings on and all this stuff. They look like they're literally decorated up like a real pilot, right? And they have that token nog walk the plane because if you know anything about commercial flights, the co-pilot is supposed to walk the plane, right, and check, the blades of the low speed fan, and because that's the only thing you can really look at, and they're supposed to look at the wings, the flaps, the rudder, all these things. They're supposed to just look the plane over. They're supposed to look at the tires, just kind of look at everything. They're supposed to kind of kick the tires and walk the whole plane and look it over. And that happens before every one of your flights. Now, you may not ever get to see that if you don't board the plane till much later, in the boarding process. But if you're ever one of the first people on a plane and then you sit there and stare out the window the whole time, you will see one of the decorated up, either the co-pilot or, the system engineer, whoever, will walk it's usually the co-pilot will walk the plane and check it over visually. And now they have a fakie, I call it. They'll have a token nog decorated up like he's going to be. And the first time, it's only happened to me once. I say the first time. It's really only ever happened that one time to me. Thank you, Father, for that. But this one time, a company I was flying with that I normally don't fly with, thank you, God, for that also, had one of these fakie token nogs walk the plane. And I was so upset. I'm like, I was 1 second from grabbing my stuff and getting off the plane. I'm like, there is no way I'm not going to fly on the plane. I'm going to get off this flight. And I was really about to do it. And thankfully, I could see all the way up the aisle. I wasn't that far on the plane. I had boarded early. And so I got up out of my seat from the window and I stepped all the way into the aisle and looked up the aisle to see at the cockpit if I could see, who was in the cockpit. And I could see two white men in the cockpit. And I was like, oh, and I could tell they were in the seats, both captain seats. So I'm like, okay, thank you, God. And then I stared at that freaking front of the plane the whole time, waiting to see if that dude ever came up and got in the plane and switched out with one of those white guys or anything. And it never happened. We left with those two white men at the helm. And I was just like, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. But that showed me right there that they are using a decorated up. Literally, he was decorated all the way up, y'all. Like he's ready to hop in the cockpit and fly the plane out of there. That's what he was. He was literally, it was all the way done up in the pilot outfit, And they're doing that on purpose to make white people see that. That's what it's all for, is to force white people to see it. I apologize for going on such a rant about that. I'm going to get back in the chat now. And I apologize to you folks, Vorpus and Jello. Hello, God bless. Happy Sabbath to y'all. I'm on my way to you. Here we go. People like Musk rely on our ignorance regarding tech to make this vague special skills argument. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's totally true. And it's not so much that our people are ignorant, which they are. So you're still correct 100%. But it's also that the fanfare, because Trump has picked him, now Trumpers who never gave a crap about Elon before, even thought of him as a leftist enemy, perhaps because they're pro diesel trucks and he's an electric car guy or whatever. They may know about the shape of the earth and know he's full of crap with his program of space crap or whatever. Any of those things that would make them typically anti-Elon, once Trump picked him, because they idolized Trump like cult members so greatly, they embraced Elon and started making memes about Elon. I remember it just months ago when Trump, said that he was teaming up with him and the whole dark MAGA crap and all that happened. Oh man, here come all the memes they showed. These pro-Trumpers are making memes about Elon. Now keep in mind, they would have hated Elon's guts a month or two before, being Mr. Electric Car Guy and all that. But all of a sudden, here come the memes where like they're, where he's talking to Bezos and he's like, oh, I might buy Amazon, add to cart, and everybody, like, Elon's this ultra bad ass and whatever. And now here they are tonight, just whoa, they're all woe is me and upset. And Mark Dice's whole pitch on this, because see, Mark Dice has been sheckling Trump shirts. He's been making who knows how much money off of white people, grifting them about Trump all this time. What is Trump, pro-Trump, go Trump, freaking Trump Christmas, every type of Trump this and that t-shirt you can imagine. So, what he's doing is what most the Q-turd Trumpers will do, is they will try to distance Trump from what's actually happening. Like, well, Trump isn't actually the guy who did it. Vivek is pushing for it, and Elon are pushing for it. That doesn't mean Trump's pushing for it. So that'll be step one of their argument and their mental gymnastics, back flipping, whatever. Then when Trump does stand with Vivek and Elon and doubles down with them on it later on, now they have to do a secondary, backflip. So they, well, and who knows what the next one will be. It might be that Barron is being held hostage in Guatemala until he freaking went along with the deal, or whatever crazy, ridiculous scenario they will conjure up to try to make it look like it's still not Trump. He's still not against us, y'all. No, this is not him. He's not down with what's happening, y'all. He just doesn't know how to pick them, y'all. they the excuses are unbelievable. And then so, Mark hasn't officially made an excuse for Trump yet. But what he has done, what he said was he's going to go home and do some more research because he's had his feet kicked up on vacation. And so he's going to do some more heavy research about this whole situation. And then he said, we've got to hold their feet to the fire type of deal. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what he was saying is, we got to make our voices heard loud and let them know, that MAGA demands, that Americans get the jobs, not H1B1 visa invaders and da-da-da. And he actually puts in his post, he actually puts that legal non-whites are just as bad. He essentially admits in that post, finally, like I've been telling him in his comment section forever now, that legal non-whites do us no good, right? All these freaking street shitters they want to bring here, they're going to bring them here and declare them legal immediately. Every invader that's already here, every non-white that's on our soil right now, 220 plus million that are on our soil right now, the Jays could just declare them all legal tomorrow. Who's to say they're not? The Jays control our government. Our government just gives them free citizenship. Who's to say they're not citizens all of a sudden? They're instantly legal. The ones who hate our guts, who brought them here to declare that they're just as American as you are. You don't think they're just going to make them legal? They're literally bringing them here by the jumbo jet full, and have been for 35 years now, giving them $30,000 on their EBT credit card, which, by the way, non-whites can spend their EBT card anywhere they want. I know that white people are easily fooled into thinking that they can only buy certain fruits at the grocery store that have the little EBT tag underneath it. No, they can literally get lap dances at the titty bar with EBT cards. Everything in the black community takes the EBT card. Doesn't matter if it's a used car lot, if it's a titty bar, if it's a freaking dope house. Every single establishment, funeral homes, weave shops, gun store, they all take EBT. They don't take your EBT card. You're white, but they'll take an EBT card from a black because they have to. If they don't, they be called the scary R word. So an EBT card for a black works anywhere at all times for anything. So they bring them here, or they pay them to breed like hotcakes if they're already here, right? Give each one of them 30 grand or more of money. Each black sitting around you at the stoplight, everywhere you go now, every black around you has way more money than you do, just so you know. I hope you realize that, y'all. All right? They're given like $3,500 to $5,500 a month each. And some of them have a job. That's the ones you're polite to and think, oh, yeah, oh, freaking Willie, man, at least he works for a living. Yeah, and he also still gets $3,500 a month because they let them double dip. They want them to take your job from you, and they want to take white people's money and still give it to them as though they don't have any job at all. See, if you go get a job, you have to give up whatever welfare that you've managed to convince them to give you, which will be peanuts compared to what they give the blacks. But as soon as you get a job, boom, that shit's gone immediately. Okay? For them, that's not the case. They encourage them to go out and make as much money as they want to make. Hey, we want you to start a business. Here's 100 grand. We hope you start a business. Go buy yourself a Hellcat. You know? Call it a business. Here, please, take some more whitey money. Go start yourself an LLC. You can't imagine the level of grifting that Jews do with our money with the blacks. Your brain would explode. Your brain would explode. If you only knew how bad it really is. Let's see here. Gello or Jello? I don't know which way to pronounce that. I apologize for pronouncing it whichever way, the wrong way. But I'll say Gello since it's a G instead of a J. Good evening, he said. Good evening to you. Hello. Vorpus, 23 is here. He said hello. Hello to you, God bless. Happy Sabbath to you both. And happy Sabbath to you, Tom Meadows. And Gello said, Elon Musk. And by the way, anytime you want tonight, correct me on the pronunciation and I will follow your correction. So that it's not annoying you all night, however long you stay. But he said, Elon Musk just wants to import slave labor. H1B visas are exploitation, similar to the kafala system in the Gulf states. It also helps achieve the browning of America. That's exactly right. That's exactly what the ultimate goal is. You know, you hear all these millions of little nuanced micro discussions about, And it starts off as bigger block ones like, oh, they want cheap labor. That's the main big block you hear started off with is, cheap labor. And then eventually a more honest Cuckservative will end up admitting something about replacement. They want to replace us. That's when they've really stretched their neck out there, though. They've really come a long way if they get to that point. And if they really stretch themselves in truthing that far to where they come to the point where they're like, oh my God, and they'll actually say it out loud to other Cuckservatives that it's a plan to replace us, then they will just divide it up into these other little things like, oh, they get more per, on tax return, the government gives more money back per, non-white that they're helping because minority and blah, 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 check boxes and all this crap. And really, all of it's true. Okay, just like all of the Cuckservatives making videos each day about each new hole that the Jewish boat is shooting into the hull of our boat, right? Each day we have new holes in the hull of our boat. And the Cuckservatives every day get to make a new video and make more shekels about this new hole that's in our boat, taking on more water, causing our vessel, the USA, to sink even further. And each one of those holes in our boat are really there. So it is true. It's just that all these little nuanced talking points are all just symptoms of the greater problem, which is the little Jewish boat shooting the holes into the hull of our boat. And they don't ever want to talk about the little Jewish boat causing the holes in the hull of our boat. Because if we ever get rid of that, then there are no daily holes being put in the hull of our boat, the USA, for these Cuckservative shecklers to be able to make their money off of every day making videos about. If three blacks don't rape and kill one of our white girls, well, Salty Cucker doesn't get to make a video and get 35,000 views and make freaking $500 that day from it. If it was just a nice, peaceful, happy, all-white world every day, what does Salty Cucker have to make money about? What is Veteran Cucker going to do for a living if no one's working against white people? So you see, they only get paid as long as there are people working against white people. So they're not going to get rid of the supply for their product. The supply for their product is anti-white people, or anti-white upright bipeds. Beasts, if you will. That's what provides the product for them to have videos to make their money. They make money out of thin air because they don't provide a product. Their product is just them babbling about something that you already know about, most likely, because you've already seen 1,000 other headlines of other YouTubers who have mentioned the exact same story. And so you already know about the story, but you're going to click on Salty Cucker, or I hope you don't click on Veteran Cucker. He's like hard to even listen to. He's such a normie. But, I'm saying the typical Cuckservative will click on those YouTubers even though they already know the story and don't need it told to them again. They'll click on it anyway, and they'll listen to that Cuckservative sheckler's opinion about it, And so if we restore our country, if we remove the Jays and the non-white invaders from our country, and we restore our country back to a peaceful, all-white, glorious world, there will be nothing for Veteran Cucker or Salty Cucker or whoever else. I just picked those two because they're like so active all day, every day on YouTube to make their living, instead of just getting a real job. That I particularly pick on those two. But, those two are the ones that come to mind, I should say, because they're just all over YouTube every day. So, they don't have a source of income anymore if we fix our country. See, so it's not in their best interest. It's not in a pro-Trump turd, Cuckservative, YouTubers, shecklers' interest for us to restore our country, to truly restore our country. And that's why, yeah, they'll throw a little Yidsreel blip out at you once in a while, and then you see people in the comments, oh, based, this is your most based video ever because they finally said the name Israel or just finally mentioned the Jews one time. But it'll just be some little quick whiff, just some little fart off in the wind about the Jews one time or about Israel one time, and then it won't be the focus of the video. It won't be even 30 seconds of discussion in the 15-minute video. But here will come the Cuckservatives that think they're the ones that think they're baby truthers, the ones that think they're no longer Cuckservatives but are actual truthers now, but really they're just baby truthers. Those are the ones that'll be like, oh, based, man, based, salty cucker, this is your best, your most based video ever, and all that. Well, all the while, they don't want to reveal the little Jewish boat out there shooting the holes in our boat. They don't mind throwing a little thing about it, because they want to keep the fanfare coming, and people who become more and more of a noticer are going to start, they lose viewership over time to people as people become more and more of a noticer, and they go beyond what Salty Cucker and Veteran Cucker are pushing and exhibiting on their videos. They stop watching them because they're like, oh, I'm further advanced along in truthing than these cucks are. So they just quit watching them. Same thing happened with me, obviously. I mean, I was already ahead of them before I ever started watching their channel. So first time I ever watched their channels, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm light years ahead of these two. But for some people, it takes time before they get to our level, right? And so someone who's already been watching their channel before they finally have the super obvious epiphany and notice the gigantic Jewish elephant in the room, if they've already been watching one of those Cuckservative channels for a long time before that epiphany comes, that's what a lot of times will make them unsubscribe from those channels, because they're like, oh, I now see the bigger picture, and these guys are either gatekeepers or they're just shills for their own selves, and they know the truth, but they don't care to teach anyone else, or they're just dumb Cuckservatives, and I'm far beyond them in understanding. So any one of the three cases causes people to unsubscribe from them. And then they come on YouTube talking about, oh, 100 people unsubscribed from me. That must be YouTube unsubscribing people. Yeah, right. It's 100 people who have become better noticers and have started realizing that those are gatekeepers or just shill shecklers. And either way, they're unsubbing, because when YouTube decides to take subs from you, they take thousands at a time, and if you only have a few thousand subs, they take 1,000 at a time, not 100. So, whenever you hear them whine about losing 100 subs here and there, or a couple hundred subs here and there, that is not YouTube taking those subscribers away. That is them genuinely losing a couple hundred people who have become better noticers, who've had the Jewish epiphany, So let's move on here and see what else you folks have to say. Gello said, Cuckservatives are the reason they call us goy. Well, yeah, I mean, they would call us that no matter what, but because Cuckservatives are the way they are, yes, it absolutely empowers, or it emboldens, it bolsters them in their own minds. It gives them a big head when they have the white people sitting here telling them that they're God's chosen people, and if we bless you, God will bless us, and all that mess. It must make Jews' heads just explode huge, and it is, your statement is correct. It's just that, of course they were calling us goy before, Cuckservativism became a thing, but boy, it really does keep the Jews very solidified in their position, that we are the dumb goy. Let's see here. Drubius333 is here. Hello. God bless you. I hope you had a Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a wonderful Sabbath evening tonight and tomorrow. And he said, the browning of America continues under Trump. That's exactly right. Like we warned Mark Dice for months and months and months while he just kept sheckling those Trump t-shirts and sheckling those Trump t-shirts. I told him, you better stop and repent and recant. Nope. He liked that money. And now they're all going to have to start doing backflips. I almost got... Actually, maybe I did hit send on that thing. I made a whole comment to him telling him that he ought to refund everyone the money that they've spent on Trump t-shirts with him. But I bet he deleted it. I mean, I pretty much saw that it vanished right away. If I did hit send, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I was sitting there telling myself, should I send this or should I not? I didn't know how hard I should be on him about it, And so I was sitting there in contemplation. I had it all typed up, and all I had to do was hit the send button. And I honestly right now cannot remember whether I ended up hitting send or I didn't. But I know that I checked it a few minutes later and refreshed the whole comment section. And whether I hit top comments or newest comments, no comment of mine was there. So maybe I didn't hit send. Maybe I actually backed out and didn't hit send. But I was going to tell him in the comment section, you should refund everyone that you've sold a Trump shirt to. Could you imagine? That would be, there's no telling how much money that dude's made in Trump t-shirts, bro. For the last, God, he's been selling Trump t-shirts now for 5 years. So, gosh, he'd probably owe like $10 million to people in Trump t-shirts by now. Gello said, and let me make sure what you said. Oh, the browning of America, yeah. And so to address your point that you actually said, though, the browning of America continues under Trump. Yes, that was the plan all along. We warned people over and over and over again, like Mark Dice, like all the, Salty Cucker, millions of times. You can find me in his comment sections. If you dig through them, you will see my comment somewhere in there telling all those Cuckservatives and him himself, that Trump has no plans of slowing down the browning of America. And I would put quotes about him there, like the quote that he's most known for among the pro-white circles, where he said, we want more people, and he means non-whites, to come into our country than ever before. But they have to come in legally. But legally doesn't mean jack shit. Okay? The whole first part of that sentence there is what really matters. He said, we want more people to come into the country than ever before. Period. It hit the period right there. That's the end of the sentence that you need to know right there. Screw legal or illegal. He said right there, bottom line, that they want more people to come in the country than ever. And then the other day, and of course back then, all the Q-turd Trump-servatives, he's just being political, He's just, oh man, he's just being politically correct, y'all. He's just trying to speak like a politician. He's just trying to, oh man, all the excuses came out. Like he didn't really mean it and all this stuff. And then, when he got elected, or when he got selected, this time around, I posted in the community section on my video or on my channel. You can see in the community section a long time ago when he got selected and it was announced. I posted a quote that he had said, right? And it said, and literally the first sentence he says is, I am not seeking any retribution to anyone who treated me unfairly or even in some cases very badly, whatever, how he talks. But the bottom line is, he said there will be no retribution, or he's not seeking any retribution. That means there will be no punishment. There will be no lock her up. There will be no, I'm going to appoint a special attorney on your case. That means there's no Obama's going to Gitmo. There's no any of that. There's no military tribunal, imaginary crap. None of the Q-turd crap is coming. All the big talk they've done for all these years, None of it's ever coming because it was all imaginary in the first place. It was all fan fiction, you know? And they did so hoping that creating those fictional stories, those lies, those fables, if you will, would help keep morale up for Trump. I'm sure it has, but they were lies. They were fiction. They were fantasy stories that weren't real. And so now, more and more every day, Trumpers are having to come to grips with this reality. That Trump and Elon and all of them, they're totally cool with the browning of America. And Trumpers who've pretended all along that they, quote, don't see color are now going to have to start seeing color because they're calling it all about, oh, it's all about merit. It's all about merit. Well, what if a billion Indians smarter than you come here? And yeah, they're smarter than you supposedly, but they still crap on the street for some weird reason. Whatever the case, if you want to believe they're smarter than you, for some dumb reason, well, go ahead and believe that. But the bottom line is, if they bring a billion of them here or a million of them here or whatever to replace you, what freaking good does it do? If they're legal or smarter than you or anything, it doesn't benefit you at all. It doesn't help you get a job. In fact, it keeps you from getting a job if you're trying to get into a field that they're here for. It causes the rates, the wages to plummet. I mean, I don't understand why Cuckservatives can't make that connection, that big air gap we talked about earlier between two critical synapses in their brain. The gap is just big enough that they cannot arc one to the other and have that super obvious epiphany like, oh yeah, duh, no non-white in our country is valuable for white people, because if a legal one is here with a job, then they've taken a job from a white person. And if they're here illegally or legally, and they're on welfare and not working, then they're taking money away from the welfare that our white people paid into. And really, our welfare is only for our white people. So whenever you hear blacks or some other non-whites or some Jews try to smear in your face that more white people are on welfare than any non-whites are, yeah, well, it's for our people only. So we're only supposed to have, it's supposed to be nothing but white people on it. It should be 100% white people on it. Not 100% of white people are on it, but 100% of the people on welfare should only be white people. So who gives a shit if it's 80% of the people on welfare are white people? We pay it in for our own people. We don't pay it in for others to be on it. And they'll be full of shit anyway, because 99% of all the money paid by white people into welfare is given to non-whites. You can set your watch to that. Oh, did I lose connection? Nope. All right, we're there. All right, moving on so I can catch up with you folks and be in real time with you. Yellow. Itty admin literally had to ethnically cleanse them out of his country because they were being so corrupt. Most white Americans have no clue what they have invited into our country. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're going to play this game now where they're going to demand that the Republicans, and of course, all Republicans are going to suddenly become rhinos again, even though they've been cheering for them now that they've won all the House and the Senate and the presidency. All of a sudden, they were pro-government and pro-politicians again. But now, all of a sudden, when the politicians don't do something they want, they're going to be anti those politicians again. So now all Republicans are going to become, quote, rhinos again. And so right now, they're being against them again, right? But these same cucks cheered on, any non-whites, Vivek, to be put into whatever, Byron, whatever his name is, some nog they use on Fox Business or whatever. They cheered that dude on to become Speaker of the House back when Republicans were entertaining that idea. And you even saw him back then putting him as VP with Trump. Trump and whatever hit that one's assigned last name is of white people's last names, um, you would see the two there with 2024, and things like that on it, because they were trying to promote this freaking dung hutter to be in our government. And of course, he ended up being given a token spot somewhere in our government anyway, I presume. But, they were cheering it on. And so here they are now. It's so odd because they're picky. They just like leftists, they pick and choose who they don't want around, right? So at the time, at this exact time right now, this instant moment, they're angry and they don't want the Pajeets coming and replacing them, right? But they were fine with, the idea of, and they keep saying over and over again, and you read it in comment sections in any Cuckservative channel. I don't care which one it is. You can read it in comment sections, every single comment section of every Cuckservative video that has ever been posted on YouTube. There are always fools on there that say in the comment section that we need immigrant. They mean non-whites. We need non-white invaders, and we just want them to come through the proper channels. They got to do it legally, and that's why we're always making fun of them, that we want to be conquered, but we want to be conquered legally, because it doesn't matter if they're legal. You're being conquered. You're being invaded by third worlders. They do not belong in our society. I don't understand how people can't make the connection of this either, that third world means upright bipeds. It isn't some location somewhere fixed on the earth that if you avoid it, you'll never be around the third world. No, third world means anywhere where non-whites are. That's what third world means. So America is a third world country. We are not a first world country anymore. Why? Because third worlders live in our country. Anytime you allow third worlders to live in your country, to freely roam about in your country, you no longer have a first world. A first world is like you see in those Utopia-scape pictures where a white couple is walking down the sidewalk of a super city that's immaculate and no one is around to bother them, and the other people that are around are minding their own business, doing their own thing, and they are white also. That type of white utopia can exist and does exist. But it can't exist when you have non-whites in your world. And so America is not a first world country, nor is any European country right now. And that's the whole point of non-whites being in our countries. Jews know that putting non-whites in our country ruins them, regardless whether they have power, regardless whether they rise up and attack and slaughter us all. They cost us money. They cost us problems. They cost us rape of our women and daughters. They cost us death of our family members. They reduce our numbers because of all of those things. And so it's not about them coming here and just straight up apartheid, mutiny, killing us. It's the fact that them just existing on our soil takes from the children's table to feed the dogs. Remember the story where I love to teach y'all about Jesus Christ when he was ignoring the Jewish chick all day long. He was healing white person after white person all day long, all while teaching at the same time all the white people to love each other as brothers, that they're all brethren as white Israelites together. And all the while, he's ignoring this Jewish chick all day on purpose. Doesn't want to help her. He's helping white person after white person after white person, ignoring her all day on purpose. Now, first of all, he's doing that because she wasn't a part of our kind. And so eventually, when she did bitch and moan and complain her way all the way to finally getting to talk to him, his immediate response to her when she asked him for a favor, and the favor was to heal her daughter from being possessed by a demon. Now, that doesn't cost Jesus Christ any effort at all. He just wills it in his mind and poof, it happens instantly. So very minimal effort on Christ's part. that the lady was at, not the lady, that the female Yenta was asking of him. But here was Christ's reply, even though she was only asking something that takes no effort on Christ's part at all to do. His response to her still was that it's not good to take from the children's table to feed the dogs. That was Christ's reply to her. He was telling her, look, female Yenta, you're not of my kind. You're a dog. And I'm not supposed to take even 5 seconds of my time to listen to you. Right now, I could be listening to one of my white people's complaint of their pain or suffering or discomfort or ailment that I could help. And instead, I'm wasting my time listening to your sorry dog butt. That's what he was saying. And he's saying to her, it's not good that I'm even wasting 5 seconds on you. Anytime Christ gives her 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 50 seconds, 2.5 minutes is time that he could have gave to one of his fellow white people. And I hope you realize that that is what he's saying there to her. And she's asking him for a blessing, which cost him no effort, but it's still a blessing. And in that time that he blessed her daughter to be healed of that demon, he could have given a blessing to a white person. And so every white person suffering out in the crowd while he's talking to her is having to wait and having to suffer and having to stay blind or stay maimed or stay mute or stay in agony, while Christ has to doesn't have to, but while Christ is dealing with this worthless female Yenta, mamzer. And so that is the point of bringing millions of non-whites into our countries, is because they know that the non-whites will be in our country at white people's expense. Let me look here. And to address his point a little bit further, we'll expand a little further on that. That he was saying that they have no clue what they have invited into our country. That's true, because Indians, they're very dynamic. There are a lot of different versions of them. They all are very similar in some ways, but in other ways they are. And I don't like to use the word diverse, but I'm going to here. They are a very diverse group of different ideals and things and how they behave. Some are work oriented. There are some that exist that are work oriented. There are some high caliber professional ones who become genuine doctors they're genuinely intelligent about genuine doctor things in their field, whether it's medicine or surgery or whatever. There are some that do exist that really do learn all of those things correctly and become genuine, real doctors, not diversity hire fake doctors. Am I saying that the bulk of the Pajit doctors you ever meet at a hospital are real doctors? No, not by any stretch. But I would say maybe 20% of the doctors that are practicing in America or in white countries as medical doctors are probably actually competent, high caliber doctors. I will give them that much. I will say at least 20% of the doctors are actual, real, decent doctors. The other 80%, no. There are a bunch of types of them who despise Americans, despise white people, envy white people. I also know of some that are very cool with Americana and are very cool with white people and want to play along with white people and want to kind of do the white people thing, if you will. And so, it's a very mixed bag of things that we're going to get by having thousands more Pajeets flood into our country. But and I don't like to pick one or the other here, but I must say, if I was gonna get invaded by any non-whites, I would prefer it be Pajeets over blacks. I of course would prefer neither, but if I had to choose between one or the other, I would choose the Pajeets over the blacks. Drubius 333 said, a small town near me just hired 2 spick cops. Both are anti-white pricks. Well, I don't doubt that at all, and that's the Jewish wet dream, is to fill our entire judicial system and our entire law enforcement establishments and everywhere with non-whites who don't like white people. Another thing that I've mentioned on a stream before is the idiocy that we hire Mexicans as border patrol agents for. I mean, we literally watch Mexican border patrol agents give us updates on our southern border in our white people uniforms as border patrol agents. Is that not the most retarded, oxymoronic, stupid? I can't. I can't. It's like hiring a wolf to be the guard of the sheep. I don't get it. I don't get how any group of white people got together and said, okay, so you're telling me, all right, so we got the Mexican border here and we're trying to keep Mexicans out. So you're saying we should hire Mexicans to keep the Mexicans out from crossing the border? And then some other group of white people or Jews, I imagine, said, yes, that's what we're saying. And then the white people are like, okay, so you're saying we're going to have Mexican border patrol people to keep Mexicans from coming across it. Wouldn't they want to help their own kind get across the border? I mean, just spitballing here, but wouldn't they be more inclined to have empathy for their own kind and let them come across, and stuff? And the Jews must have been like, no, definitely not. No, this is a great idea because this breaks down the language barrier. See, white people, y'all don't know Spanish because you're lazy, bigoted Christian assholes. So since you won't learn Spanish because you're not cultured enough to want to learn shitholer languages, you don't know how to communicate with the invaders when they show up here. And so if we hire the Mexicans, they will easily be able to effortlessly communicate with all these invaders. And it will make the process of invading you, it'll make the process of defending the border so much easier. And the white people must have been, surely the white people must have, you would think, have asked, yeah, but wouldn't we not have to give a crap what their language is? And we just point guns at them and tell them, stop, back up. And if they don't, we just blast them. And the Jays must have been like, no, you can't do it that way. We created a thing a long time ago internationally with other countries where we agreed that y'all won't do that, so that we can invade you. I mean, so that you can defend your borders humanely. And the white people must have been like, oh, okay, I guess we'll hire Jorge and Julio and all the Juarez's family to become our border patrol agents, guarding our Mexican fucking border. Oh man, it's literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and I just it just what do you say? I mean, there's nothing you can say. It's so beyond, it's like Twilight Zone, Like there's nothing you can say to fix it or to make sense of it because there is no sense to it. It's completely nonsensical. It's completely idiotic and suicidal and oxymoronic and contradictory in every way to itself. It's very bizarre, and but it figures, and so that is typical. That's exactly what their MO is going to be, and so of course they're going to hire every anti-white, non-white invader cop they can hire, I remember as a baby truther 20 years ago, we were worried back then about the UN Army, and now you see baby truthers these days. You can tell what a baby truth when a person's a baby truther because they're worried about certain things like the UN Army and Freemasonry instead of the Jews and the Frankfurt School. They'll always mention the Frankfurt School instead of calling it the Jews, and and they blame white European rich guys. They don't know the Rothschilds are Jews. So they'll call the Rothschilds out, but they'll call them whites, and things like that. Uh, those you can tell are when they're baby truthers. And when I was in that phase 20 years ago, where I was along with other baby truthers at that time, who were baby truthers in the phase I was in life, and we were all in discussion online. We were worried about the UN Army, right? And of course, we speculated whether it was China, which is, of course, what I thought it would be because they had the biggest population. And that's what most other people thought too back then. And we're talking 20 years ago. And here we have Cuckservatives talking about China and worried about the UN Army and all that today. And, but that just shows they're baby truthers because they don't know where the real source is or whatever of our issues. But, point of me mentioning all that was back then, 20 years ago, we were talking about all that stuff. The thing we didn't realize is that, and what we see now happening in real time and what has actually played out through this last 20 years is they didn't have to bring in a standing UN army in uniform, which is what we were expecting back then. That's what we were discussing. That's what we assumed would happen if anything at all were to go down. And all the while, we didn't realize, no, they just need to take over every single faction of our government with non-whites. That's it. Every police chief, every cop, every sheriff, every deputy sheriff, every police commissioner or city commissioner, every mayor of every city, every governor eventually, and now they're starting to pepper Congress and the House of Representatives. So pretty soon we'll have tons of black representatives. Oh, another thing y'all may not know about. I'm going to throw this one out here just real quick on a side note, and then we'll move right back into the comments here in y'all chat. Non-whites by the hundreds of thousands are being given jobs as FBI agents in our country. Let me say that again so you can truly absorb what I just told you here, and this is fact. Many worthless third world parasites who are brought here by the Jews are given not only money and a place to live, but they're given a job as a quote, and I'm quoting it because that's really what they are called, and what their job really is. They're called FBI agents, end quote. Now, what does that entail? Well, it doesn't really mean anything other than they're just given a free paycheck. They're given a free paycheck, and because they are called an FBI agent, they don't have to have car insurance. They don't have to have a driver's license. Okay? All the things you've been hearing about where like some Cuckservative will go to some migrant area, some hotel migrants are staying in or whatever's going on, and they'll go there and they'll walk around with their camcorder and they'll be walking up, well, not camcorder these days, but their camera phone, and they'll walk up to each car and they'll be like, look, no license plates on any of these cars that they just gave them for free, and they just let them drive all over town without any license plate and any license and any insurance. Well, the reason they're able to do that is because they have been given an occupation by the FBI, and they're being called FBI agents. And when you're an FBI agent, in order to keep your identity concealed for national security purposes, you don't have to have a driver's license or a license plate on the vehicle you're operating, or you don't have to have insurance, because any type of name associated to your body is what they call a national security risk. Because after all, if you were an actual real FBI agent, and anyone were able to track you and figure out who you were through your car insurance or through your license plate or through your driver's license, then you would be compromised. And the FBI's mission that they sent you on as a real, actual FBI agent would completely be blown. The cover would be completely blown. But instead, what they're doing, this is the beast system. Remember, this is not proper government. This is the beast system ran by the beasts of the field, and they will only cater to the beasts of the field. And so, the beast system that we are in now, they are taking advantage of the legality and the established loopholes and the established, quote, law that we have established, or the Jews established in the last 80 years in our government, where all they have to do is hire them as FBI agents. That's it. And now they don't have to have a driver's license, ever. They don't have to have a license plate, ever. They don't have to have car insurance, ever. They don't have to have any single thing that you are required to have as a white person born and raised here who has the right to inherit this nation. Instead, you have to comply with every little Jewish rule that's ever thought up, and they don't have to comply with any single rule at all. So that's how they're getting away with that, just so you folks are aware. They are all being hired and really walk around with these like losers that barely can speak English have FBI badges. Nope, there I am. All right, let's see what else. Drubius333 said. He also said white Christ cucks would happily be replaced by brown Christ cucks. After all, they get to go to Jew heaven and suck circumcised penis for eternity. Well, you know, that's what's crazy is the Jews have spent so long commandeering our faith that now when people think of what white people who would consider themselves to be based white people would think about circumcision is they think it's a Jewish thing. They think circumcision is a Jewish practice, and they think that Christianity was created by the Jews, and they think that Jesus was a Jew, and none of those things are true. Circumcision is a white people practice, not a Jewish practice. Sabbath is white people's holy day, not the Jews' holy day. Passover is the white people's holiday during Easter weekend, not Easter. And Passover is not for the Jews. It is for only white people. But the problem is, you know, those type of whites who consider themselves based, who don't realize that yet, that is their whole problem, is they haven't went far enough in their studies to realize that, oh, all of these things that Jews do have been stolen from white people by force. And the force came in various ways. They used the Catholic Church for 1,260 years to murder 60 million of our white people who refused to quit keeping our Sabbath day as the holy day every week. And after killing off so many millions of our people over a period of over 1,000 years, yeah, white people then finally started keeping Sunday instead because we just had been beaten down so hard by our own people. Keep in mind, the Catholic Church, the Jews used our own white people to slaughter all the white people who refused to quit keeping Sabbath. And so all these things they attribute to being Jewish, like circumcision and all these things, are not Jewish at all. Those are things that Jews, as imposters, stole from white people because that's what they do. And that's what they teach the blacks to do now, you know, with their whole we wasing thing. Well, the Jews were the first we wasers, all right? Only they didn't walk around going, oh, we was the first white people. They don't do that like blacks do. Instead, Jews do it by way of deceit and by way of using our own institutions against us to enforce and enact new policies against us, which cause us to change our holy day or stop keeping a certain practice that we used to keep, or we are forced to do a new practice that we normally never kept before. And then the Jews come along and take our old practice, our old thing that identified us based on that behavior, and they commandeer it for themselves. And then later on, they get to claim, no, we're the chosen people. Look, we're the ones who keep Sabbath. We're the ones who honor Passover. We're the ones who do circumcision, not you all. And that's what God's chosen people do. So you're not God's chosen people. We are, based on observation of all these behaviors that we have that you do not have. Well, they only forced those behaviors out of us through various means. And then once they forced those behaviors out of white people, they commandeered them for themselves. So do white people suck baby penises to circumcise babies' penises? No. White people do it the surgical, medical, correct way, a sterile, medical way. And now, granted, were we hyper sterile back in the day when we didn't have clean rooms and all the stuff in hospitals like we have now? No, we had to do it as clean as we possibly could back then, though, with what we had to work with. And so it's always been done a medical, surgical, as safe as possible way. And this is our son. What, we're going to trash our son, our newborn son? He's supposed to be the heir of all of our family seed line, and we're going to trash his wiener right when he's born? No. We did it a surgical, medically safe, correct way that God wanted us to do it. And that was to separate us from all the other upright beings' wieners looking like ours, It's not up to me to explain why God wanted it that way. I'm just giving you the best explanation I can give you, that God even wanted our wieners to not have the same immediate appearance, despite color, but if only white people's penises are circumcised and all the world's beasts are not circumcised, then that gives us a different appearance of a penis than the rest of them upon appearance immediately. You know what I mean? And so whether it's that exact reason or if God had some other higher purpose reason that I'm not aware of, that is the most basic explanation one that you could give, though. And so circumcision is not, a Jewish thing, but it does certainly appear to be one because of the way they have arranged things in the last 2,000 years. Now, as far as the Christ cucks who welcome, all the third worlders into our religion, they absolutely are totally tickled to death by having however many non-white invaders into the church they can get. And I wonder, what would happen? I'm hypothetically here. I wonder what would happen if those same Cuckservatives who are always like welcoming blacks to their church and things like that. I wonder what they would really think about their own cuckery if a whole bunch of freaking non-whites took them up on their offer one day and all just piled into their church and just kind of overwhelmed the white congregation that used to be the bulk of the congregation. And suddenly their church has triple the members it used to. Man, it's growing leaps and bounds. They had to build a whole new building next door. But it's all non-whites now. How would those white people like it? Would they still be on cloud nine? Would they still be looking at each other, smiling, going, we're so virtuous, this is great? Or would they change churches one day out of nowhere? Hey, honey. They won't even admit what they've caused to their own church. Instead, they'll just want to go to some fringe church one day, and they'll be like, wow, we really like that church. It was really nice. Why? Because it isn't full of third world invaders like they invited into their own church. And they'll be like, wow, honey, you want to just maybe we go here next Sunday. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, let's go here next Sunday. It's always Sunday, because they don't keep Sabbath like they're supposed to. And so next thing you know, they just change churches silently. They don't make a thing. They don't make an announcement to themselves like, wow, we really screwed up. We shouldn't have invited all them third worlders to our church. Now it's freaking nothing but it just looks like Africa, or it just looks like, India or whatever. No, instead, they just change churches. They just start going to their friend's church. They start going to their sister's church. They visit it one time. It's not flooded with third worlders like they invited into theirs. And they're like, wow, I really like this church. And that next thing you know, they're just going there instead. And meanwhile, the church that they welcomed all the invaders to, all the white people that are left there trying to hang on to their faith there, trying to hang on to their church. It might be they grew up in that church and they don't want to change churches. It's the only one they've ever known since they were born. They've got to deal with all that third world invasion in their church now. And pretty soon, wouldn't you know, there's going to be a black pastor. And next thing you know, the whole staff is black. And next thing you know, there's no point in a white person even being there anymore. Next thing you know, they got a black Jesus painting hanging on the wall. And a Black Lives Matter poster hanging over the pulpit, and and what will they do? They'll just change churches. And the white people who are stuck there or feel like they're stuck there because they don't want to change churches, they will be suffering so greatly, but yeah, it is true. That's what they do. And Drubius also said, the Jews are not only the problem, but also the willing Christ cucks who worship them as God's self-chosen people. Yes, and I touched on that a minute ago, so I'll move on from that. But yes, you're absolutely right. Gello said, from 2021 to 2024, approximately 6% of the new jobs added by S&P 100 companies in the U.S. went to white males. Yeah, and keep in mind, white people are still 50% of the population. So if we were doing the whole equal distribution bullshit like they tout, which is just anti-white bullshit, but if we were going by that ridiculous anti-white garbage that they tout all the time, then 50% of the new hires should have been white males, or at least white people in general. And it's all messed up now, too, because white women of ours get hired as diversity hires sometimes. So sometimes white women are getting jobs, and that means white people are getting jobs, but they're actually diversity hires. So like what you were saying there was specifically white males, but if someone else was to put like, oh, only 10% of white people were hired, and they said people, not men. By the way, we're not males and females. That's what the non-whites are. We are men and women. But they are not. Non-whites are males and females. So males and females applies to critters and the beasts of the field, the non-whites. And men and women are what white people are. And we're people also, and they aren't. So, and I'm just mentioning that not to like be over picky. I'm trying to help us all correct our language for when we type online so that we teach the younger generations. It might be that you understand that, we are the people and we are mankind and we are men and women and they are not, but our generations of white children after us that are becoming young adults researching these things and they read your comments, they need to be able to understand who's who, in the Holy Bible. And so that's the only reason I was making the correction there with you, not to actually correct you directly, Drubius said, Epaulets. Gello said, that's absolutely crazy. Oh, he's probably talking about when I was mentioning the FBI thing. Maybe not, though. Maybe you're talking about a different thing. But Drubius said, Trump sold out to the Semites. Well, they're not Semites. They call themselves Semites, but actually only white people are the Semites. Semites, as you know, comes from Shemites, and Shemites, as you know, comes from Shem. White people are the descendants of Shem. Now, Jews, their father, Esau, was a true Semitic person like all white people are. We are the Semites. So it's funny that anti-Semitic laws like Trump Stein and DeSantis and all of them were pressured into creating, actually we could use if we restore our country and flip it back to where it's white people ruling our country again. The anti-Semite law in place that they would put in place actually only applies to white people. So it's actually, that would mean that it's only against the law to be critical of or talk crap about white people. Funny enough, in a funny twist of irony, that's the real reality, is that only white people are Semites. Now, the reason Jews aren't Semites, even though their father Esau was a 100% Semite, is because Esau was 100% pure white, a pure-blooded white person, unmixed. He had no non-white in his generations, zero mixed blood. And so he was a pure white person. But he defied God and Abraham and Isaac and went out and mated with two Canaanite females and produced the two types of Jews that we know of today, Sephardic and Ashkenazi. Those came from the two Canaanite wives that he mated with. And so that is where Jews were. And so my point of saying all that is because he mated with two Canaanite females, Canaanites are mongrels, okay? So when you mate with a mongrel, your children are mongrels. You cannot create white children with anything other than a pure-blooded white woman. There is no other way to create white children at all. Not any other way on earth. Not with any mongrel on earth. Not with any non-white on earth. And so Canaanites were mongrels. And that's why God and Abraham and Isaac commanded Esau to not go to the land of Canaan to meet women. But he did anyway. And the way the Bible reads, it seems as though, it implies as though he did so specifically despite all three of them and their wishes, and their command, I should say. And so, because he purposely went and did that and defied that and everything, God hated him for it. And then when he sold his birthright for a bowl of pottage, that pretty much sealed the deal. God hates him forever and decided that your seed is doomed forever. And his seed was doomed forever anyway because they're mongrels. All mongrels are doomed for eternal destruction. Says God. Jesus Christ himself said he's going to smite them with death. So that's not my opinion. That's what God and Jesus Christ have said about hybrid races. Mixed races are called abominations. That's what the word abominations means in our Holy Bible most of the time when you read it. Doesn't mean it every time. But many of the times you read abominations, anytime you see that they're animated, like they're walking abominations or they're speaking abominations, or they're abominations who can speak, I mean. Anytime you read stuff like that where they have the characteristics of a person, that means that they are a mongrel. Okay, so the words bastard and the word abomination, and the concept of illegitimate child, all three of those mean a mixed race child. None of those mean a white child ever. There's no such thing as an illegitimate white child. There's no such thing as a bastard white child. There is no such thing as an abomination white child. White children are all legitimate. It doesn't matter if a white child is born to a single mom who had a one-night stand with a white guy at a bar and she never saw the guy again, and the child never meets his dad, has no idea who his white father is at all, grows up his whole life, never sees his dad, right? He's 100% legitimate. He is not a bastard at all. He's a pure white-blooded child. So there is nothing illegitimate or bastard or abominable about him. Now, what the word abomination means is it means abominable. And abominable means not redeemable. Jesus Christ is our Redeemer. Anything that is abominable means it is not redeemable. And you know how redeeming tickets and things work, right? If you have a ticket and you can redeem it, or if you have a coupon and it's redeemable. Okay, anything that's not redeemable means it's invalid. It means that whatever is redeemable, that's not included in a part of it. And so There might be other things that are redeemable, but not that abomination, because that abomination means a not redeemable thing. And so anything that is an abomination means it's something that Christ is not coming to redeem. And that makes sense because Christ said in Matthew 15:24, I was sent not. That means he was not sent. But that means except for the lost children of the house of Israel. That means white people. So Christ said out of his own mouth in Matthew 15:24 that he was not sent for anyone on earth but for the white people. That's it. And because of that fact, the mongrels are not a part of salvation. And so, not only are they not a part of salvation through Christ, but they anger God. Their very existence angers God. And you would think about it like a Christ cuck would be like, oh, that's not fair. They're just children. They can't help it. Well, too bad. It's not our place. You cannot make the moon. You can't make the dome. You can't place stars in the dome. You can't do anything God can do. So you have no right as a mere mortal, as someone who's a creation of God's, who has an intended function to serve for God's pleasure and no other function. You have no right to say what God should or shouldn't do, or what God does is right or wrong about any particular thing, including with children, okay, who can't help it or do anything. None of that matters. God destroys children when he deems necessary, and he destroys mongrels. And that's the bottom line. God already declared that anything that he did not create, when he created all the things he created, he declared them all to be very good, including blacks, including dots, including whoever all he created. He declared them all to be very good, so long as they stay in their place where they belong, and so long as they don't mix with other races. And we know this for a fact because the very next thing was that he said when he created them that when it spoke about that he created those things, was he created them to reproduce kind after kind, not to produce new kind after new kind after new kind. No, to reproduce. That means regenerate the same exact kind. Okay? To reproduce kind after kind. That means he wants dots to mate with dots, to create more baby dots, to keep worshiping the Hindu gods that he created for those baby dots. And he wants blacks to mate with blacks, to create more little baby blacks so that they can worship their little voodoo gods that God created for them. And so on and so forth. So, when when Esau mated with these two Canaanite females, instantly all the children ever produced from those two mongrel females are mongrels. And so all Jews from the very first one that was ever born are all mongrels. And there is no way for them to escape that. They can't mate with white people generation after generation. God said in the Bible, even to the 10th generation, they can't mix out their mongrelization. They are mongrels, and it don't matter how many white people, generation after generation, they try to mate with. They cannot ever be a part of the congregation. They cannot ever enter into the temple. They cannot ever be a part of Israel. And that makes sense scientifically as well, because they did not descend from Israel. They are not a part of our family tree. They descend from Esau, not Israel. So they can never be a part of Israel. Think about some friend you have, right? You know some guy, his name is, let's say, Bill, right? A cool buddy of yours. Now, Bill is just your friend, right? You don't know him any other way. You met him at a job you used to have 30 years ago. Y'all have been friends ever since. You play cards on the weekdays at night or whatever your deal is, work on cards together. You're just buddies. You have no family relation to him at all. You cannot go around claiming that let's say your buddy Bill's last name was Woodrich, all right? You can't go around declaring that you're a Woodrich now, just because you're friends with this guy who's a Woodrich. And you can't go to a place where the Woodrich family of his owns an establishment, a business, and declare that you're a Woodrich and that you're heir to part of everything there, right? And that you should have say so in the company and all these things. No, you just know about the Woodriches. You're not one of them. You just know they exist, and you're trying to impose yourself into their family, claiming you are one. That's what Jews do. Jews are not any part of our family at all. And they simply just impose themselves right into our country, into our houses, and go, hey, we're one of you. We are a part of your family. We are part of the Israelites also. And when white people, because we're so accepting and have empathy and all these things, we're naive and gullible because of it. And so we go, okay, well, and like Jared Taylor said, he's one of the most based white men alive. And what does he say about Jews? Well, they look white to me, you know? And so because they don't look like a black, white people are duped into believing these Jews are just like we are essentially. And so that is what allows Jews to infiltrate the white race countries and take them over. That's why you don't see Jews infiltrating Japan as Japanese, and you don't see them infiltrating North Korea as North Koreans, and you don't see Jews infiltrating Nigeria as Nigerians. Why? Because they look like white people. They descend from a white man and his mongrel female wives. So they have characteristics that kind of appear to be like white people characteristics. Some of them have blue eyes instead of beady brown eyes. Some of them have white people hair instead of their, typical Mediterranean mixed race mongrel hair. Uh, so they fool between their rhetoric and their imposition on white people, and white people don't impose themselves on other races. So when white people are imposed upon by Jews, they're so caught off guard by it because they would never impose themselves onto another race. So they assume that other races would never try to impose themselves onto our race. And so based on that gullibility they have, and that naivety they have, they are easily suckered into accepting that these Jews who impose themselves into your area are also white people. And the Jews also will speak things like, oh, as a fellow white person, I say we blah, blah, blah. And so that further solidifies in the white person's mind that, oh, yeah, these are white people too. They just said, as a white person, blah, 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 I think we ought to give all our money to the blacks. I mean, they wouldn't say that unless they're really a white person. They wouldn't say as a white fellow white person, unless they really are one. All those subconscious thoughts go through a white person's mind in a billionth of a second, but those things are all processed in the back of their mind. And they deduce that these Jews must just be white people like everybody else. And so that is what allows the Jews to get into our world and start, once that's the thing is, once they get into our world, then they immediately start crying and pissing and moaning their way into our government, because they will separate themselves from us once we allow them to be officially in our country legally. Then they go, okay, well, now that you've let us to live here legally and you're not going to kick us out, we do have a couple of issues that we'd like to bring up to you that we don't like about this place. And instead of white people going, oh, so we were about to let you be allowed to live here legally, and now you bust out with some shit you don't like about us? Well, then get the heck out of our country right this instant. Pack your shit and be out of here by this afternoon. Instead of us saying that, we went, oh, really? What do you not like about us? And then we went out of our way to try to do whatever we could to make them be cool with us again. And that allows the Jews to immediately start bossing us around, because now we're doing whatever they say. If they say they don't like our food and white people go out and find different food for them so they'll eat, well, they just made white people go hunt down exactly the food they want. And then when they say, oh, well, we don't have anybody representing our own people in your government, and it makes us very scared because we don't know what you're ever going to do to us. It puts us at the mercy of you. Instead of white people going, okay, well, then get the F out of our country right now. Just pack your shit and go. You're not ever going to be represented in our country, in our government, because you're not a part of our people. You don't belong in our government. This is our country. Instead of us saying that, we go, oh my gosh, well, I'm sorry. Well, what can we do to appease y'all and make you feel more safe here? And they'd be like, well, we'd like to have our own, Jewish um overseeing committee, that way we can make sure that people aren't discriminating against us or talking bad about us or being mean to us in your stores or in public. And then white people are like, okay, yeah, sure, that sounds like, fair enough thing, just something to defend yourself, make sure you're not being picked on by our people. All right, fair enough. And then once they have that established, then that promotes, all this anti-whiteism, and then they start pushing our government at the same time to allow them into our government, and they'll say, well, the reason is because we have no representation. I mean, you've allowed us to create this little organization for ourselves to warn each other about, places we should avoid so we're not picked on and things by your race. But really, we still have no representation in your government, which keeps us in fear at all times that you could just do whatever you want to us anytime because we have no one in your government that stands up for us. And then the white people go, oh, well, okay. I mean, I guess what would make you happy if we let you run for office, and if you get elected, we let you have an office? And they go, yes, that's what we'd like. And then white people go, okay, fine, run for office. Then the Jews use their media and all of their newspaper influence and everything else to get everybody to support the Jew over whoever they're competing against. And then boom, the Jew is placed in office. And now, once the Jew is in office in your government, now he will only hire only people who obey him and only his own kind that work in lockstep with him to achieve the Talmud goal of world Jewish domination. And so that is why you can't have even one, not even one, in your government at all. You really can't even have even one in your country because that is how it all starts. They don't start off in your government the day they get there. They work their way up to it. And I don't like using the word work there, but they lie, cheat, steal, complain, piss, cry, and moan their way, and murder, and bribe, and blackmail their way into your government. And then once they're in your government, that's it. All it takes is the first one to get in any office of your government. That immediately starts the snowball effect. And within several years, your entire government is ran by them. So, let's see here. Moving on. Drubia said, it pays to be a rigger. It sure does right now. Right now it does these days. Blacks are definitely living in peak of their life they'll ever live in right now. Gello said, so sick of it. I'm only 25. I've been shot, nearly died to a black. Oh my goodness, I'm really sorry to hear that. I have been shot at by blacks, and I have had blacks point guns right at me and not pull the trigger. But I have not been shot. Thank you, Lord, for that blessing. But I am sorry, very sorry to hear that you have had to suffer and endure such a thing from creatures who should never have been allowed to even be on our soil long before you were ever born. My apologies on behalf of all of our white people who have been alive as adults already before you were ever born. I apologize that we did not get this done before you were born and ended up being shot. So, very sorry to hear that. And he lost 3 friends to blacks. Yep, see, there's 3 more white people that we would still have on the earth right now producing. They would probably each have 2 or 3 children by now, beautiful white children, and instead they are all dead thanks to niggers. Can't get a job. I'm ready to snap. Man, I'm ready. I'm really, really sorry to hear that, bro. I don't want you to dox yourself, obviously, so I don't want to know where you are in our country or where you are in the world. But man, Well, I don't want to burn a bunch of time on just focusing on that one issue you have of trying to get a job, but we'll revisit that later in the stream tonight. You know, when people leave, if you're still here, uh, you and I maybe we'll chat back and forth a little more about that situation and see if we can't brainstorm, just spitball some ideas of places you could try. You know, because I'd love for you to find somewhere and start making money for yourself. Um, it's imperative that all white people work, you know, and especially now. Drubius said the Browns sure as shit see color. Yes, they do, and and you know that's the thing that's so aggravating about the Cuckservatives is they're always, you know, harping and on about how they don't see color. Well, that just makes them an idiot because all the non-whites of the world do see color, and they put color first and foremost before any other uh, circumstance. And so, or deciding factor or whatever. And so, for the Cuckservatives to claim they don't see color, well, that just makes them complete fools, complete idiots. That's what it makes them. When all the rest of the world's third worlders can all easily see color, and they purposely, and the thing is that they know they're full of shit. You know, all these Cuckservatives that tout that mantra, of course they see color. Of course they avoid blacks when there's a gang of blacks somewhere. They're not going to walk over there and sit in the middle of them and be like, hey, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing today? I mean, there might be one dumb Cuckservative here and there that would do that, but typically most Cuckservatives would avoid the groid, you know? And even if they're cucked into watching Afro Ball and admiring one nog at a time who's a token diversity hire at their job, they still will avoid wild packs of them. And that right there proves that they do see color and they do know it's, you know, there are differences between the races, but they purposely are lying to themselves and the rest of the world out loud when they say that they don't see color. They know they're full of shit. Non whites know they're full of shit. And so it just makes them look disingenuous. It makes them look cowardly. Um, it makes them look weak, you know. You can never show any kind of cuckery in front of non whites, or you are instantly thought of by them as weak and as prey. Okay? You pull up at the stoplight and you're blaring some nog tune, all right? The blacks sitting in the car next to you at the stoplight that heard you playing that stupid nog tune, they know that you are a cucked, spent white, a cucked failure of your people. They would never listen to black music if they had been blessed to be born white, because they would they would white max as hard as possible. They'd be the most prejudiced, most perfectly combed hair, most athletically fit, most well manicured, perfect nails, perfect hair, perfect everything if they were white. But because they weren't blessed to be white, they now are just bitter and angry because they have to be around whites all the time, and they don't have any escape where they can not be a non-white anymore. They know they are stuck as a non-white, and they've got to live the rest of their life knowing that now that they've had exposure to white people. You have to understand that none of this anxiety would exist among blacks or among these other non-whites who are envious of white people if they had never seen white people. And that is why full segregation, biblical separation, where we send them all the way back to their own countries where they belong, and have no contact with them anymore, that is what has to happen with the blacks. Yeah, we may still be able to do some trade with some of the other non-white races, but Blacks, there is nothing we do any trade with African blacks for. We don't trade anything to them to get anything from them because they spend all day chasing baboons and hyenas and elephants. They don't make anything that we desire in the first world. So there is no reason for us to interact with blacks in any shape, any way, shape, or form. Um, they do not have any form of enterprise or commerce that we would need to interact with them about. So once we do full separation and put them back in their homeland where they belong, that's it. Full severance of contact, and and then you know we will explain to our generation after generation that's born, this is why we don't go to that area. That will be called the true no-go zone, like you hear over in Europe happening right now. That'll be the for real no-go zone. And any white person that we ever catch trying to go there and cuck to them or go there at all, that person will be severely punished in our court of law, with the maximum penalty that can be used that we generate for that crime, used against them. No bleeding heart garbage will be tolerated anymore. Um, it has to be that way. Any other way, and your country is still just a third world shithole. That's it. If one Let's think about this. You think about the liberals where they're always talking about if we can save just one life, if we ban guns, right? If we ban all the guns in America and it saves just one life, it'll be worth it. Well, let's apply that to the non-whites of our country. All right. If just one white person's life can be saved by ridding our country of all the country's non-whites, it'll be worth it to save just one white life. So let me get on to the chat here. Drubia said, because they are Christ cucks, they have to accept all races because a Jew on a stick supposedly said so. Yeah, well, again, going back to the Christianity thing being Jewish, it's not. It's called the white man's religion. It's not called the Jewish religion. Our Holy Bible is literally called the white man's religion because it's not created by Jews. It has nothing to do with Jews other than it warns us that Jews are our racial enemy. And it warns us about that all through the Bible, starting in Obadiah, but also all through like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Galatians, Romans, and then you also have First Peter, Jude, Revelation in several places, 2:9, 3:9, and in chapter 22, and or maybe it's in chapter 21. I can't remember the verse number, but there are many, many instances of proof in our Holy Bible that Jews are imposters, that they are not white people, and that they are mongrels, and that they are the arch enemy of God of our Holy Bible, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior of white people, and our Holy Ghost, and of all white people. They are the arch enemy of all white people by default, of white people being God's chosen people. So, and another proof that white people are truly Israel, the word Israel actually means white people. Israel doesn't mean some sandbox over in the desert in the Middle East. Israel, the name Israel, means white people. So anywhere where white people are congregated together or living together in a society or have a country formed, that is a nation of Israel. Jews are not any part of it, like I explained, and because of the reasons I explained earlier, that they don't descend from Israel, they descend from Esau. And so they can never, ever be their uncle's sons. They are Esau's sons, period, dot. And so they will never be Israelites. They cannot ever be Israelites. It's physically impossible. It's like you claiming that you are one of the Rothschilds. It's just, you can claim it all you want, but it's just not true. And so they're just imposters. They have nothing to do with writing our Torah or our Holy Bible. They wrote the Talmud, the Kabbalah, and the Toldot Yeshu. That's what they wrote. Drubius also said, import the third world, become the third world. That's exactly right, sir. And we did touch on that earlier in the stream, that you cannot have third worlders, which means non-whites, in your country, walking around freely in your country, and still have a first world. That is impossible. The two things are diametrically opposed to each other, complete, exact, literal opposites of each other on whatever spectrum. And so it's that's the thing of going back to the giant gap in Cuckservative's brains. They, for some reason, they cannot compute this concept that third world means non-whites, and it means wherever non-whites are. If you look across the street and you see a whole gang of non-whites stand, don't have to be a criminal gang, but just a gang, a mess, a murder, a pride of non-whites. I don't know which group name we use for them. I guess a mess would be the best one. If you see a mess of non-whites somewhere in your view, like say across the road from you, that's you never look at that and go and think like, okay, that's first worldism, that's whatever. Wherever you see non-whites like that, when you see a mess of non-whites, that is the third world right there. That is third world. And so it's just frustrating, that Cuckservatives can't put this 2 + 2 = 4 so simple thing together. Okay, so you're telling me if non-whites are here, then we don't have a first world. Yes, it's that simple. Yes, it's literally that simple. And they cannot, they're like, okay, but, and then they just start discombobulating still. They cannot, as basic and straightforward as that is, whether it's they need excuses so that they can make their whole worldview make sense, or that they don't want to, that they're embarrassed and they don't want to admit that they've been pandering and cucking to these blacks all along, that were just Jews' weapons against us. Whatever their situation may be, they cannot seem to comprehend that non-whites are the third world. Wherever non-whites are, you look across the road, you see a mess of non-whites, that's the third world right there. You're looking at it, and how frustrating that they don't see such an obvious thing. Druby has said it cannot exist so long as Jews exist. Well, that's the thing, is it can't exist so long as Jews exist in our countries. Yeah, now a lot of people have come up with different solutions of what we do about the Jewish question, but mine is a little less, I think, personally, I think that my solution is a little less aggressive than some other people's ideas. Mine would be the best one I've come up with so far, that I think in my mind is like the most decent one I've come up with, is to send them all to Easter Island. And the reason why is because, I've mentioned on streams before that I'm not really into death as a solution for things. I realize our God did tell us to kill our enemies sometimes. But my way was a little more lighthearted than any of that. My way seems to be now God's way is always best, but I'm just saying, to try to win our people over, first, I have a slightly different solution where, if we take them all to Easter Island, we have not technically done any of the killing of anyone. You know what I mean? And this is how Jews operate too. They do things where they can say, "Hey, we technically didn't do that," even though they totally did, but they paid someone else to do it or whatever. In the same spirit like that they play against us, if we just take them all to Easter Island and drop them off there and just float away, bon voyage, see y'all later. That would basically solve our issue about them. You know what I mean? And and the thing is, we're giving them an opportunity to correct their own behavior by putting them there. So if we put them there and they decide, dang, we really screwed up, maybe we should all get together and work as a team, and let's build ourselves a shelter, and let's go find ourselves some food. And there's not much food on this island, so let's build ourselves a pier so that we can start fishing 24/7 off this pier, and let's survive this thing. And if they do all of that and survive, and they never leave the island because it's just so remotely far away and all those things, I say God bless them at that point, because I don't mind if they can eat and drink and sleep and even live merry lives. I just don't want them doing it at white people's expense in white people's countries. That's all. And so by moving them to Easter Island, most likely they would never end up having the gumption to create all to put forth all the effort that white people have done over the trillions of collective man hours of effort that white people have done to create anything that would allow them to ever escape Easter Island or communicate with anywhere else, so that they could try to woo people to Easter Island. I think they'd pretty much just be stuck in the Stone Age forever, because they just don't have. Only white people have created the first world. Everyone else was still in the Stone Age when white people found them, and that's including Asians. I don't want to say they only did things in stone like Stone Age, but I mean, they literally just, their whole cities were nothing but wood and bamboo, and so that's why they went up like in an instant, like a match, when fires broke out. But the bottom line is, Jews could be just put on Easter Island, and if they decide to work hard and survive there, they will, and they can. And if they do, then God bless them. That's my position of what we should do about them. You know what I mean? And Chicken, Allah King is here. Hello, God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you, sir. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. And he said, neighborhoods, cities are like limbs and extremities. When they turn black, they die. Wow, great point there. Drubius said, F that J on a stick. He wants you to die for the J God. No, he doesn't. And that would be your own not misunderstanding of our Holy Bible. But I've already detailed all the things tonight about why. So I'm going to skip that and keep on going, so I can try to catch up here. Well, it looks like I did catch up. I only got 3 things to hit. John is here. Hello. And he said, it's been a while. I'm excited. Well, God bless you, sir, and happy Sabbath to you, and I hope you had a Merry Christmas. And Doc Holiday is here. Hello. God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you, and I hope you had a wonderful Merry Christmas as well. And he said, Christ is King. Hail, brothers. Absolutely correct. Christ is King. God bless you for that. Thank you for that. And he also said, I agree with this. I'm not sure which piece he was agreeing with, but I'm glad you did. And so now I have officially caught up with the chat. And so now that I have caught up with the chat, until y'all throw some things my way that you want me to reply to you about, I will revert back to our original topic for tonight, which is the Cuckservative plan, the Republican plan to flood however many thousands of Pajeets into our country, all as legal street shitters to take our tech jobs. Now, keep in mind, Crenshaw, remember, there was a thing called the CARE Act back, I don't know, it was during Trump's term, so maybe 5-6 years ago. And Crenshaw, the snake, the one-eyed snake, he, back when we were warning everybody about Crenshaw being a snake like the rest of them, all the Cuckservatives were cheering him on. Oh, based Crenshaw, he let that lib have it. And they were all posting videos of Crenshaw grilling some stupid lefty in congressional session or whatever. And of course, no one's even answering his questions. They're just saying crap like that's classified, or we'll have to talk about that in closed session. And he never gets answers for anything he would say. So it was a complete nothing burger every single time. But all these Cuckservatives are like, oh man, based Crenshaw's ripping the Dems and all this in congressional hearing. And then just, a few months goes by of them, totally, championing this guy's existence in the Republican sphere. Then he votes for the CARE Act, and somehow somebody got wind of that. I don't know who or what, some Cuckservative that actually checks everybody's vote and what they were voting, saw that he voted for it. And all the Cuckservatives got super pissed off at him. Maybe not all of them, because some of them are open borders, welcome anybody cucks. But a lot of the Cuckservatives got really pissed off at him, calling him a traitor. Oh, traitor. Oh, it's treason. But meanwhile, we were telling them that all along. And what were we called? Oh, you're just dumb lefties that watch too much CNN. Or they'd say, oh, you're a hateful bigot, just like a leftist would call us. Oh, you're a hateful bigot, But we warned them that he was a snake, and they didn't want to listen. And now they act like they knew all along. They act like they were one of us, like they were on our level of understanding way back when. And that's the other thing that's kind of annoying about Cuckservatives is once they change positions about someone, when the person they used to champion's true colors comes out so obvious that they have to finally admit, okay, this dude or whoever, like tonight with the Vivek thing, like they're like having to come to grips with, okay, this non-white is clearly not on our side. Well, no shit, Sherlock. It's a non-white. Of course he's not going to be on our side. Of course he's going to try to flood our country with non-whites. He's a non-white himself. And Cuckservatives don't seem to grasp that simple concept that, excuse me, that they don't seem to grasp that concept, that, hey, if you allow third worlders to be in your government, they're going to allow third worlders into our country. That's what they're going to do. And it just, so they're caught between a rock and a hard place, because on the one hand, they always say they don't see color, right? And that they're down with legal immigrants and all this crap, legal invasion. Well, now that's what they're getting, legal invasion with Pajeets. And they're like, wait, no, we want, and of course they hide it under the guise of, we want the jobs to go to Americans, right? And those cucked idiots really mean that. And by Americans, they mean anybody in America, like a black or anybody that wants to declare themselves American so they can have a job. That's who the Cuckservatives mean. They don't even mean white people. And really, that's what their sentence should say. Their sentence should be complaining that the Pajeets are going to be taking white people's jobs, not Americans' jobs, which we all understand that only white people are Americans, but they don't. So what they mean is, oh, Tyrone's going to lose a job to this Pajit, And they'll even say crap like that. I know y'all have seen them use blacks as the victim of a thing that really victimizes white people. You'll see Cuckservatives say that, not long ago, Trump posted a tweet to the blacks saying that, Kamala was going to flood the country with a bunch more invaders that have been moving into black communities, and that it was going to overwhelm the black vote and render the black vote irrelevant. Well, the black vote's already irrelevant. But the bottom line is, Trump, here he was, concerned about non-whites or invaders moving into the blacks' areas they live and overwhelming their voting block, right? Meanwhile, he gives no shit at all about white people's exact same scenario with all the third worlders in our country and blacks in our country. You don't see him concerned about white people losing our voting power. But he sure as heck is worried about the blacks losing their voting power, even though they don't have any, And even though he knows voting is a fucking hoax since 1913, pardon my French, he still promotes, if you believe in the voting concept, he's literally telling blacks, oh man, you're going to lose your voting power to the non-white or to the third world invaders, But he doesn't bother to tell white people that when we're losing our country like hotcakes to all these fucking third worlders invading our country. Where's his concern about that? Where's that tweet to his 99.99999% white voter base? That, hey, we got to get these non-whites out of here. They're killing our voting power. Never see that come from Trump. So anyway, that's kind of, your typical, we expect these exact things. We knew these things were coming. I honestly did not expect it to happen this fast. I honestly figured that it would be about 6 months to a year into Trump's first year that we would actually see active invasion by the Republicans calling it legal. It's very ballsy that they've come right out of the gate before they've even put Trump in the seat yet and started saying that they want to do this. And I haven't asked any of you whether you think that it's actually going to happen or not. I personally don't know if they're really going to do it or if they're just saying it for now to test the people following MAGA, to test all the MAGA whiteys to see what they would say. Because for all they knew, Jays are still kind of in an experimenting phase with white people. They're always testing to see how far they can push us. So since they rule the Cuckservatives, I think that this is perhaps a bluff. Maybe, of course, if white people were cool with it, the Jews would be like, oh, really? You're cool with it? All right. And they would go ahead and just do it immediately. But I think it's kind of a litmus test. It's like they're trying to just feel out white people and see how based have the MAGA tards become. And what they have found out tonight is that the Trump turds are at least conscious enough to know that they're being replaced. Finally, freaking finally, we're starting to see them use that word in the comment section and of course they're not saying white people, they're saying replacing Americans, but it's a step forward in that regard, that at least, even though they consider any non-white in our country that's legal to be an American, at least they know about the replacement concept, That's most important. So, and let me check my chat filter here and make sure that I have it set to all. Okay, cool. Um, so that is basically. I really, I honestly didn't expect it to come this soon, and I have to admit, I'm kind of caught off guard. I think maybe more so than the conservatives are, because um it's kind of like, I would say, an early Christmas present, but really Christmas just passed. So it's kind of like a bonus Christmas present, to see it happen this early on. And it's also very white pilling to see our white people who are Trump turds be so upset about it. Um, that was quite unexpected. I figured a lot more of them would embrace it, and because it's Trump's guys and whatever, but they're actually upset and throwing a fit about it. So hallelujah for that. That's a step in the right direction for all cuckservativism. Wouldn't y'all agree? I would think most people would agree with that. And in the end of it and everything. Oh, did I lose y'all? I don't know what that was. Anyway, but yeah, I think this is I think it's a good step forward for the conservatives to be upset and be throwing a fit at the Republicans. Um, excuse me. You would think that this would finally get the conservatives to realize, damn it, we've got to stop cucking to non-whites, because every time we allow non-whites into our circle, they end up doing something anti-America. Really, it's anti-white, but they call it anti-America against us. And how many non-whites in a row are they gonna have to get screwed over by before they finally have the realization that, wow, we got to stop doing diversity hiring. This ain't working out. These things suck. And keep in mind, these are the same ones who rage against DEI practices every day in their videos now. They're all talking about, DEI. Oh, it's DEI hire. Oh, if diversity hiring is so great, why do you get upset when we call you a diversity hire? Well, what do you think a rapper wearing a MAGA hat at Trump's podium is? What do you think Ben Carson is? What do you think uh, whoever Thomas Sowell is? They're all the same thing. They're all diversity hires. Thomas Sowell has never said anything that white people didn't already know, nor has any other black. So there is no dung hut wisdom that is left untapped by white people that we need to listen endlessly to boundless different amounts of blacks one at a time as they spout off their little water is wet, super obvious observations. We don't need, and then when the white people fawn over him, oh my gosh, this black guy's a genius. Did you hear him? He said water's wet. I mean, it's just pathetic that we even entertain any and give them any time at all. They're literally the problem of our country. Why would we look to the problem of our country, the source of the problems in our country? Why would we look to the source of the problems in our country for wisdom on how to deal with the problems in our country, which is them? Um, it's just it's the most conservatism is literally, if I could describe it in one sentence or phrase, it would be white people chasing themselves around in a circle. you know I was going to say white people chasing their own tails, but we don't have tails, so it's literally just white people chasing each other around in a circle. And And meanwhile, they think they're moving in a certain direction. They think they're moving forward. They think they're making, they're gaining ground, in some miraculous way somehow, even though it's not observable. And so, well, hello, big boy. I've been wondering where you were. I haven't seen you for 3 days, bro. I'm starting to worry about you. Let me go get you something to snack on so you stick around a little while. Hi there. Good to see you, little buddy. You're my big boy, but good to see you, little buddy. Yeah. Let me get you some food. Hold tight. I actually have 2 feral cats now. A quick update for y'all who've been around. My feral cat I take care of I've been taking care of for a little over a year now. He knocked up some other stray cat, and they had kittens. And I don't have to deal with any cat except for him. He's the only cat that ever would come down to my place. The mother cat and the kittens all stay at some other house. But one kitten out of the litter that looks just like him was being mistreated by the mom and all the other kittens. So he was smart enough, even though he's just a cat, he was smart enough to understand that this kitten was being mistreated and was never going to be fed and might starve to death or whatever. So he brought the little kitten down to me and started grifting me for food in front of the little kitten to teach her how to grift me for food. And he basically handed me off to the little cat, and now he doesn't come around that often. He used to be here all day long chilling. Now he goes somewhere else and only comes around one time at night to try to get food out of me. And if I'm not here, he's on his way. But now his little girl, I call her little girl, she stays here 24/7. She doesn't go anywhere because she has none of the other kittens. Bless her heart, I feel bad for her. None of the other kittens want to play with her, and they're all mean to her and stuff. So she has no one to play with except for me. And her dad won't play with her either, the boy cat that I take care of. So basically, she plays with herself. I bought her some toys, and she plays with them a little bit, but she honestly plays more with plant life because the plant life acts like kind of a balloon bobble head thing that you can punch, and it just stands right back up. So she'll just do front flips over it and tackle plants and swat at them over and over and over again. And I feel terrible. I know that she would do so much better if she had another kitten to play with, but I can't have another feral kitten introduced to the scenario. So I'm just, I play with her, as best I can. She doesn't know how to play too well with a person, but I've been teaching her. And, but anyway, the boy cat showed up tonight. He hadn't been around in like 3 days. He's had me wondering what's going on with him. And it's very nice to see that he is all good. So let's hook him up. And it's Sabbath, so the kitty cats get fish on Sabbath. They get chicken the rest of the week. But Sabbath, I want them to know when it's Sabbath, and I want them to look forward to Sabbath every week, just like we are supposed to. And so, every Sabbath, they get fish instead of chicken. And boy, do they like that. So, let's see here. I'm gonna rinse this dude off so won't have fishy smell in the recycle thing. Booyah. And another thing that I do with the animals, and I'll report to you folks that it works really well, is I put diatomaceous earth in their wet food. And you have to use food grade. Never ever I never even buy diatomaceous earth unless you buy food grade, right? But if you put food grade diatomaceous earth in your pet's wet food, It will keep them from getting certain parasites and worms. And if they do have certain parasites and worms that diatomaceous earth kills, it will kill the stuff if they have it. So, very, very good for animals. Again, it must be food grade. Do not buy anything but food grade. Um, you don't want to inhale it on accident. It dusts into the air very easily, so you don't want to disturb a bag of it or let it puff up into your face or whatever and breathe it, because that is bad for your lungs. But it is good for people to ingest. You can just put it in a little bit of drink. Like I like to put it in my milk, and I just stir it right in my milk, and you don't even taste it. Um, when I put it in the cat's wet food, they devour it. They don't even. You would think, being cats, they'd be able to detect that you've put something in the food and that they would immediately reject it, but they do not. Because diatomaceous earth is flavorless and odorless and tasteless, when you put it in chicken and water, the cans of chicken and water, that's what I feed the cats. Or if you put it in canned fish, either one, it just disintegrates right into the juices that are in the can, and then you can't see it, you can't taste it, you can't detect that it's there at all, and the cats just devour it. I think they actually can detect it, and I think that they know that it's helped them feel better by getting rid of certain critters inside them. So I think they actually are excited when they can tell it's in there. They seem to want their food much more often when I put it in their food. Hello, y'all. Oh, now little girl's here too because she knew Pops was getting food, so here she comes. Hold still, y'all. Come on, big boy. All right. Now you get back. That's for Papa. You ate in the morning. Let your Papa eat. This little girl, boy, she's come here, little girl. You let Papa eat for a little bit. You get all the food all the time. You're spoiled. All right, let's see who has commented. I haven't looked at the chat in a hot minute here. Oh, cool. Vorpus had commented, but he retracted it, so I didn't get to see it. My bad. I wish I'd have saw it. Erase the Bagels is here, y'all. Hello. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you, and I hope you had a wonderful Merry Christmas. And he put, how do you know that you only have white people in your lineage all the way back to the beginning of humanity? Well, it's easy. Because if you are a white person with white skin and you can blush and you have white people hair and white people eye color, your bloodline is still intact. That is how we are easily able to detect those things. Erase Bagel said also, why are white people hairier than other races? God just made us that way for whatever reason. And, dots are pretty hairy. So, we're not the only hairy ones around. A lot of jays are hairy. A lot of mongrels and stuff are hairy too. But as far as purebloods, dots are pretty hairy. But yeah, white people, yeah, we do have a lot of hair. I mean, as far as why God made us hairy, I don't really know exactly. He also asked, where do you get all of your information from, especially about what's going to happen in the future? Well, as far as the future, I mean, I don't really know, what's going to happen exactly in our future, just like nobody else really does. I mean, like, who knew the H1B1 visa thing was coming by the Republicans today? I mean, part of the Jays thing is, while they are predictable to some extent, like we know they're going to continue the invasion of non-whites into our countries and things like that. That's the version of this scenario that we can predict and always do easily with accuracy. But it's how they go about it that we have no way to really know until they manifest it, because they come up with a new and weird and clever thing all the time. Um, you know, Trying to figure out which process they're going to use each moment would be practically impossible unless you're just in the know. And at that point, it's not prediction; it's you just be in the know. Now, there are people that think that they can do more detailed prediction by decoding the movies and decoding TV shows and decoding commercials and all those things. I was a part of that whole world for many years in the truthing community. And while there is a little bit of truth to some of it, now there's a lot of truth to the decoding and what they're trying or what they flaunt in our faces and all that stuff as far as symbolism and stuff. But as far as being able to use that stuff to accurately predict each little step they take, it's not super accurate all the time. But we don't have to be able to predict the exact detail mechanisms of what they're going to do to achieve each step. All we need to know is that they just want to flood our country with billions of non-whites until we are overtaken and ruined forever. And each different process they use to bring in 200,000 more or 20,000 more or a million more are just steps they take, and we wouldn't really be able to accurately predict those things each time. You know what I mean? Or even ever once, perhaps. Um, but the bottom line is, regardless of the fact that we wouldn't be able to predict even one of those things in advance, we already know and can predict the fact that that step is going to be just another step in the process of things that we do know and can predict, like that they're going to flood our country and continue flooding our country with non-whites. See, regardless of Trump being in office, we knew that even if Trump's in office, we would still continue being flooded with non-whites. And so that's the part of the prediction that when I'm talking about tonight, that we had been warning the Cuckservatives about all along and all this. That is what we were warning them about all along. We've been telling them that, look, it doesn't matter if your hero becomes president. He's not going to stop what his masters want to do to us. He's a wall kisser. He gave Ivanka to the Jews. I'm going to repeat it. He gave Ivanka to the Jews, y'all. Okay? So, I mean, do I need to say it one more time? He gave Ivanka to the Jews, y'all. And he didn't just give Ivanka to the Jews. He gave her to Jared Kushner. Like one of the most sniveling, worst examples of a Jew under 50 years old that you could possibly give Ivanka to. Keep in mind, every Cuckservative pro-Trumper hates Jared Kushner. I have never met a pro-Trumper that likes Jared Kushner. Not one. Trump loves him to death. And the Trumpers just completely ignore that fact. Completely ignore that fact. 100% ignore it. Like it doesn't exist. It's like the gay family member that the whole family's embarrassed of acknowledging exists in the family. And so when other families come around, they're just like, oh, yeah, pay no attention to our retarded gay freaking lady back there in the family. It's literally something they just act like does not exist, And so that by predicting and things, I mean, of course I'm no, I'm no nobody special more so than anyone else. We're just going by standard observation of their behaviors, of their patterns. It's pattern recognition. That's what it is. We even talk about it that way, and we call it that regularly here on YouTube. Pattern recognition. And so we already know that regardless of whether a Republican is president or a Democrat is president, we keep getting invaded with more and more non-whites. The non-white invasion continues steadily on against us, regardless of who is in office, regardless of which party is in control of the House, which party is in control of the Senate, which party has the presidency. It doesn't matter. It always ends up being the same result, that white people's country keeps getting invaded more and more by more and more non-whites. And so that is what we can predict. And so that is what we predict, very easily every time. Let's see here. Vorpus 23 said, my brother got a cat in June, then another in August or September. They have grown. My brother got them as kittens. When they're together inside the house, they hiss at each other. Yeah, this one, these two get along. They're cordial with each other, but the little cat can't really play with the dad. If the little cat starts rubbing up and getting lovey-dovey on the dad cat, he swats at her. And then I have to get on to him for doing so, because now I obviously care more about the little girl than I do about the big grown boy. And I mean, not that I care about her more, but I mean, I look out for her more so because she's littler and she's still a growing kitten. She's when she first showed up here, when he first brought her to me, she was only the size of a baseball, and now she's about twice that size. She's about halfway grown, but I look out for her, because she's half his size, and when he swats her, he could give her a good whop to the head. So I get on to him if she tries. And the thing is, she's trying to. I feel so bad for her. She tried to be friendly with all her siblings. She tried to be friendly with the mom. She's trying to be friendly with the boy cat here that brought her down here, her own dad, and none of them want anything to do with her. And all he does is merely tolerates her existence. That's all he does. He just tolerates her existence, and he brought her to me so that she could survive. And that's it. I noticed that he's hanging out here tonight with us. So they're both laying near each other, several feet apart, laying around here on the porch. Normally he eats his food and disappears. He don't stay even 2 minutes after he's done eating. He just walks off, and I don't see him again till the next night. And so that's what's so weird, that, I feel bad. She doesn't know, none of her family wants anything to do with her, and she's so pretty. Has really long hair, especially for her little size. So her tail and her whole body, and like she has this huge lion mane around her freaking neck and everything, because she's got such long hair. I call her a little fur ball, because she's basically a giant pillow of fur walking around with a little dinky body inside it. And she's the prettiest one of all of them. I don't know if that's why they're mean to her or what, but I mean, she's so friendly. She has no mean spirit to her at all. She doesn't attack any of the other. It's not like she was walking around being rough with the other cats, so they booted her out. She just isn't liked by anyone, even though she's so friendly of a kitty. So and she's really come around. He taught her how to grift me for food, and now she follows in his footsteps. She does exactly what he showed her to do, and so she stays put here. She doesn't ever leave. And that's originally how he was, but now that he's grown, he's off running around and never comes here except at night to eat. And the rest of the time, she stays put here. She don't have anyone else to any other critters to play with, so she just stays put here. And, so yeah, now I have basically 2 cats, and but the diatomaceous earth thing, y'all, that will save you an enormous amount of vet bills, just by incorporating that into their food. And you don't have to give it to them every day. Give it to them for 4 or 5 days in a row, and then you can cut it out for a while, and maybe go a month or something without giving it to them. But then a month later, give it to them for 3 or 4 or 5 days in a row again in their food. And in that 4 or 5 days of it constantly going through every time they eat, it'll wipe out whatever, parasites and worms and stuff that they may have. That diatomaceous earth wipes out. Now, it doesn't kill every single thing. There are certain worms, I forget which ones, there are certain worms it can't kill because they don't live in the digestive tract, they're in the blood or somewhere else that somehow they don't get affected by the diatomaceous earth. But it does wipe out most worms and many negative parasites, negative flora, candida type things, whatever, that would live in the gut of animals that you don't want in their gut. So make sure it's food grade. Never ever buy any kind but food grade, just so you aren't tempted to put it anywhere else. If you bought non-food grade and you're like, well, it's non-food grade, so I'll just sprinkle it all around the house outside to kill the bugs from getting in the house outside. Well, when critters walk through there and sniffing along at it, might be your own pet, they're going to sniff the dangerous toxic version, or they might lick some of it, get it on their paw and lick it off their paw. And it's the toxic version that you don't want them to be ingesting. So never even bother buying the non-food grade kind. It must say food grade on the bag in big old letters. And that's the only kind that's safe to buy, really, really and truly, Erase the Bagels said, what do you think is the actual racial makeup of USA now? I'm saying it's about 230 million non-whites and about 80 million whites. So we are under 50% by quite a bit. We're probably only about 40% of the population right now. Now they're not going to admit that because they don't want white people to be alarmed. So they want white people to think that we're still like 55%. It's the same way they do with the election bullshit. Where they say, "Oh, Trump's eking her out, whoever it is they're against, 55% to 49%, they got their weird little numbers that don't even add up to a perfect 100 sometimes. But they'll do like, oh, it's 50. They're like when they had him against Joe Biden, 4 years ago, it was, Joe Biden's 51, Trump's 49, then Trump would go 51, Joe Biden would go 49. That's all horseshit. You know what I mean? And so it's the same thing with the racial makeup. They've been telling white people that we have 11 million or 20. It's been all kinds of different numbers: 5 million, 2 million, 11 million, 20 million. They've admitted at least 20 million multiple times, illegals as they call them, in our country. Well, there are 10 times that of legal, quote, non-whites in our country. And not only that, but the illegals, they always use whatever the government tells you. And I mentioned this earlier in the stream talking about another subject, but it applies to all subjects of metrics when it comes to the government. Whatever number a government tells you, it's 10 times that. All right. So if a government tells you that 2,000 illegals they really allowed in 20,000 illegals. Times 10, yeah. So 20,000 illegals. If they tell you that they lost $2 trillion, they lost $20 trillion. You know what I mean? So, their whole scheme is that they tell you, when they admit numbers to you about things, they admit to you a tenth of the actual number. You know what I mean? And that's why when people say, oh, we give Israel $3.8 billion a year, and I correct people and I tell them, no, we give Israel $38 billion a year. Whatever that exact folder that the $3.8 billion is supposed to be in that goes to the Jew, that's actually, the decimal is moved over one. It's $38 billion, 10 times the $3.8 billion. And so that's the thing people need to understand about government is whatever metrics they tell you, it's always 10 times that number. Whether it's, legals, illegals, or amount of money they've wasted or amount of money in debt we have. So, for example, when they talk about how we're 30 something trillion dollars in debt now. We're probably really $90 trillion in debt. Might not be 10 times, but I'll bet you it's triple, you know. And people don't seem to realize that, you know, this debt is imaginary. It's usury debt. In other words, it's all interest debt. It's not physical debt that we really owe Jews. It's agreement debt that our own government worked out deals against our will, against our wishes with those Jewish bankers and agreed on behalf of us Americans that we will perpetually pay Jews a never completable, a never satisfiable amount of usury, an amount of interest payment, a perpetual interest payment that will never be quenched, a debt that can never be paid off. That is what our, I don't like even calling them our government leaders. That is what the Zog government, the Zion occupied government of ours now, the Zionist commandeered government we are under now, agreed to its own self with. Because remember, it's the same people that own the banks are the same people running our government. So they basically just said, hey, we'd like to give ourselves a loan with perpetual debt on it. And the American people agree to pay it all forever and ever and ever. Do we agree to that? Sure we do. We're going to make billions of dollars. Okay. And they basically just agreed with their own selves to make that deal with themselves, with their own banks. And now we owe this perpetual debt that never can be paid off, that only grows higher and higher and higher in number every year because you can't even pay it down. And then on top of all of that, they add more debt than we already have every year to their, quote, budget, which is laughable to even call it a budget. It's just straight theft. That's all it is. There's no budget about it. It's just theft. That's all it is. And so, you know, for them to not only put us into obligated agreements with their own banks where we owe them perpetual money forever and ever and ever, at the same time, they turn around and say, you know, things like, whenever they steal all the money and it doesn't go to what it was supposed to go to, and then the next year they turn around and go, well, we need to borrow money again. We need to borrow more money. No Cuckservative goes, wait a minute. You pricks just last year said that the budget was good, that you only needed to borrow, you know, 3 trillion more. And if we let you do that, that would be it. That'd be all we need to borrow for the next however many years, 10 years or 5 years. Instead, the Cuckservatives don't say anything. You know, they just shrug their shoulders at it like, oh, it's just, you know, what's another 4 trillion debt? You know, when Trumpstein added the newest big debt we've ever added, they just acted like it was nothing. Like, they just shrugged their shoulders at it because it was their favorite guy that was doing it. Now, when Biden came into office and he raised the budget more, oh man, hooting and hollering and LARPing and haranguing on about it. But when Trumpstein did the largest new debt increase ever, there was crickets about it, you know? And and the other problem is the Cuckservatives, you know, here's another thing about the Cuckservatives that are super aggravating, is they literally say out of one side of their face, the media are the enemy of the people. The media, the mainstream media are the enemy of the people. They literally, that is like one of their big mantras that they love to tout. And after all, they love to tout it because their favorite guy told them that it's okay for them to believe that. That it's okay, that that fake news is a thing, and that means them. See, basically before Trump, and this is the one thing I guess we can give Trump, we can give props to Trump for this one thing, is he taught conservatives that the news are liars. Okay, before Trump, there was no conservative that didn't believe the news. And we used to go through all kinds of hell with conservatives about that. They'd be like, bull crap, you idiots. I just saw on CNN 20 minutes ago that blah, blah. CNN or any news website was their hero. And it was their reference against us, quote, conspiracy nuts and tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorists. They call us and all that crap. And again, that's another one that proves that conservatives are just leftist, because anything that goes against what they've been duped into believing their whole life, they immediately close their mind and call you labels, call you shaming labels like conspiracy theorist or whatever. No different than the left. Meanwhile, keep in mind, the left is who created the concept of the term conspiracy theorist. Okay, and that was to shun white people from doing research and looking up things and figure out that we're being invaded and figure out the Jewish problem. So here the conservatives are using, like usual, like they always do, using leftist terms. They call their opponents fascist as though that's a bad thing, just like leftists think of fascism. They call their opponents Nazis as though it's an insult, just like the left thinks of Nazis as calling someone Nazis is an insult. They literally go by, over in Europe, you got the white people over there call themselves indigenous and natives. It's like, no, stop using these leftist words. And racist, that's the other one. Conservatives love to use the word racist. I'm not racist, you're racist. They don't realize you cannot get it through a conservative's thick skull that the word racist only applies to white people. And they go, that's preposterous. How illogical. How could you ever say such a thing? That's what the left says, is that only white people can be racist. Yes, fool, because the word racist was created by them to shame only white people. So you sound like a freaking idiot when you try to call non-whites racist, because it's not designed to shame them. It's not meant to attack non-whites. It's not a word to attack non-whites with. It would be like you trying to attack non-whites by calling them a honky. It's nonsensical. It's stupid. But they don't realize that, because they think because the word racist comes from the word race, that it could apply to any race. So a black who hates non-blacks can be a racist. And that's their logic of it, because that seems to be on the surface, that's what seems to be most logical. But that's because a conservative doesn't use their third digit of their IQ, if they even have it, to realize that the word, if you look it up, it was never designed to use against non-whites. It's not meant to be, it doesn't mean race, all races. It means white racism. It means white people don't like other races. It does, and it's not designed to mean anything else. It's not designed to be used as a black doesn't like other non-blacks, or an Asian doesn't like other non-Asians. It's not meant to be applied to that. It's like the word honky or the word anti-white. It just applies to white people. It doesn't apply any other way. So conservatives are making an idiot of themselves every time they call leftists fascists or Nazis or racists, especially when they're calling non-whites racist. They really look like an idiot to the non-whites then. So, yeah, it's like, that's another problem the conservatives have that make them just like leftists, is they literally use the same labels, the same terminology, same everything. Literally, it would be easier for me to illustrate the differences uh, between them than the similarities, because there are so many similarities. You know what I mean? So the differences between a cuckservative and a leftist, gosh, there aren't that many. And I'd actually have to sit and think about it for a while. I'd really have to. I mean, think about it right now, you guys and gals. Think about it. What is a difference between a cuckservative and a leftist? Almost nothing. Almost nothing. I'd really have to sit here and think about it for a while to have an actual answer of what the difference between the two is. Um, Okay, let me catch up here, y'all, because John Doe has thrown some stuff out that I need to catch up with. Um, and so has Uranium Fever 88. God bless you. And hello to you. Welcome to the chat and happy Sabbath. I hope you had a wonderful and Merry Christmas. And he said, slow motion genocide. That's exactly what it is. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we've been dealing with since 1965. And really, we've actually been dealing with this since about 1619, whenever the Jews decided to start first flooding blacks into our countries. You could say that's really the first phase of it that ever started. And then, they had their secondary phase after the Civil War. And then they had their next phase in the 1965 civil rights nonsense with Hart-Celler Act and all those things. And then again in 1991 when they began the mud flood. So that's absolutely true. That's absolutely correct. John Doe is here, y'all. Hello, John Doe. God bless you, sir. And I hope you had a wonderful Merry Christmas. Happy Sabbath to you tonight and tomorrow. And he said, oh, damn, Stay White does live streams. This is great. Well, I'm glad you think so. God bless you. I have been doing streams for about a year now. And that's why I've been so sloth about making any videos, because it's so much more convenient to just chat with you all in streams. And then life got in the way the last few months, and so I've really slowed down on my streaming. But all of my live streams are available for view any old time, and most of my streams go 8 hours. Not all of them. I shouldn't say most of them. Some of them go as long as 8 or 9 hours straight of me just answering people's questions, ranting off comments people make in the chat, and don't know how long I'm going to go tonight. Maybe only 4 or 5 hours tonight, but we do have pretty large ones that have been done before, and they are all available for you to check out on my channel here. Just go to the live selection, and you'll see however many are offered there. You don't see them in the My Videos section for whatever reason. You actually got to click on the live part, and then it'll show you all the live streams. And several of them did get taken down, but the bulk of them are there. I would say at least 9 or so, are probably there. So please feel free to check in or check any of those out any old time. We've said many based things for many hours on those that you may or may not want to just have in the background for some ASMR, whatever. And he also said, Stay White, I totally agree, but Trump is 100% the better choice over Kamala. I agree. If you read in my community posts further back the night when he was selected, the next day I put in my community post that I was grateful that we don't have the Indian twat as our president. I am very grateful for that. And I've said in plenty of other live streams, which you probably did not hear because you're only just now learning about the live streams that I do. But in many of my other live streams, I have stressed that I don't want to have to be an anti-Trumper. I don't want to have to be against a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, based alpha male white man running our country. And in fact, that's the only thing I ever want to see running our country. I don't want anyone in charge of our country who is not a blue-eyed white man. That's it. And so even though everyone was bent as hell about Biden being in office, I actually did not have near as much of a problem with it as most other based folks did, because I knew at least God still had us with a blue-eyed white man in charge. It didn't matter if he was a dead puppet corpse, a weekend at Bernie's, whatever they were doing with him to keep him going. None of that really mattered. What mattered was that we still had America, white people, still had a blue-eyed white man above us. We are never supposed to have a stranger above our people. Never once. Not a manager at a Dollar General, not a freaking not a city commissioner, not a police chief, not a sheriff, not a judge, not a justice in our justice system, not a congressperson, not a senator, not a governor, not a mayor of any town. They're not supposed to even be here. No non-whites are supposed to be in our country. And so, of course, I want 0.000 non-whites in our government, especially as our president. So, I'm not anti-Trump in the fact that I'm against Trump, the brand, if you will. I'm against the fact that Trump is a wall kisser and that he's not going to do what white people think he's going to do for us. And because white people think he's going to do all these amazing things for us that he has no intention on doing, that creates a massive false hope in our people, which effectively makes Trump a pacifier. He calms white people down. He's a stress reliever or a pressure relief valve for white people, and a pacifier to shut white people up, essentially, from the invasion of our country and from the loss of our country to the non-whites. He's also the Jews' safeguard, because as more and more white people become aware of the fact that Jews are who are the masterminds of destroying our white countries, Trump is pro-Jew. So the pro-Trumpers will be in the conundrum of, oh my gosh, now that I discovered that Jews are behind everything, what do I do? Because my hero is 100% pro-Jew. No, okay. And I don't know how much I got cut off there. Um, Basically, I'll just say it one more time. That they will see that the Jews are behind everything, and then they're in a conundrum of, oh my goodness, what do I do? Because my hero, Trump, is pro-Jew 100% all the way. Did I mention he gave Ivanka to the Jews, y'all? He should be in jail just for that. Such a fine example of our people, such a glorious unit of our example of our women, and he just cucked her away to the Jews like that. How horrible and pathetic. But that's the Cuckservative problem, is the Jews will, flatter Trump enough where Trump will keep flattering them. Anybody that flatters Trump, Trump flatters back. So as the Cuckservative pro-Trumpers see Trump flattering the Jews constantly, when they are faced with information by other based white people who are trying to wake them up to go, hey, you realize the Jews are the ones flooding our country with billions of non-whites and all these things, they will reject that information, or they'll accept it, but then they'll be in the conundrum of, what do I do now? Because my hero is in love with Jews and obeys their every anti-white whim. The pressure for them to never become a leftist by becoming anti-Trump will keep them in line with the Jews' commands. Even though they'll know at that point that they are basically obeying an enemy-occupied government, because of Trump, they will go ahead and fall in line anyway, like stormtroopers. You know what I mean? And it's embarrassing and sad, but that's the bottom line, is that will be the case. And John Doe continues on and he says, we put Trump in to fight the progressives because Republicans never stand up for themselves. Well, it's not they never stand up for themselves, it's that they are all leftists. They all work for one uniparty. I've explained before many times in other videos and other streams that, political theater is exactly that. It is no different than pro wrestling. You see Ric Flair and The Undertaker, and they're staring each other down in front of the crowd, and the crowd's screaming, going wild. And Ric Flair tells The Undertaker right to his face, this Thursday night, you're dead meat, punk, and all this, and they give each other the death stare for 10 minutes, and then they go backstage and they both get food at the same catering thing, and they both sit down at the same round table, and they have steak and wine and toast to a great show. And meanwhile, the Ric Flair fans are outside fist fighting in the parking lot with the Undertaker fans, really beating each other up, actually harming each other, actually having to go to the hospital and cost their children and family, doctor bills and money. Busted teeth knocked out, busted eye socket, black eyes, broken noses, and all the while, Ric Flair and The Undertaker are backstage having steak and wine together, toasting to a good show. That is what politics is. It's the same exact thing. It is no different whatsoever. It's the exact same thing. It's show a business. That's what it is. And so it isn't that Republicans are, like, you hear Cuckservatives all the time calling politicians out of touch, out of touch. Bull crap. There is no one more in touch with what they're doing every single day than a politician. Politicians are more in touch than any Cuckservative on the face of this earth. They're not ignorant. They're not stupid. They're not, what's the other one Cuckservatives call our enemy all the time? The enemy, militant politicians. They say, they do say incompetent, but there's some other word they use too to describe them sometimes. And none of those things are true. They are militant enemies against our people. They have no interest in ever trying to conserve any part of America. There's nothing conservative about Republicans, okay? If a person is let me explain what a conservative is, first of all, to set up the whole thing here. A conservative is someone who wants to conserve white Christian America, okay? If you are not trying to conserve, and this applies to you as well, who's listening, John Doe and anybody else listening, and anyone who ever hears this after the stream is over tonight and listens in later. If you, the listener, or any other person is not trying to conserve the Naturalization Act of 1790, that is our original America law, for who is allowed here, who belongs here, and who is natural here. If you are not trying to conserve the 1790 Naturalization Act, if you are not trying to conserve white Christian fascist America, then you are not a conservative whatsoever. You are not a conservative. You conserve nothing. You're a cuckservative, a republic cuck, a Jew-duped fool, but you are definitely not a conservative, because a conservative wants to conserve the original format of this country. This country was created by white Christians for white Christians, and it was created for white Christians only. It wasn't created to be an economic hub. It wasn't created to be a melting pot. It wasn't created to be an idea. All three of those bullshit descriptors are Jewish made-up lies. America was never created to be a melting pot. It was never created to be an economic zone only. And it was never created to be whatever the other one was I mentioned a moment ago, that Cuckservatives like to repeat, of Jewish nonsense. It was none of those. It was created to be our new Jerusalem. It was made to be our new promised land. It was created by our white Christian ancestors to have a new white Christian country where we did not have to be under the Catholic, Jewish controlled Catholic Church. Okay? That's literally what America was created for, by white Christians who escaped the Catholic Church that the Jews used to murder 50 to 60 million of our white people over a period of 1,260 years. The Catholic Church was so oppressive and so wicked and so evil because the Jews were in charge of it the whole time, slaughtering so many of our white people for any little thing left and right that they could get any opportunity to do so, that our own white Christians deem that these people are psychopaths that are in charge of our church. We need to escape this church and go to a whole nother land and start Christianity all over again, the way we know it's supposed to be, biblically, not the way these Jews have told us to. And they don't even know the Catholic Church is Jew controlled. They just knew that the Catholic Church was teaching heresy, and all the while, anything that disagreed with the Catholic Church's dogma, they would declare was heresy. So, the only way our white people saw out of the situation was to flee the entire world we knew and go to a whole new world, clear across the world's oceans to get to another country and start all over again. They didn't even know if this country was even over here. They just got out on the water and started going on a hope and a prayer that they'd find somewhere else. That's how bad the Jewish-controlled Catholic Church was treating our people. And so that's the whole reason America exists. And so to think that America, or to even entertain the idea that America is nothing, that America is anything other than a white Christian nation, is preposterous, absurd, un-American, and anti-white. And so, the whole point of Republicans not stand up to themselves is because they're not designed to stand up for us. They're not standing up for, they don't represent us, and they don't represent themselves. They represent what the Jews want them to do. And so when the Jews want us to have 10,000 new freaking Mexicans a day being flown in by jumbo jet, the Republicans vote along with the Democrats for that. And so when the left wants to create these new laws against white people where we can't criticize blacks or Islam or Jews or anyone because we're evil, scary R-word if we do, the Republicans vote for that, right along with all the leftists. Okay, there's nothing conservative about that. All right? And so what we have now, we have these new wave fake Republicans, these fake wannabe right-wingers that call themselves Republicans. They call themselves Republicans, or they call themselves conservatives, but what they're really trying to conserve is the new CivNat, third world invaded, Afro ball. See, that's the thing is Trump turds don't want to give up the blacks in their football. They don't want to give up blacks in their basketball. They love listening to that glory music be played while DeQuarius LaVon walks into the stadium and the camera is held all the way down at knee level, so it's looking way up at him, so he looks like this magnificent, glorious giant, a king, as he walks into the stadium. And they announce it. The white guy announces it on the thing, and DeQuarius LaVon has entered the stadium, and the camera's following him, looking up at him like he's this god for all the white children to admire and all the white men to discuss how many times he's caught the stupid ball and chased it down the grassy field, and how many times he's made it to the arbitrary point on the grassy field with the ball. And none of that is important. And all of it is useless to white people. And all it does is cuck white people. But that's what's being shown. And that's what Trump turders don't want to give up. That's what they want to conserve. They want to conserve Afro ball worshiping, nog noise listening to in their mutter truck. Freaking, that's what you see at every mudding event. You see Trump flag and you hear nog tunes blaring out of their freaking mutter trucks. And all the white girls booty dancing like they're worthless, bald nigger chicks. That's what they're all dancing like. Booty dancing, twerking. And guess what? Every one of them will do. Every one of them will end up cheating on their white boyfriend who will eventually be their husband. They will be sneaking around behind their white husband's back after they got white kids and everything. They'll be sneaking around behind his back eventually, screwing a black on the side. Why? Because their music taught them to, because their white boyfriend who watches them on basketball games and football every night taught them to, because their white boyfriend who plays their freaking nog noises every day taught them to. And guess what abortion's for? So the white girl can cheat on her boyfriend, her husband, whatever, go out with the girls one night at the bar, and she goes into the bathroom with a black dude and gets it on, and now she's pregnant. Uh-oh. And that's where the Jews come in. Hey, we got you, white girl. Just come on over here and abort that little thing so that nobody knows, and you can carry on with your life, and then you can keep screwing the blacks on the side, you know? And they know eventually one of these times they're not going to be able to abort it no more. Or they're going to mess up and think, oh, no, it surely isn't from that black guy I've been cheating on with. Surely it's actually from my hubby. And they'll end up having the thing and spitting it out, and it's not going to be like them. Now the family splits. Now the girl ends up being with the black. Now it's the Jews' wet dream. Exactly what they wanted. And so Republicans never vote against any of these things because it's not that they're not standing up for themselves or us. It's because they're not meant to stand up for us. They're meant to vote for all these things to fall into place. That is the plan. And you don't even get to run for any office, Republican or Democrat, unless you first sign the deal. It's not a deal, it's the deal. And you have to sign it. And it's called the deal. And it means the deal with AIPAC. And if you don't sign the deal with AIPAC, meaning you're going to put Jews' interests first, foremost, and always, and only, above Americans at all times, regardless of anything Americans wish. If you don't sign that deal with AIPAC, you don't even get to run for any office in any election. And that literally goes for if you want to run as a judge locally, or you want to run, and that's why judges all in lockstep do everything the Jews want, because you can't even run to be a judge unless you sign the deal. You can run as a judge, but you're not going to be selected. And anybody who wants to run for a major office doesn't even get to run. Remember when Ron Paul wouldn't even be mentioned on television, on Talmud Vision, on the news? Keep in mind, Ron Paul is a Freemason. He obeys the Jews. But because he didn't want to sign the deal with AIPAC, he still ran for office because he had money. He had some Freemasons who were willing to, politely support him as a fellow brother. But they already knew that he was doomed to never win or never be selected because he wasn't signing the deal with AIPAC. And because he refused to sign the deal with AIPAC, you never saw him on the news. All you saw was Bush versus Romney or whoever it was. Romney versus Obama. That's all you saw. And you wouldn't even see him on the roster. They would show other, and this so-and-so's got 6% of the vote. Oh, a measly 6% of the vote. And they would show the person and name them. Ron Paul was getting probably 30% of the American popular vote, if you really counted the votes, which Jews do not do. But if they really did, they would have probably saw, oh, wow, Ron Paul's got like 30% of the vote. But he wasn't even on the list. And because they make up all the percentages completely out of thin air on their own and all the vote numbers and everything, it's all made up completely out of thin air on their own. It's literally as 100% as much fiction as an episode of Star Trek. Okay, that's literally how much the election numbers, when they say, ooh, 80,000 votes, and oh, Trump won only by 8,000 votes in this one town, and oh, it's a swing state over here, blah, blah. It's all horseshit. It's all 100% Jewish fiction. The 80,000 this and 12,000 that, and it only won by 100,000 votes in this play. All of it's horseshit. It's all made up. Jews literally make up every number they tell you about that because they don't count Goyim votes. If you knew anything about the Jews at all, you would realize They absolutely do not give two shits what any white person votes in this country for anything. They have an agenda, they have a plan, and if you're not a part of the plan, you ain't down with the plan, then you don't get to be in office. That's it. And let's see what else John Doe had said here. He said, I noticed this when I was in my teens in the 90s. I saw them start making white kids unable to have pride. It would make them easier to control. Yes, absolutely. And we were bombarded in the 80s with all kinds of things. We were told that teen pregnancy was the biggest problem we had in America. And of course, by teen pregnancy, they meant white people pregnancy. They didn't mean black pregnancy. They certainly didn't mean non white invader pregnancy. We didn't have any non white invaders in our country at the time. So the only people that were here were white people, 92%, and blacks that were here in a percentage of probably 5% of the population. And the remaining 3 to 5, whatever percent, were 3 to 4% remaining were the rest of the non-whites, Vietnamese, Japanese, Indians or whatever. But we were 92% white all the way until 1991, and so the only thing we really had here was a handful of blacks in tiny little areas, totally contained away where we never had to deal with them or see them. And the only black you would ever see would be like Sammy Davis Jr. on television. That's it, or if you saw a group of blacks, it would be because you were watching National Geographic. And so, uh, when they told us that stuff back then, that teen pregnancy was the biggest problem in the whole world and all this crap, and we need to start wearing condoms and use contraceptives and all this stuff, and abstain from sex and all these things. All that was doing was tricking white people into thinking that we need to stop having children. And later on they trumpeted that even louder with saying we need to depopulate, the world has too many people. They didn't start off with that, though. They added that in later on after they got our kids warmed up to the idea. And once they got us warmed up to the idea, then they're like, yes, exactly. Teen pregnancy is a huge problem. Yes. Why? Oh, well, it's simple, because the world is overpopulating. So that is why your teen pregnancy is such a problem, because if you just keep having babies, we're going to have too many babies in the world. We're not going to be able to feed everybody, and the whole world's going to be, fall apart. And so that was the mantra that kept being pushed on white kids all through the 1980s and 90s. And thankfully, we were from, Generation X came from a more based white world. So we weren't constantly being influenced by Jewish liars on what you call it, the digital world, like the internet and smartphones and all these things. So we were actually interacting with our own white people regularly, and really nothing else. So it kept us in more of a protected based mentality, where we were shielded from the stupidity that's imposed on millennials and Gen Z and all that nowadays, because it just didn't exist yet. We didn't have the internet yet. We didn't have social media yet to brain rot everyone yet. And so we all grew up based. And so because we grew up that way, the door closed right behind us. It shut right behind Gen X. But because we grew up based, um, we we don't we didn't fall for all that crap so easily. So when they told us don't be having sex, teen pregnancy is the biggest problem in America, we still all hooked up with our girlfriends and everybody just like we wanted to. And we basically completely ignored the establishment and and so Gen X completely ignored all the commands of the government and had all the, sex that anybody wanted to back then. Um, but it was okay then because we were in an all white world. And again, there's no such thing as white people having to be married before they have sex and have kids. Okay. Um, that's a newfound, new age Schofield Bible concept. where they've basically tried to trick white people into believing, and they have successfully tricked white people into believing that the word fornication means sex out of wedlock, and that bastard and illegitimate child both apply to a child who has been born without their father present in the family. But none of that is true. There is no such thing as a pure-blooded white child who is a bastard or illegitimate. There's no such thing as that. The words bastard and illegitimate only apply to mixed-race children. White people did not ever have to get Jewish permission with a marriage permit. Any permit, anything called a permit, means Jewish permission. There was no such thing as a permit to get married back in the day, or a license. Okay, anything called a license nowadays, you just know that that means it's Jewish permission. That's what a license is. And until white people restore our country, that's what license and permit will always mean, until we re-seize control of our own destiny in our own countries. Once we seize control of our countries and destiny again, then we can go on using words like license and permit, and we will know that they are not nefarious Jewish theft anymore or Jewish permission anymore, that they are just actual, proper, upright white people making sure everything is safe for the other white people around you type of things. But for now, anything called a permit or a license is Jewish permission. And there was no such thing as that back then. All godly men had usually more than one wife, and most godly men also had concubines whom they also had sex with. So now, I'm not telling you that it's okay for all of us guys to go out and screw all the girls we want, even while we have a wife or any of that mess. I don't want you to take that from it. What I want you to take from what I'm explaining here is that we didn't need any say-so officially from some, quote, officials that declare that we are now officially married because we paid Jews $50 and got a piece of paper from them saying that they recognize that we're married. None of those things, right, existed. Whenever a white man in biblical times, a godly white man of the Bible in biblical times, mated with a white woman, that was his wife. Okay, so whoever you're having sex with regularly as a white man, that is your wife. That is your woman. All right, you lie with her, you strip yourself full naked with her, you are in full vulnerability with only her. That is your wife. And so we let me add one more point to this, that God, when he created white people, he told us in the beginning, he said, now multiply and fill the earth up with your kind. All right. He didn't say, now go ask permission from someone. Make sure you say some vows in front of one of their officials. Make sure you pay them some money. Make sure they give you a certificate where they acknowledge that you two are having sex nowadays. And once you've done all that, then start having sex and multiply like hotcakes and fill up the world with your babies. That's not what he said. Instead, he said, multiply. That means screw like jackrabbits and fill this whole earth up with my favorite creation, which is you. No mention of marriage license, no mention of Jewish permission, no mention of a marriage tax penalty. Whoever you're with, that's your woman, that's your wife. And so, knowing that, white children were shamed into not screwing like jackrabbits anymore. Before I move on in the chat to the rest of y'all's stuff, I want to stick with this topic for a little bit further. How many of y'all have watched 80s movies, 70s movies, movies from the 1980s, movies from the 1970s? How many of you folks have watched those movies and seen the confidence and the happiness portrayed by white people back then in those movies? the innocence and happiness and the excitement of what the future holds for them happened for each couple in these movies throughout the 1970s and 80s. Um, what you saw depicted in those movies in the 1970s and 1980s was really how America really did look and how white people really did interact with each other. The 1970s and 1980s movies and TV shows were a practically, I would say, a very accurate depiction of America and Americana and how white America operated. And so when you watch those movies and you see our young white people 17 and 16 falling in love in some movie, and then they're at the drive-in, theater where they can park their car and watch the movie in their car, and then they climb in the back seat and the movie ends with them having a happy night of hot action in the back of the car. That was our world. That's what's been taken from us. Our whole America, our whole world was just like it is depicted in the movies, those happy 70s and 80s movies. I lived it. Other people lived it. We know for a fact that is how America was. That is how white people lived. And I don't want to get even deeper off topic on this one subject part, but just to add to this even one more thing, that's why part of why automobile emissions started being demonized in the 70s, because Jews had the forethought to know that they needed to get rid of the drive-in theater. The drive-in theater was a place that produced millions of our white children. So many white teenagers got pregnant in the back seats of cars in the drive-in theaters that literally tens of millions of our white people were conceived in drive-in theaters. The drive-in theater was the Jews' largest nemesis in the 1960s through the 1980s. And so they needed drive-through theaters demonized and banned. But they couldn't demonize drive-through theaters because there was nothing wrong with them. There was nothing wrong with sitting in your car and watching a movie with your family or with your girlfriend or with your wife. There was nothing wrong with that. And there was no way for Jews to really turn it into something they could shame white people for, because after all, there was only white people living here then. There weren't non-whites in our country. Had non-whites been in our country back then, they could have perhaps said, look, you white people hog up the drive-in theaters and you don't let non-whites in your drive-in theaters, so we should just close them down since you guys are all being so discriminatory and all this against them. They could have tried some approach like that, but there were no non-whites in our country to shame white people about the drive-in theaters. So they had to come up with a long-term solution. What was the long-term solution? Demonize automotive engine emissions. And so they started way back then demonizing automotive engine emissions so that later on in the future they could say, look, drive-in theaters are massively wasteful. All these cars are running, spewing fumes into our air, ruining the quality of air in our world. And so it created it created an avenue for them to demonize. Finally, it created an avenue where they could finally demonize the innocent, harmless drive-in theater that was allowing tens of millions of white children to be conceived every year. And you may think that's a stretch of a story, but I promise you it isn't. The Jews think about exactly those things. Anything that helps produce white children is the nemesis of Jews. And so the drive-in theater, that was the number one white children producer of the 1960s through the 1980s. And it needed to be done away with, as far as the Jews were concerned, and that is why the carbon emissions thing actually ever came to be. Jews don't give a crap if some factory they own spews out gobs of freaking poisonous crap in the air all day out of its smokestack. They don't care if one of their factories they own dumps 1,000,000 gallons of freaking toxic substance into the Potomac River every year. They don't care. But they do care about your car sitting in the drive-through idling while you're making a white baby in the back seat. That's what they care about. So, and John Doe also said, never apologize for that. He also said the right doesn't understand that the left isn't playing by the same rules. That's absolutely true. Cuckservatives try to play by our Christian values, as the rules of engagement against our enemy. But what they don't realize is, the version of Christianity that they've been taught is not Christianity. It's Jewish, it's cucking to Judaism. And that's not Christianity at all. Christ didn't teach us to be cucked about the Jews. Christ called the Jews dogs, wolves, vipers, liars, thieves, hypocrites, children of the serpent, the synagogue of Satan. He told them their father was a murderer from the beginning, and he told them that they do their will of their father, the devil. Why would Christ say all of that to one race of creatures while he's going around every day telling white people to love each other as brothers? Christ was no Jew cuck, that's for sure. He knew exactly who they were. He knew they were imposters. He knew they were our arch enemies, and he called them out as so all the time. And he never taught white people to ever bow to the Jews for any reason at all. So, but Cuckservatives try to play by the new oxymoronic Judeo-Christian rules where they have to be nice all the time to their enemy. They have to be polite all the time. If their enemy attacks them, they have to let them attack them some more. They can't do anything back. And when you ask them why Jesus would have told you to buy a sword, they'll just shrug their shoulders. They won't know why, because it makes no sense when they're being told all the time to just turn the other cheek while the enemies take all your crap and destroy your country and rape your daughters and kill your wives and destroy your children and turn the other cheek. It's what Christ said. They don't seem to, they can't do context. They just cannot conceptualize context of scenarios. And, the few parts of the Bible they ever actually read, they take the figurative parts as literal, and then when they read literal parts, they take them as figurative, and so because of their cuckery, they misapply Christianity, and therefore they don't play by the type of rules they could be playing by, which would be way more effective against our enemy than the rules that they are actually using. And basically the rules they're using are, you can't do shit except sit here and be victimized by the non-whites and the Jews, and you have to just accept whatever accusations are thrown your way, and you have to just lose your country to them, and you have to just allow all your things to be stolen from you, and if you get beat up and beat to death or whatever, so be it. That's what you got to do for the altar of Christianity, Judeo-Christianity. And so, of course, that's a losing plan. It's a losing strategy, and it's designed for you to lose. That's why it was assigned or imposed onto the Judeo-Christian world, as they call it. And that's its goal, is for white people to continually lose more and more and more and more, and never do anything about it, because after all, that would be unchristian of them, And so I can understand why folks like John Doe hop in, or it wasn't John Doe. I apologize, John. It was Drubius, who had hopped in and was, saying things about, cucked Christians and things like that, allowing third world and all these things. And he's right. It is, but it's not real Christians. It's not real Christianity doing it. It's our people who've been duped into Judeo-Christianity, which is an oxymoron and completely contradictory to our true Christian faith. And so, yes, you will absolutely see Christians losing like hotcakes because that is what their what you call it, that is what their rules, like you were mentioning, their rules of engagement that were assigned to them by the Jews they're designed for them to lose, and so they will never win using those things. It's just like when you see the white people trying to rise up in Europe, trying to use the words racist and fascist and Nazi and call themselves indigenous and call themselves natives. You can't use that stuff. That's all their toys, And a leftist gun is not like a gun on a battlefield where your enemy drops the gun after you shot them and they fall down dead, and now you can run over there and grab their rifle, and by golly, it's got 20 rounds left in it, and you can shoot 20 more times with this thing. You got 20 free shells out of a gun to use. So it's just as good of a weapon for you once you've got it in your hands as it was for your enemy when it was in his hands. That's not how leftist terminology works. And that's also not how a lot of leftist rules of engagement work. The reason the leftist terminology doesn't work for us is it's not designed for us. Imagine the same scenario. You're shooting at some alien critter, and then you kill it somehow, and then it falls over dead, and you go over there and grab its weapon, but it's not made for human hands. It's made for some other weird shape, and you got no way to manipulate this thing, and you got no way to shoot its bullets or figure out, and if you do shoot it, you'll accidentally cause it to shoot you or something on accident, harm your own self with it, because it's not designed for you to use at all. It's literally only designed for their use. And so that is why using leftist terminology to try to use it back at them, called, no, you're the racist, no, you're the fascist, no, you're the Nazi, I'm not a racist, no, you're the racist. Or whenever you try to say things like, oh, they're trying to replace us indigenous people of Europe, or oh, they're trying to replace us native Europeans in Europe. All of that is counterproductive for our people to try to use. And you see the Europeans of our people over there in Europe using that crap all the time. And all they do is make themselves lose more and more and look like more and more idiots in front of all these stupid third worlders. I mean, the third worlders are literally laughing in their face. And it's because they don't use the correct rules of engagement, and they don't use the correct terminology in their words. And so they make themselves look like fools, who are like total suckers who are just going to keep losing, which is what they are. They're losing every day. And now we're no better. We're losing more every day over here too, but over there, they're really getting it in the neck. I mean, now they're not even allowed to speak out at all about anything the government's doing that they disagree with, or they go to freaking jail. Like they're really, really coming down on them over there, really nasty. So be very grateful, all of you who are listening in, who are in America. Make sure in your Sabbath prayers tonight, and I hope you already did your Sabbath prayers before this stream started, but if you haven't done them yet, when you leave this stream tonight, in your Sabbath prayers, make sure you do them. In your Sabbath prayers, say an additional prayer to the Lord. Itemize your gratefulness. And one of the things you should itemize to him that you are grateful for tonight in your Sabbath prayers, thank him for where he placed you in this world. Thank him for placing you in the United States, in our new Jerusalem. He could have placed you anywhere in the world. You could be in South Africa. He could have placed you in Brazil. There are white people born and raised and lived their whole life in Brazil. You could have been born in Russia. You could have been born in the Ukraine and be on the front line dying for Zelensky. Instead, God placed you here in the greatest place on earth. It's not as great as it used to be, but it's still the greatest place on earth. I definitely wouldn't want to live anywhere else. And let's move on for now. I don't want to beat that topic up too long. I kind of lost my place, so I'm having to scroll back down until I find it here. Apologize for the wait. Oh wow, I missed some people. I apologize that I missed some comments. Okay, maybe I didn't. Okay. John Doe said Trotsky tricked them really good. Yeah. And not just Trotsky. I mean, we've had so many people along the way who have duped our people, into believing fallacies about either our faith or our people or our countries, or about the non-whites, or about our Constitution and what it calls non-whites versus what it calls white people. John Doe said, I really appreciate you doing this channel. We need to wake up our brothers. The education system and media destroyed our unity. Well, I appreciate the kind comment. Thanks, sir. I did start this channel specifically because of frustration. And that is why all I ever started any of the channels I've had in the past, it's always been for the exact same reason, out of pure frustration, that there wasn't at least one YouTuber on all of the world's internet. There needed to be at least one person, I felt, on YouTube who is teaching every single thing the correct way. Not some of it and then the rest they're ass wrong about. And how could they even, it's so crazy how bad some YouTubers are. They'll be 100% spot on about every little facet of the main bulk of something about either our faith or our people or our country or whatever. But then on this one part that's also just as critical as the rest of everything, they'll completely be ass wrong, upside down, totally Jew duped, militantly closed-minded, will refuse any other information coming their way that debunks them easily about that point, and they will stand their ground on that one thing that they are utterly, completely ass wrong about. And that drove me bonkers because I liked a lot of different YouTubers back, at different times. It's been a different subject matter every time I've started a new channel. But each time, whether I was in legal versus law subject matter, whether I was in the flat earth debate, whether I was in the hoaxes, whether I was in the government, whether it was going to take us down or not, and then on to this channel now, which is, I decided that I was going to go just full blown everything, 100% everything, which is, the racial truth, our faith truth, our government truth, everything, all of it wide open. And I wouldn't have been capable of having a wide open channel like this all them years ago because I was still a baby truther learning my way up through those things. And it wasn't until I was in the middle of it was about 2015 or so. No, it was earlier than that because we were already doing the flat earth thing. So it was probably 2014 where we were arguing out the earth and all these things. And I had already, my first, it was my first, I guess I could call it. I usually say my first channel was my legal versus law channel, but really my first channel that I put real effort in was my Bible literal channel. And that channel was all about trying to uncuck our people from thinking that everything in the Bible was to be taken figurative speech, or taken figuratively instead of literally. I wanted people to start taking our Bible literally as it says. In other words, when creation says it was done in 6 days, 6 literal solar days, and the evening and the morning were a day, and the evening and the morning were a third day, and the evening and the morning were a fourth day. That doesn't mean thousands of years. It doesn't mean trillions of years. It doesn't mean any of that. It means an evening and a morning were a day, and the evening and the morning were the next day, and the evening and the morning were the next day. Excuse me. And so I was tired of watching Christians way back then. This was back in, gosh, probably 2010. I was so sick of watching Christians trying to kludge Jewish fiction of trillions of years and evolution and Big Bang and dinosaurs and outer space and all this imaginary garbage with our Bible. I knew the two could not be kludged together. I know they're diametrically opposed. I knew they were back then. And so that channel, when I started the channel Bible Literally, I started that to force our white people to accept the fact that our Bible is not speaking figuratively, it's speaking literally. And that we have a literal enemy, not a figurative enemy. We have a literal enemy, and that we have, literal boundaries that we're supposed to go by, not figurative ones, and all these things. And I did not push the racial aspect of it all the way back then because I had not learned about Christian identity at that point. And so, it would have only been, I could have started the pro-white channel about in the middle of the whole flat earth debate, about 2014 or so. I could have went ahead and started a pro-white channel then. But since I was already booming along with the channel I had, I decided I would just start introducing those truths on that channel. And I never went full bore with it, though. I was still like throttling how much truth I put out to people because I was worried about running people off. I was in that phase where I was like, man, I finally amassed a lot of people listening to what I'm trying to explain. I need to be very careful how I approach this now so I don't run off thousands of them, by, teaching them something that's too hardcore for them to absorb at this moment. And so it literally kept me, throttling my own self. And I had to repent of that. I had to sit down with our Holy Father one night and apologize that I was putting my own selfish concern of subscriber count and view count on videos above the truth being put out. And so that is when I started pushing harder on the channel with the Jewish question and all the things. And next thing you know, my channel was deleted. So, and I was purged on 3/3/2018, March 3rd, 2018. And I had multiple videos teaching our people about the number 33 and how they always do things on, the 33rd annual whatever of something, or on March 3rd, for example, anything that has to do with 2 3s. I explained to people that 23andMe really just means 2 3s and me. Anytime you see a 2 and a 3 together, like Michael Jordan's number was 23, that just means 2 3s. And that was them signaling to the world that they had put him in that place to give him all that fame and everything. Artificial prominence above the white people. And so anytime you see the numbers 2, 3 anywhere, it always means 33. When you see 23, it always means 33 because it means 2 3s. That's what it means. And so I have many videos showing how they hide 33 in plain sight. E3 and the gas station Rebel has an E and a 3, and the E is backwards of one of them to show you that the E's actually represent 3s. I've shown it numerous times with multiple companies. Walmart, the W and the M are both 3s. I had so many videos showing things like that. So it was funny that they deleted me on March 3rd to kind of give me the finger, And in the middle of that channel, though, about probably I'd say 2014, 2015, I could have at that point went full blown full-blown truth, pro-white, identity, everything. But I had not discovered the Christian Identity Church yet. And so once I discovered that in 2015, at the end of 2015, that literally it made every piece of the puzzle. I was holding multiple pieces. I had a lot of the puzzle put together. I was looking at the big picture and I could see the big picture. But I had a hole in this face over here, and I had a hole over here where there should be some water in the background. I had a hole over here where there should be some trees in the background, but there was a piece missing in each of those spots. And I had the pieces, and I was holding them in my hands, trying to figure out where each piece dropped in to where the whole picture would finally be complete. And when I discovered Christian identity, that is what explained everything, all in one shot. Every stumbling block, every seemingly dead end that I couldn't answer away, all fell perfectly into place once the Christian identity of our people, our real faith, the true Christianity, was introduced to me. And at that point, I had already, I hadn't lost my channel yet, but I was already starting to do more hoax videos again. I hadn't been doing them on that channel, but I decided to start doing them again because the hoaxes started ramping up back then during Obama time and all that. And so I started speaking out again on videos. I started doing whole videos about, Handy Sook and the Boston Marathon. And we had an entire campaign back then, y'all, for the ones of you who are newer truthers. We had a whole campaign back then that you should be aware of because it applies and will apply for the rest of your life. For every supposed horror story, staged event that's ever presented your way. Anytime you are shown a supposed disaster, a supposed attack on our people or whatever, not that they don't exist. Our people are attacked fairly regularly. But I'll start over. Even though our people do get attacked regularly, there are staged events that the Jews like to hold sometimes to dupe our people into one thing or another, believing one thing or another. Handy Sook being one of those, Boston Marathon being another one. The Trump assassination hoax was another one. And they give you clues. They give you some characteristics for clues every time. They'll always have a cohort wrangler. They'll always have, the cohort wrangler will always have a funny looking hat on, and he'll always be donned in an American flag as well. And he will always be looking after the well-being of the cast members who are pretending to be hurt victims in this staged disaster event. And I showed those things in my community posts. If you have not seen them, feel free to scroll back through my community posts to the day after the Trump assassination date, hoax date, and you will see that I have a community post there where I show the cohort wrangler and that he's wearing his funny hat, that he's donned in the American flag, and that he is looking after the well-being of the cast member that has supposedly been shot and killed. And that is the same theme you find at the Boston Marathon. That's the same theme you find at Handy Sook. That's the same theme you find at the school shooting that happened back then. I forget which one it was, but around that same time. It's the same theme that we saw at the Orlando, Florida gay club hoax shooting. Same thing every time. Cohort wrangler, funny looking hat on, looking after the cast members pretending to be injured people, donned in an American flag, walking past the camera over and over and over. So the camera sees him wearing his American flag, so the Americans' heartstrings are tugged. And I've also shown in videos in the past how there you can go to this website. You can go to it right now on another tab if you're on a computer. It's called crisiscast.com. crisis-cast.com. I had a whole video where I toured through that entire website and I read the different excerpts from the website, including the part where they brag about how they can provide up to 400. This is back in 2014 when I did that video. They can provide up to 400 actors fully rehearsed and trained to pretend to be injured victims, just passersby standing there watching, not knowing what's happening, police, EMTs, all fake, by the way, all pretending. They're saying that they can provide up to 400 actors who are well rehearsed and trained to pretend to be cops, SWAT team, EMTs, injured victims, innocent passersby or people just standing there watching. Media crew, fake media crew. Fake criminals who are supposedly causing the disaster. And so when you know those things exist, and you see that each one of these disasters just so happens to have a cohort wrangler perfectly in uniform, as they brag about on their website on crisis-cast.com. You can see on their website where they talk about the cohort wrangler and that they provide a cohort wrangler for every hyper-realistic live event that they stage. And they explain that the cohort wrangler is identifiable by his hat and that he looks after the cast, the cast members, the well-being of the cast members during the event. And that's exactly what he's for. He wears the funny hat so that any actor, any crisis actor in the event who needs to get his attention, like, oh crap, my prosthetic fake injured leg fell off, now people are going to see that it's fake or whatever. If they need to get their lead's attention for any reason, he's like the foreman for the crew. He's the foreman for the whole cast. So all they have to do is look for the guy wearing the funny hat decorated in the American flag. And when they see him, they'll know that's their guy that they need to get the attention of and notify that they have a problem. And so when I started these channels each time, it's because of frustration that our people are being manipulated by YouTubers who are steering them down the right road for a hot minute on one part of the subject, but then on another super critical part of the subject, they completely steer our people off the road and just right off the cliff, where all the progress they had made in their learning up to that point is all wasted and for nothing now because he just drove them right off the cliff and killed them all. And so now their knowledge is useless because they hit this crazy incorrect teaching from the same YouTuber, and now it conflicts with real truth, and they don't know how to combine the two together in reality because there's no way to combine lies and the truth in reality. You can do it by declaration, you can do it online, but you can't do it in reality, in the real world. The truth and lies just cannot mix in the real world. And so when they would try to, apply this knowledge that they have gained from the YouTuber that was correct with this totally incorrect knowledge that the YouTuber also provided them next in the sequence, it just derails them, or they do believe and accept and figure out a way in their mind to kludge the two together, and they continue on in total ignorance because. And this is just like the Cuckservatives. They continue on with their CivNat bullcrap. You know what I mean? Trying to welcome invaders. As long as they're on merit, they come here on merit. Or hiring Jorge because whatever. I don't want to be called. I don't want to be thought of as a rude asshole. Might as well hire Jorge. Save me a few bucks an hour. Whatever. It was just frustrating. It was just frustrating as hell that I couldn't find one YouTuber on all of YouTube who would say all the things the right way, that would teach all the right things, not 75% of it and then teach 25% completely ass wrong that contradicts the other 75%. That was pretty much every YouTuber I have freaking could ever find online. Little did I know there were some actual based white people online that I just had not ever found, but who were actually nailing every point, you know. But even they still had certain things that I would have that needed to be taught differently. A great example is Peter John Peters, Pastor Peter John Peters. Rest his soul, rest in peace, sir. God bless you to you. He did not keep Sabbath, you know, and so as great as he was for our people, teaching our people about our identity and that we are Israel. He never made the derp connection. Oh, yeah, duh, since we're Israel, we're supposed to be keeping Israel's holy day with God, not some other day. And somehow he never made that connection. But he otherwise was ultra based for our people and for our faith and for our proper faith, Christian identity. I never found him while he was alive. I didn't find him till he was already long passed away. But other examples, Pastor Dan Gayman of our only true white Israel church left in America, which keeps the Sabbath also like they should, which is the Church of Israel, Missouri. They were online for however long, but I didn't know about them. And they were teaching the proper truth. But then again, they think Trump is on our side. So even though we have our most perfect church, that is the most perfect church in all of America, is the Church of Israel, Missouri, because they are a white identity, Christian identity church, and they keep Sabbath knowing we are Israel. So they are the most perfect church in all of America. There is no church in America that is more perfect, that pleases our God more than the Church of Israel, Missouri. And so if you're ever compelled to donate, to tithe to God, but you don't have a place you can trust to give money to, donate to the Church of Israel, Missouri, to Pastor Dan Gayman's church. That is the last final true church of our people in this entire country of ours. And they do keep the Sabbath like our God commands. They keep all 10 commandments, not 9 like the rest of our cucked Christianity does. So that's who I donate to when I want to donate to a church. That's who I donate to. And I highly suggest that any of you who are compelled to donate to anywhere, especially a church, like let's say you donate to, a buddy here and there and stuff and whatever, but you feel like you need a deeper connection to somewhere and you don't have a church, but you feel like you want to help churchgoers of our people, proper churchgoers of our people learning our actual truth, people who will actually teach their children the real truth of our people and our faith and our country. And if you feel compelled to help those people of ours, the most important people of ours, of all of our people who exist, that would be the place to donate to, would be the Church of Israel, Missouri. Let me get back in the chat here. Sebastian 2 is here. Y'all, hello, Sebastian. God bless you for joining in and welcome and happy Sabbath to you. And I hope that you had a very Merry Christmas. And he said, I'm for white well-being, Western kind, Western civilization, for fellow white Christians and colored Christians. Well, that's the other thing, is there is no such thing as colored Christians. And so that is another problem our white people have is, our faith is only for our race. It's called the white man's religion for that exact reason. It's not meant for any non-white races to be a part of. And I actually covered this earlier in the stream, probably way before you got here, though. It was in like the first hour of the stream, I covered exactly this topic. And the thing is, God created all of the other um, God created all of the other religions and assigned those to the other races that he created. So he created Hinduism and he created all the gods of Hinduism and gave them to the dots. He created the 120 or 140, whatever it is, voodoo gods and assigned them to the blacks. And those religions are for those races. They are not meant for them to abandon those religions eventually and come to the white man's religion. No, God created those religions for them to stay among their own kind and have their own gods to worship in their own lands among their own kind. And it wouldn't have been prudent for God to have created a white God for a race of blacks. Okay. And Jesus Christ is a blonde haired, blue eyed white man. He's not a Jew. Jews are not Israelites. Only white people are Israelites. Only white people are Adam kind, who descend from Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, Adam being white man, man who can blush, Hebrew word H119, and Eve, made from his body, thus flesh of his flesh, only produced white babies, just like all white couples can only produce. If they had produced 300 babies, all 300 of them would be white. White couples cannot produce Arabs, they cannot produce dots, they cannot produce Indians, they cannot produce blacks. So the white race descends from Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve are the parents of mankind. White people are mankind. Non-whites are beasts. And God assigned the beasts their own religions. And we are not to, when God said to spread our gospel to all the world, he was meaning to all of the white people who had already diasporaed all over the world and spread themselves to Northern Europe and Western Europe and even to Asia. The oldest bodies ever found in Asia are green-eyed, blonde, and red-haired white men. So that is what what Christ meant when he told his disciples to spread the gospel to all the world. He didn't mean to all the world's non-whites. He meant all the world, meaning all the world's mankind, white people, Adam and Eve's descendants, Israel. And that's the only thing he was sent here for. If you read Matthew 15:24, you'll see where Christ said out of his own mouth that he was not sent here to save anyone other than the children of the house of Israel. That is literally Christ saying out of his own mouth, I was not sent for anyone but for the white people. I was only sent here to save the white people. That is exactly what Matthew 15, verse 24 says. That is exactly what Jesus Christ said himself. So, there is no such thing as colored Christians. They believe in, they in their heart of hearts desire that Jesus is black if they're blacks. If you go to any black church, they literally call themselves the Israelites, and they call white people the Edomites, the descendants of Esau, knowing that Jews are actually, they actually do know that Jews are the descendants of Esau, but they call white people that because they envy us and they want to use us as their enemy. So they knowingly, purposely, incorrectly call white people the Edomites and Esau, for meaning Edomites also, because the descendants of Esau are Edomites. And so when you go through YouTube, I don't know if you've ever watched my Training Day Part 2 video, but it was my Training Day Part 1 video. In Training Day Part 1, which is on YouTube, I take us through YouTube and I show you where all the blacks talk about white people and call us Edomites and call us Esau and call us, sometimes they call us Japhethites, but really most of the time they love calling us Edom or Edomites or Esau. And that's because they know that is the enemies of God and Christ and Israel in our holy Bibles. And if white people only understood that Esau's descendants, Edomites, are the Jews, then they would actually realize who the dang enemy is in our Bible. Blacks can figure it out, but white people are like, derp, derp, and they freaking refuse to accept it. But the blacks have been knowing that Esau is and his seed, the Edomites, are the enemies of God, Christ, and all of Israel for decades now. And so they teach themselves in all of their black churches that white people are the enemies of God, Christ, and Israel by being the Edomites, and that they are Israel. And they teach that the mad scientist that they call Jacob, which that is supposed to mean Jacob, that he was a mad scientist black guy who decided to keep killing off the darker skinned black kids until he created the white race. And he would only keep and allow to live in his community the lightest skinned of the blacks. And he kept doing that and doing basically eugenics until he got the white race out of the deal. And so that is what they teach themselves. They also teach themselves that there is a gigantic UFO in the sky called the mother wheel. And they also call it the wheel for short sometimes. But the mother wheel, they declare, and they teach, all the blacks teach themselves this in their churches, that that inside this giant UFO that hovers over America are 60,000. They have that number. They say that number. They say there are 60,000 high-tech scientific black geniuses that live on this mother wheel, and that they are watching America at all times from the sky in this giant UFO, the mother wheel. And that at some point, when they deem it's time, they are going to attack all the white countries and destroy all the white people and call all of the Kangs up into the giant mother wheel. And that is really what blacks teach themselves. That is not me making anything up or exaggerating. That is the way blacks teach themselves. And so there are no such things as colored Christians. I'm sorry I had to say that to you. But yeah, now you know. And he also said, Trump's the lesser of two evils. Well, yes, that is the typical thing you hear from Republicans who vote for Republicans who openly are not planning on doing anything pro-America for white people or America. They will always default to that exact reasoning that, well, Trump's the lesser of two evils. Or, well, whoever I picked, the Republican is the lesser of two evils. And, it's on its surface, it looks like a pretty good, position. But let's look at it from a different situation. Imagine you're sitting at a table and you're presented two bottles, and one bottle is full of diarrhea and the other bottle is full of poison. And it says poison right on the bottle, and it says this stuff will kill you or make you sick as hell if you take one sip of it. Now, you've got two bottles there to choose from. One is full of diarrhea, one is clearly full of poison. Which one do you drink? I declare I'm not going to drink either one, because I could care less if the diarrhea is less poisonous than the poison. I'm not drinking diarrhea. I don't care. I don't care if it's less poisonous than 100 different poisons. I'm not drinking it. It's diarrhea. And so when you're presented two evils, the decision is you don't choose either one. You don't participate. That's what you do when you're presented two bottles of evil, a bottle of diarrhea and a bottle of poison. You choose to swallow neither. That's just my position. Feel free to swallow the bottle of diarrhea if you so choose. John Doe said, and I don't mean that in a facetious way. I mean, literally, if that's your goal, or if that's if that's what makes you happy and you think that's working toward your benefit, then, give it a shot and see if it does, I guess. But I know it's not going to benefit me to drink either out of either bottle, so I personally don't participate. And that way, later on, when Trump or whoever does do things against white people's wishes, I'm not one of the people sitting there having to be like, oh, crap, I was duped, you know. Instead, I already knew. I already knew what was going to happen. I already knew he wasn't going to be put in office unless he agreed to obey the Jews' every anti-white whim. So I already know that there's no hero. I already know that there's no way for us to vote our way out of this while we kick our feet up on the desk and let somebody else drive the boat and get us out of here into safety. No, it's not going to happen. We're going to have a race war. The Jews will see to it. And it may not pop off all the way to a full-blown like the purge or whatever, but every single day, white people's numbers are being diminished by non-whites. Every single day, white women are raped and killed. Every single day, white children are murdered. Every single day, white elderly people of ours are slaughtered by non-whites. Every single day, 1, 2, 10, 20, 12, 4, 8, 16, 84, 148, 212, 5, 7, 12. Every day, every hour. We're only 8% of the world's population. We cannot just keep losing 10 and 50 and 200 and 12 and 7 and 85 and 41 and 16 and 12 and 75 every day to non-whites existing in our countries, which is exactly what's happening. And Trump, the bottle of diarrhea, hired non-whites to flood our country with more non-whites. And so that's what the topic of this stream was for tonight. John Doe said, removing the quote system was the worst thing the Jew did to us. Happy Sabbath to you, brother. Yeah, Trump letting a Jew in his bloodline is shameful. It really is. It's more than letting a Jew in his bloodline. Hit all of his grandchildren from her will be Jewish now. And he brags about it, or they are. They already been born. She already spit them out. So Trump goes around bragging about how he has Jewish grandchildren. Now, keep in mind, Ivanka had to denounce Jesus Christ to marry into a Jewish family. I hope y'all realize that. She had to denounce Jesus Christ and not just some simple, oh, I denounce Jesus Christ. No, 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 no. The Jews make sure that when a white person ruins themselves forever by denouncing Jesus Christ, that they make sure that they have to word it every which way. So I guarantee you the spiel they made her say was that Jesus was, they probably made her recite the Toldot Yeshu. You know, that's probably what they made her do. They probably made her recite the Toldot Yeshu and say that she swears and believes with all her heart that Jesus was not the Son of God, that he was a bastard son of a menstruant and a hooker and a freaking Roman soldier. And that's the Jewish story of Jesus called the Toldot Yeshu. Look it up. And so that's what she had to say. And I guarantee you they made her word it every which way where there's no misconstruing when she gets to heaven and faces God and faces judgment and say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize what I was saying. No, there's no way she didn't know what she was saying because they make sure that you say it every which way possible so there's no confusion, that you absolutely know that you are denouncing the Jesus Christ of the Holy Bible as the not being the Son of God. And Ivanka did that to be married to Jared Kushner, who Trump conservatives hate, but somehow that he gets a free pass, allowing Jared Kushner to be his son-in-law, his favorite son-in-law that he loves saying that about. John Doe said, or no, Sebastian said, you broke up there. Stay white. Yeah, I did a couple times. I saw that my lost connection there. Sorry about that, y'all. John Doe said the conservatives have been asleep so long they didn't realize how bad it had become on the street level for regular white folks. Well, I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of conservatives who are just so isolated in their own little world that they really, truly didn't know that whites are out being attacked like hotcakes all over the place. Perhaps the ones that live out in rural areas, out in the middle of nowhere in Idaho or somewhere. But if you're if you're involved at all online, you know, it would be really hard to not know that that was happening. I mean, literally, there were millions of videos posted about us being attacked every day, all over the place like hotcakes, the entire time. They even made a Cuckservative joking name for it called the Summer of Love, which was the stupidest thing you'd ever want to call a massacre, one of the largest massacres of white people ever, nationwide, on top of it all. Sebastian said, we got no one representing our white Christian people. Correct. We do not. And so that is why, when they all talk about, we Jews have no representation. That's why we need to have a Jew in your government because we have no representation. Well, we have no representation. What we were supposed to tell all these non-whites all along and Jews all along is, motherfucker, you're not supposed to have representation in our white Christian country. You're a foreigner. You're an invader. You're a non-white. You don't belong here. So of course you don't have any of your people in or your kind in our government as representation for you because you don't belong here. So you don't belong. None of you belong in our government ever. That's what we were supposed to tell them. And instead we're like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I guess we'll let you be a blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, they're hiring only their own kind. And hire only and appoint only Shabbos Goy Freemasons who will obey their every anti-white Judaism whim. And that's why you cannot have non-whites in your country. You cannot have Jews in your country. You cannot have them in your government. Because that's what happens almost overnight. John Doe said, that's what I keep saying. They claim whites have representation, but not a single politician is even allowed to support the white population. Exactly, sir. That's exactly correct. You'll never hear Trump say white people. You can forget about that shit. When it comes to lowest black unemployment, oh, shit, man. He'll scream that at every rally, and all the Trump turds are, woo, cheering him on. Lowest black unemployment, which, by the way, every time he says lowest black unemployment in the history of our country, what he's saying exactly there to you is highest white unemployment in the history of our country, highest diversity hiring in the history of our country. Do you want our country to be full of nothing but diversity hiring? No, right? Because you're not stupid, right? I hope not. And do you want the highest white unemployment ever in the history of our country to exist? No, right? Well, guess what? That's what lowest black unemployment is highest white unemployment. You don't magically have lowest white unemployment and also have lowest invader unemployment. Remember, he loves bragging about lowest Hispanic unemployment, Latino as he calls it, lowest Latino unemployment ever in the history of our country. Well, guess what that means? Y'all, that means highest diversity hiring ever in the history of our country. Highest white unemployment in the history of our country. That's what that means. For every black that has a job, for every non-white in our country that has a job, that is a job that was taken away from a white person. Every single job that a non-white has in our country was taken from a white person to give them. It was not a job sitting around that whites didn't want to do. It wasn't a job sitting around that all the white folks are busy working and we got no one to fill this spot. No. Millions of white men qualified for anything and everything in this country are sitting at home twiddling their freaking thumbs right now while worthless niggers and fucking spics and Jews and all the other manner of worthless beasts that have invaded our country are filling up our job, are taking up the jobs. Okay, and we don't have to care what anybody says about us back, calling us bigots or evil or any of that. F them, okay? Our jobs and our country are being taken from us right out of our hands. And the only people who are ever going to do anything about it or ever say anything about it is going to be white people. So if we white people don't say something and do something about it, nothing will ever get done about it. And we're fucking doomed. That's it. And so the bottom line of it all is there has to be people like me on YouTube pushing the full truth all the way, unapologetically. No cuckery whatsoever. 0.00% cuckery. None. If you're a non-white, you don't fucking belong in our country. That's the bottom line. I don't want to hear any excuses. They've been here. They're good. They don't do it. I don't want to hear any excuse. If you're a non-white, you do not belong in our country. Period. Dot. There is no excuse. There's no reason. There is no anything. Every non-white knows that they are in our country at white people's expense. So there is no such thing as a based colored in our country. There's no such thing as a based non-white invader in our country. There's no such thing as a secular Jew. There's no such thing as a non-Zionist Jew or a Jew who's against the Zionist agenda. There are only two types of Jews: Jews who are Zionists and Jews who pretend that they are not. The full truth has to come out now. It has to be out. It has to be said. And it has to be said by someone like me, because you're never going to get a shekeler to tell you, because they don't want to lose their shekels. They don't want their video to get demonetized. Oh, God forbid they don't get to make their $400 for the day off the video of the new hole that the little Jewish boat that they refused to mention shot into our boat today. They're always more worried about being demonetized than they are about the truth that they're supposedly bringing you in the video. The full truth has to be out now. Period. Dot. That's the bottom line. The full truth has to come out. It has to be out. It has to become mainstream. And it's not going to come out and become mainstream with pussyfooters and cuckservatives and Judeo-Christian oxymoron stuff. It's not going to come out. The only way it's going to come out is if based white people speak the real truth to the other white people who are still cucked. Basically, we are doing the work of Christ's disciples. We are spreading the gospel among our people. Christ told us, spread the gospel among our people. That's what we're doing. And just like the years of yesteryear, we have the Jews trying to block us from doing so, actively preventing us from doing so, actively shaming us when they see us doing so. The same story that was happening during Christ's time, walking the earth as a man. Sebastian, 2, said, we sadly live in an anti-white world. The anti-white narrative, anti-whiteism, and the victimization of Western kind. Yes, that is the new fad that the Jews have promoted across the world, is for white people to hate their own selves and for everyone else to cheer them on to hating themselves. And for all the non-whites to just kick us while we're down. Erase the Bagels had a laugh. And Sebastian said, I stopped watching WWF way back in 2003 and I don't watch politics anymore. He also said, I don't even watch TV or any of the face anti-white news. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't bother. Oh, fake, he meant. The fake anti-white news. And so I agree 100%. I don't either. Other than to just hear their little, once in a while, I'll tune into something to figure out what their talking points against us are, obviously, so that I know how to combat their newest things. But the only other things I really check out on the news are like the black activities and things like that, so that I can report those things on community posts. But yeah, absolutely true. And Sebastian also said, only truth you'll find is on BitChute and Rumble. Well, there's plenty of truth here on YouTube, and not just at my channel. I mean, you have Chaplain Bob, you have the Big Sib, the Big Sib, SIB, the Big Sib, SIB. Um, you have If Americans Only Knew. That's a good channel. Teaches truth about the Jays. You have Zionist Watch or Zionist Report. I think it's called Zionist Watch. That one's an excellent one. You have all of the Christian identity pastors. There are millions and millions of hours of Christian identity sermons on YouTube available for your consumption any old time. And they will provide you all of the necessary information. Between my channel and all of their sermons, you will easily know all of what is going on truth-wise about, the world and our faith and how it all applies to reality. And Sebastian also said, gotta be a white Christian nationalist who stands up for our people, culture, and identity. That's exactly right. That is what we have to, on YouTube. The problem with these guys, the reason they won't push so hard like I'm pushing is because they have to toe the line, or they're afraid that they'll either be doxxed or they'll be maybe not doxxed, but like what you call it, they'll be deplatformed. That's what I was trying to, they try to make a name for themselves and become famous, right? So once they're famous, like a Nick Fuentes or a Mark Dice or whoever, if they were to ever start up a new channel after they've been deleted, they would be deleted again right away. They would be blocked. And they know this because they've already made themselves famous. They've already made their image be shown out in the world. They already have their name and a brand now that's attached to their image and their name. And so if they were to try to start up a new channel, YouTube would recognize their face and recognize their name. Even if they changed it, they would recognize by face and everything who the person really is, and they would delete the new channel. And so basically these YouTubers who've been determined to become famous, make a name for themselves, have put themselves in that conundrum where they cannot speak the truth all the way, or their entire career goes down the toilet. And that goes for even the ones who don't get paid by Jays. Like, that applies to ones that are just regular old YouTubers that aren't getting paid by the Dreidel Wire or, the Daily Cucker or any of those. And so it has to be YouTubers like myself who have purposely not tried to make a name for their own self, and who have what was the word I was trying to say there? Purposely, that was the word I was trying to come up with. Who have purposely stayed anonymous through their entire YouTubing spectrum. And that is what I've done. I've stayed that way in all my other channels. I was the same way. I stayed anonymous. I didn't try to build fame or name for myself. I didn't try to get my image out there for anybody. And I'm not actually a terrible looking person. I mean, I'd probably have, a few fans if I were to show myself on camera. But that is not what I'm on YouTube for. I'm on YouTube for the truth. I'm trying to use YouTube, like all the other truthers are, as a tool to reach our people as fast as possible, to reach as many of our people as fast as possible as I can. And, even though I've been sloth in the last year or so about making videos and stuff, it's mostly been because I've pretty much already said everything that needs to be said. Everything that needs to be said has already been said on my channel, whether it's been in a live stream or on a video. So if one wanted to know the whole truth about every single thing, all they'd really have to do is just listen to all my videos and all of my streams, and then you wouldn't need to listen to every single bit of all of it to have all the info. It's just that I'm only saying it that way because it's all, scattered in different pieces and different videos and different streams. And so you would probably have to listen to, you know, a fairly decent collection of it to get the whole point and the whole picture. But um, just on my channel, I cover everything. I cover everything from Adam and Eve creation all the way to right now and everything in between. And I've already covered most all of it. And granted, that's not to say that there isn't going to be a million questions people could come up with. Yeah, what about this or what about that or whatever that I haven't covered before. But the bottom line, main gist, real deal, Holyfield, big picture of it all has already all been covered and discussed in detail more than once on my channel. And then you have all the Christian identity pastors who do the same thing. You have the Christian identity, not necessarily pastors, but other people who are Christian identity YouTubers like Chaplain Bob and uh, whoever else, whoever else is a part of the whole Christian identity awakening. Um, so yeah, let's see what else is in the chat here. Sebastian said, yeah, he says many good points. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, North America. We trust our Savior, Jesus Christ. Okay, so he mentioned the Mormons. Okay. There will definitely be many Mormons in heaven, just so you all know. There will be a lot of Mormons there. In fact, there will be so many Mormons there, it'll probably shock most Christian identity people because Mormonism actually is Christian identity without people realizing it and without even Mormons realizing it, actually. Because Mormons are all white people and they don't really ever think about it in racial terms since all they ever see and interact with are white people in their faith. They don't ever consider, they don't even think about colors as part of their, it never even crosses their mind. It's not that they disregard non-whites as not existing. It's just they just don't exist. And in the Mormons' world, they are all they surround themselves with their own white Mormons all the time. Kind of like how Amish are. They know that blacks exist. They know Puerto Ricans exist. They've never seen a Puerto Rican probably, but they've heard of it. They've heard of Asians. They've heard of, Indians and different things, but they don't interact with any. And it's never a part of their faith. It's never a part of their Christian identity. And so Mormons are very much the same way. They are always surrounded mainly only by white people. And so as far as a Mormon is concerned, they are Israelites. And the Mormon church does teach that their members are Israelites. Now, they may still mistakenly teach that Jews are Jews and are part of Israel or whatever. And that would be wrong if they teach that. But they do teach that the Mormons themselves, white people, which are the Mormons, are Israelites. They do teach that. And that matters because a lot of our Baptist churches and Assembly of God churches and Pentecostal churches and Lutheran and Presbyterian church and Jehovah's Witness, a lot of those churches do not stress the fact and teach the fact to their white congregations that we are Israel. And most of them only talk about Jews being Israel, and that basically no one else is, And so that is a bummer and a huge speed bump in our way that our own white Christian churches, who even teach that white people are Israel, will still also be accidentally or mistakenly teaching white people that Jews are Israelites also. Huge bummer on that part, but at least the Mormons teach that white people are Israelites, and they teach our white people that they are. And I do appreciate them greatly for that. Erase the Bagels said neocons. Yes, we have gobs of those. Practically the entire, and well, all of the Republican Party. Sebastian said, going free from the anti-white narrative. Yes. I don't follow the white guilt guy. He's too full of himself and he thinks way too highly of himself. And his ego is far ahead of his actual status. And so because of his big headedness, which isn't even warranted, I mean, I can't follow his I can't watch his videos. I've gotten through a couple of them. I made myself watch one a while back, and then I made myself watch another one a few days later, and I just can't stomach his false sense of ego. He's a try too hard, you know what I mean? But not in a good way. He's like try too hard in a bad way. He tries to make himself be thought of by others as and some alpha male, awesome. You know, he's always talking about himself like he's a badass. I literally heard him say he walks on water. And he said it twice. He doubled down and said, I literally walk on water. Like he really thinks highly of himself. And it's funny because in 10 minutes later, he's crying about how he can't get a woman and how women must not be attracted to his masculine features. It's like, no, dude, they're not attracted to you because you're a poser. You know, you act like you're tough. You talk like you're going to beat the shit. He's saying it all the time. He's always in one of his videos, the two I watched, every few minutes, he was talking about somebody he was mad about. And he's like, oh, I felt like pulling a guy out of the car, beating the shit out of him. It's like, dude, you couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag, bro. The dude's literally never been in a fight in his life. You can tell, because anyone's ever been in a fight in their life doesn't talk like that, and they don't talk themselves up like that dude does, and they don't take financial gifts from women. So, yeah, I don't prescribe to that dude, but as far as the anti-white being against anti-white stuff, yes, of course, I agree with him on that obvious point. You know. Sebastian said, I only watch hockey. Okay, well, that's good. I mean, it's obviously better than watching Afro ball. Afro ball should be absolutely forbidden for our people to watch. You should self-forbid yourself from watching anything that has blacks in it ever. As do I. And you know, the more of our people that we uncuck from that, the better, because when our people are watching blacks and admiring blacks on a TV, your little white children are sitting there watching you admire those blacks. And what are they going to learn to grow up to do? Admire freaking blacks, worthless freaking dung hutters that do nothing at all for white people, that have no benefit for white people. They're nothing but a huge, massive problem for white people. And what are you doing? You're sitting there watching Afro ball in front of the children. You're watching not you, but cucks who do, watching Afro ball in front of their girlfriend. And then they wonder why their girlfriend gets caught cheating on them with a black 3 years down the road. Well, it's because you're honoring blacks all day, every day, watching them in Afro ball, listening to their stupid noises you call music. Of course your girl's going to leave you for a black, because all you're telling your girl over and over again by listening to their music and watching their sports and worrying about how many RBIs or how many rushing yards or how many freaking touchdowns or how many interceptions they've done, you're teaching them that they're who's special. There's who is higher than you are. They are who are better than white people. They are kangs. That's what you're teaching them. You're teaching your girl that. You're teaching your children that, if you're a cuck who will watch that kind of garbage. And until we have an all-white world again, where all of our sports are 100% white people again, watching sports is cuckery. Look what happened when they introduced one black to hockey. He killed a guy on purpose. He killed a white man. They told him, the Jews told him, go out there on the field or go out there on the rink and cut the throat of yourself, any white guy you want, and we will make sure that the white hockey fans kiss your ass and don't demand you go to prison for it. And that's exactly what happened. He went out on the rink, purposely cut a dude's throat with his freaking shoe. First hockey player ever in history to do so. Millions of white guys playing hockey for billions of collective hours. Never, ever once does a white guy ever do it to another white guy, but this one nigger goes out on the rink one time and does it immediately. And what happened at his next game? The entire fucking stadium of white people stood up and gave him a standing ovation for murdering a white person on the rink the last game he had played. They gave him a standing ovation, bro. And so once you see that shit happening, it's time to turn the hockey off too, brother. I'm not saying it's going to happen every time you watch hockey, there'll be a nigger on there playing hockey. But I'm just saying, as they introduce more niggers in and as it becomes a thing, when niggers are playing hockey, you're going to have to let that shit go, bro. Just like the football fans had to let it go when it became niggers in football, and just like the basketball cucks had to let it go and it became freaking Afro ball for the blacks. It has to be released. You gotta let it go once the blacks are once it is handed over to the blacks. Right now, they are feverishly trying to get more blacks into NASCAR. If you watch NASCAR, any of you listening, once blacks are in NASCAR like hotcakes, you're gonna have to shed that shit. That's just the bottom line. And of course, exactly, just like everywhere they bring a black, what's the first thing they did when they put a black in NASCAR? They had a race hoax against the white people to shame the white people. So what did all the white people do the next race when he came out? After he just got done accusing all the NASCAR race white people fans of being racist, assholes, which was a total lie, by the way. It was all staged, rigged thing, whatever, just to shame white people. So after he shames all the white NASCAR fans, tells them they're all racist pieces of shit, what does he do? He comes out the next race. What do white people do? They give him a standing ovation. Just like the freaking nigger who killed the guy on the hockey rink. They gave him a standing ovation. That is why we cannot allow any non-whites into our country. Even our men cuck to them. Our women cuck to them sexually. Our men cuck to them with sports and with music. You wouldn't believe how many guitar cucks care about Jimi Hendrix, a dung hutter who would have never even known what a guitar looks like had it not been for white people. Would have never saw a string instrument. Wouldn't have known an F from an A, from a G, from a B flat, had it not been for white people. And you see these guitar cucks, man, they worship that idiot. Look at the tough guy white guys that are into MMA and whatever, MMA fighting and all that crap. Man, they cuck the blacks so hard. Listen to Joe Rogan, man. You ain't ever met a guy that would cuck the blacks harder than Joe Rogan. Oh, man, he'll talk about their muscle tone, and he'll like get all almost like he's gay for him. He'll get into all these like details about their body. Oh man, that guy's glutes are just massive. Oh dude, his body's, you ever seen his pecs? His pecs, man, you could crush a pear in between them. I mean, literally a guy like overly notices, way more than a grown man should be noticing other dudes, But they get to this point of where they think alpha maleism is also being able to admire other men's bodies and strength and all this crazy. Nothing alpha about that crap. That's called cuckery. But you'd never convince them of that. They think that they're being confident in their masculinity and that they're confident enough in their own masculinity that they can compliment another man, another powerful man. But really, they're talking about a nog the whole time. God, they're just as embarrassing as the rest of them. And then you have the ones, so you got the sports cucks, you got the fighter cucks, you got the fucking, what was the other one? And then you got the Christian cucks who are welcoming into our churches. The musician cucks. Yeah, you got the musician cucks. I mean, white men cuck just as bad about the non-whites as, especially blacks, as our females will. you know, and our females wouldn't be that way about blacks if white men wouldn't cuck about blacks. You know, our white women used to not be cucked about blacks at all. Our white women 50 years ago wouldn't have came within 20 feet of a black. They wouldn't let a black touch them with a 20-foot pole. And by the way, our white people, after having any contact, I don't mean sexual, that would put you to death, but I'm talking about regular contact with any non-white. If you read in Genesis, we were not supposed to be around the rest of our white people for an entire 48 hours. If you mingled around any non-white, you were considered unclean for 48 hours. It's called until the even. That means until the even, the second day. So for 48 hours after you interacted with a non-white back in biblical Genesis times, Leviticus times, all that era of time, you would have been commanded to be quarantined away from all the other white people for 48 hours. And the reason why is because if you caught some kind of monkeypox from them, we didn't want you bringing it and infecting the rest of the white people in our congregation. So you had to stay away from the rest of the white people for 48 hours to see if symptoms of any kind of monkeypox would pop up in you. And if they did, then you had to stay quarantined away from the white people until you were considered clean again. Now, knowing that, and knowing that that's the rules for Israel, now imagine how unclean all of us are considered, considering everywhere we go, we interact with non-whites every freaking day. We're all considered unclean to our own ancestors. Sebastian said, I can't stand the anti-white, non-white sports. Yeah, me either. They're not sports anymore. They're just Afro ball. They're just Afro glory. They literally just follow non-whites around with cameras and talk about them like they're Elvis. You know, I mentioned it earlier, might not have been here, but every time some random worthless nog that plays on some ball team walks into the stadium, they have a camera guy follow him. And they always put the camera all the way down almost at the floor by like knee height, you know, where it's got to look way up and makes the black look really tall, like super massive, you know, and it makes it look like you're this puny white person looking up way up at this big giant black guy. And as he walks through, they play this glory music, this like gladiator music. And they say, Dequarius Levon just entered the stadium. And they follow him all the way through the backstage vomitorium area. You know, like he's some super important thing that needs to be followed with a camera and talked about and announced when he walks in the building. And he's just some worthless dung hutter. There's literally nothing special about any single dung hutter. I don't care if it's Michael Jordan or fucking Jimi Hendrix or Thomas Sowell or Ben Carson, the fake brain surgeon. It doesn't matter. They're all diversity hires. They're all just dung hutters. Without white people, they would all be chasing hyenas right now for dinner. At no point should we ever be admiring non-whites for any reason. Sebastian said, hockey is a white man's sport. Yes, it certainly should be. In fact, all sports are white people's sports. Blacks have never invented any sport. Basketball is a white man's sport. Football is a white man's sport. Baseball is a white man's sport. All of those are sports that are white men's. But we've cucked baseball away to the Mexicans. And Puerto Ricans and whoever. We cucked the rodeo. Believe it or not, we have actually cucked the rodeo. Freaking cowboys, white cowboys have cucked the rodeo away to Mexicans. If you try to watch a rodeo now, I challenge you. Try to watch a rodeo on ESPN or whatever channel does rodeos. Try to watch one. Try to stomach through 25 minutes of it and see if you can. All you'll hear is, up next, Rico Juarez. And then after he rides the bull, next it's, oh, we're doing cow rope, and oh, it's Julio Torres. That's all you hear is Mexican name after Mexican name after fucking Mexican name in a rodeo now. You know, it used to be Bill Dunham, you know, Steve Smith's out there on the bull. You know, nope. Now it's, you know, Javier Juarez. We've literally cucked every sport away. And the Jews are busy trying to cuck hockey away right now and NASCAR. And they just haven't managed to get, you know, those all the way cucked away yet. But it's coming. Sebastian said, I hate basketball and football. Yeah, I mean, they were great when they were a white sport, when white people played them. He put the ball in the net, Uranium Fever said. Wow, exactly. A useless activity, a child's sport, and we celebrate these grown niggers doing a child's sport, you know, and we allow them to get paid millions of dollars. See, it's not just about that you're idolizing them in front, not you, but the people who do. It's not about them just idolizing blacks in front of our children and our women, which that alone makes it absolutely horrible and deplorable on its own. It's also the fact that these niggers are getting paid millions, collectively billions of dollars of our money is going to these freaking worthless nogs who don't even belong in our country, but now they're given Lamborghinis and mansions and white women and all of our things. So, and white men are like, you know, endlessly flatter them and talk about them for endless hours about them chasing a ball on ESPN and all these things. And also you'll notice when you watch ESPN or any of those things, when they have a panel of commentators to talk about, you know, a game that just happened or whatever, it'll be a white woman, black dude, white woman, black dude. That'll be the panel of 4, 2 black dudes and 2 white women. Sebastian said, gotta preserve our identity, culture, and people. That's absolutely true. John Doe said, abortion is double-edged. It keeps the other's population lower, but it's ruining our numbers. It's why we are short on labor, because they killed 60 million of our babies. Well, that is, and it actually doesn't keep the black population down. That's actually what Margaret Sanger, a Jew, go figure, that is what she pitched to white people back in the day so that we would allow abortion. She spooked white people into believing that if we didn't create abortion and allow it and make it legal in America, that blacks would eventually outbreed us like hotcakes. But back then, you have to understand, we weren't giving blacks free money. Blacks were on their own back then when Planned Parenthood was started. There was no black female boon that was getting paid $1,300 a month for every baby she pops out. There was no such thing as blacks being given imaginary earned income credit, as they call it, which is a hilarious irony that they named it that, when they have no job at all, just so they can give them free money at the end of the year. There was no such thing as any of that. Blacks didn't have cars because they didn't have money. They lived in slums that we provided them that used to be glorious white neighborhoods, and we provided them brand new glorious white neighborhoods as we moved out of them, as we allowed them to move in, and we didn't want to live around them. We moved out and created what's called the suburbs. And then they turned those beautiful white neighborhoods that we spent many decades raising whole families of white families of children, you know, millions of white children grew up in those wonderful white areas like Detroit, DC, Baltimore, New Orleans. And now they're all ruined, like expected, like blacks always do, like all non-whites do. It wouldn't matter if we'd allowed Dot Indians to move in there, or if we would have allowed Jews to move in there, or if we would have allowed Muslims to move in there, or if we would have allowed, you know, whoever to move in there. Even Asians don't keep a tidy America. If you go to little China, it's not tidy at all. Any Asian part of town and anywhere in America is not tidy at all. And so it wouldn't matter who we put there. They would have ruined our once glorious white neighborhood. and turned it into the ghetto that it is now. Now, blacks just make it absolutely the bottom of the barrel deplorable compared to, some of the other races, perhaps. But they would have still turned into non-white ruined ghettos like they are now. They just wouldn't be full of violence like they are if they weren't blacks, perhaps. Um, but the the abortion thing was pitched to us when we were an all-white world, and when we weren't giving blacks any money for free just for existing. It was true equality back then, where blacks got what they deserved, which was nothing, and what they earned, which was nothing. And so, when Margaret Sanger pitched abortion to America to be legalized, we were a white Christian country. There was no way we were going to go along with aborting our own babies. We were busy having 6 and 8 and 10 and 12 kids per family at the good old drive-in theater. So we had zero incentive, and there was no white people anywhere were standing around going, man, gosh, we got too many kids. It's a shame we can't abort some of our kids sometimes. That sure would be convenient and handy for us. No, there was never any of that going on among white people. This was a white Christian country. So the only way Margaret Sanger could actually convince white Christians to go along with this murder of babies was to propose it as though it was to protect us white people from being overwhelmed and overran by the blacks. And so it was never intended on blacks using it for abortion. In fact, you'll never find a black going to any abortion clinic to abort a baby. Blacks don't abort babies. That would be stupid of a black to do so, because she would basically be throwing free money out the window of her car. She would never do any such thing. So any black boon that gets pregnant, they know that they have finally hit their first step, their first phase in the ghetto lottery of winning money off white people, which is they were getting free money off white people just for being black, but now they're going to get this big extra amount of money every single month for the rest of their lives for this new boon that they've produced. And they know that if they produce a second and a third one and a fourth one, that they'll keep being given more and more money every month. So if a black female has 6 black kids, she's pulling in like 5,000, 6,000, maybe 8,000 a month. Think about that. Think about having $2,000 a month for free, $100,000 a year for absolutely free, just because you have 5 kids. No job, don't have to have a job. You just are receiving $2,000 a week every week of your life because you produced some black boons for America. And so the cards are really stacked against white people, so extreme that it's insane the uphill battle we have. It truly will take a miracle of God to pull us out of this, just like it took to pull us out of bondage in Egypt. And so to get back to this Planned Parenthood thing, the white people would have never went for it. They would have told her, up yours, lady, you're a psycho murderer. And they'd have probably had her arrested. But because she proposed it the right way, and I say the right way, meaning the right way for them, for her race to propose it, where it works out for their benefit, they had to pitch it that way to spook white people into being like, oh yeah, we definitely don't want to be overran by the blacks and conquered by them in our own country. That would be horrible. And so they agreed with it, just so they could keep the black population from overwhelming us and overtaking us. Well, blacks have no incentive. They have zero incentive, especially now, to ever abort any black kid. And of course, blacks already knew that they can't defeat whitey with guns and with war and fighting, because whitey is who makes all the guns and who makes all the tanks and who makes all the jets and who makes all the aircraft carriers and who makes all of the war equipment. Blacks don't make anything, not one single thing. Blacks have never created a bulletproof vest or a gun or a bullet or a rocket or a tank or a truck or anything. It would be like how white people are annihilating Gazans right now. All they have is rocks to throw back at our people. And we're over there wiping them out on behalf of the Jews with all the most high-tech shit. We're using $30 million worth of equipment to kill kids that throw rocks back at us. You know what I mean? And so that's the same thing the war would be if blacks tried to have a real war against white people. And they know this. So they know the only way they can defeat white people is to multiply. And so that's why you used to hear in all the rap songs back in the 90s when white people were still cucked and thought blacks were just going to be as American as we are. You could hear in all the rap songs, they're like, we don't die, we multiply. And they were saying to themselves, we're not going to let Whitey kill us off. We're going to out multiply Whitey. That's what they were saying. That was they were dog whistling to each other to knock up as many people as you, knock up as many boons as you can, have as many boons as you can, because we going to out multiply them. And that's how we'll beat Whitey, is outnumbering them. Sheer numbers, strength in numbers. They may be stupid, but they know that much. John Doe said, Jews out through Citizens United. He meant Jews put through Citizens United. I don't know what he's meaning there exactly, but I'm sure it makes sense, if we knew exactly what you were saying there. Let's see here. Uranium Fever said, importing poos is good. Yeah, that is what is being promoted to MAGA right now. And boy, they aren't liking that bitter pill. So, but they created this mess themselves, and these are the same cucks that when they see, a white girl be attacked in a Democrat city, they go, oh, no sympathy for her. That's what she voted for. She voted for this, guaranteed. She voted for that, Okay, well, guess what? Y'all voted for this. You voted for Trumpstein, and Trumpstein hired fucking Pajeets, and the Pajeet is hiring 300,000 more Pajeets, or however many they're going to bring over, and call them all legal Americans. So now you're going to have hundreds of thousands of new street shitters all over your town, taking up all your government or all your computer jobs. And you voted for it. So no empathy for the Trump supporters who are pissed off tonight. No empathy for them. That's what they voted for. They voted for the lesser of two evils. And now they don't want to drink their bottle of diarrhea. All they're being given is one little sip of the bottle of diarrhea. They're not even being asked to chug the whole bottle yet. Trump hasn't even taken the seat and started making them really chug swallowfuls of that diarrhea in the bottle yet. All they're being asked is to put their lips on the end of it. Just take a taster of it. And oh man, they're all pissed off. Sebastian said, rigged system, theater, show of puppets, only to distract the masses about keeping people busy. And keeping people busy, he probably means. Absolutely true. And Sebastian also said, these days there's nothing but non-white, non-Christian, anti-white, anti-Christian kids there in the anti-white public schools. Don't send your children to public school or public anti-white schools. That's 100% fact, 100% accurate and true. If you are ever out and about when schools get out during the day, if you just look at the sidewalk for 1 second, you will see nothing but a sea of black hair, brown skin, and one little white girl walking in the middle of all of them. She'll be surrounded on all sides by carrot-headed or broccoli-headed, black-haired, brown-skinned, a browning of America. 100% true. Sending a white child to a public school now is child neglect or child freaking abuse. That's what it is. It's child abuse. To send any white child to a public school now is child abuse. Sebastian said, I miss the good old days of the 80s and early 90s. So do I, brother, and that's what we're hoping to try to restore someday. Uranium Fever said, Oi, got a license for that? Yeah, exactly. That's their Jewish permission, for things like marriage and whatnot. We were never obliged to have any such nonsense like that. Whatever woman we decide to have sex with, that's our woman. If we stick with her, that's our wife. Period. Dot. Nothing else extra needed. No marriage license from the Jews, no permission from the Jews, no tax penalty from the Jews, no officiality from the Jews. Whatever woman you're banging, that's your wife. And, you know, and there is no such thing as an illegitimate or bastard pure white child. If you have unmixed white children with another white person and you never married them, or they don't know their dad, or they don't know their where, they are not illegitimate. They are not bastards. There is no such thing as that in the pure white world. No such thing. Sebastian said, what a depressing world of anti-whites and anti-Christians. Yeah, it definitely is. It's terrible, and I hope we defeat it. He said it takes patience. Erased the bagels, said hi, and gave us a salute. Hello and salute to you. Roman salute to you back. John Doe said 80s was the last generation of white people. Yeah, it was. It was the last great generation of white people. We will be the final generation that really knew what real America was, and it will never be known by millennials or Gen Z or Gen whatever's after that or anything else, unless we, Gen X, who remember how America is supposed to be, restore it before we become too old to do so. And that is our prayers, that the Lord blesses us to do it before we age out. And he said, the good old days. It was so wonderful and clean. You didn't worry about stuff. That's right. You didn't worry about anything. I mean, our biggest concern of the day was where we were going to meet the rest of our white friends and hang out and have a good time. And even adults lived that way. I have to take a quick break, only for a few moments here. I just want to go do a quick bathroom break. So I apologize, but in order to keep this going longer, I want to be comfortable enough where I'm not thinking about the fact that I got to go to the bathroom. So let me go take a bathroom break and I'll be right back. All right, y'all? Stand by. All right, y'all, I am back. I apologize for that. Let's wash hands real quick. Because that's what white people do. All right. Scrub dub dub. Bada bing. Okay. And I apologize for you folks who have joined in who I have not got to say hello to yet. I am going to start trying to rip through the comments a little faster here so I can catch up to you folks. Sebastian said, I'd rather live, well, he put the 1950s and 1960s. And then he put, I'd rather live from 1945 to 1995. Yeah, I mean, that was actually a more golden era than the 80s. It's just that, the 80s was the last decade. It was the last decade before the mud flood. And and I saw that someone further in the chat down here, I scrolled it for a moment just to see how far down it went. And I saw that one of you had put Operation Pooper Clip. That's awesome. And it's totally true. Oh, excuse me. I'm like, I got a bubble of air I'm trying to burp out. And it's totally true. Operation Pooper Clip. I don't know who said that. Whoever said that in the chat, that was great. That was freaking funny. That's totally what it is. And we're going to have to, you have officially coined that, and I'm going to start using it. So whenever I get to that part of the chat, I'll give you your props, and I'll make sure that I always mention you when I mention Pooper Clip, because that's funny. But yeah, in 1990, is when they started the mud flood. So basically, yes, the 50s were the golden era. From 1945, like you said, 1945, 1950, to about 1965, till the civil rights hoax. And so the 50s and 60s, of course, would have been more ideal of a white world than the 80s. But in the 80s, we were still in peak whiteism. We had, our confidence was at its peak. And you can see that in any music video of white people you watch, any movie of white people you watch. I mean, we were on top of the world. We were on the top of our game. Our confidence level was absolute peak. We did not even think about non-whites. It wasn't even an issue in our minds. And because again, America being 92% white all the way to 1991, we had no reason to think about non-whites. They weren't they were just non-existent. They did not exist in our world. And so, everywhere you went, all you saw was white people. You go to the gas station, it's white people working there. You go to the grocery store, it was white people working there. It was only white people walking around in the store shopping. You go to the mall, it's nothing but white people, white kids walking around. You get on the bus, it's nothing but white kids going to your school. You go to school, it's nothing but white kids at your school. It's literally all you saw were white people. You didn't see non-whites, ever. And so that is why the 80s was still a great reference for our people, because 1988, roughly, was pretty much the peak of white people, which means the peak of humanity. And ever since 1988, that was pretty much the peak, and then we started slowly declining, and then we hit 1991, and that was it. They just started the mud flood against us. So Sebastian put, now we live in an anti-white nightmare. That's exactly right. That's exactly what we live in right now. We are cursed because our people stopped keeping our God's Sabbath. Not really because we chose to, because we were forced to quit keeping our God's Sabbath, but we should have had the wherewithal to tell the Jays to go F themselves and to tell the Catholic Church to go F themselves. And we should have just kept our Sabbath anyway. And our people did try to do that. That's why 60 million of our white people have been murdered by the Catholic Church. And and I've explained before in other streams that that's what they called the Christian Crusades. It wasn't, they teach non-whites that it was white Christians going around murdering any non-whites that wouldn't accept Christianity. But that's not true at all. We were in an all-white world. We didn't see non-whites ever during the Christian Crusades. And so what the Christian Crusades it was the Jews using the Catholic Church that they controlled since 40 AD, which means the entirety of the time it's existed. They used the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, as they love to name them, just like they impostor in every other way. They used the name the Jesuits and used the Catholic Church and all these things like Templars and all this crap they used to slaughter at different times. First it was Templars, then it was Jesuits. They used them to slaughter our white people who refused to quit keeping Sabbath. And so, this anti-white nightmare we live in now is because our people failed at resisting this change, And so Jews know that they can't defeat us in person, mano a mano, hand-to-hand combat. So what they do, just like the blacks know they couldn't defeat us in a war, the Jews understand that as well. They don't create tanks. Jews don't create guns. Jews don't create bombs, even though you would think they do. They attribute themselves to creating all kinds of cool, or not cool, but respectable war toys. But the bottom line is white people created all of them. And the only thing Jews ever have is given to them by white people. Jews never create anything. There's no such thing as Israeli intelligence. That's an oxymoron. There's no such thing as Jewish inventions. That's an oxymoron. The only thing Jews have invented is banking and theft. And so they're not really capable of defeating white people in a actual war. So what they do is they use non-whites, or they use some other means. And so, the whole anti-white and woke and demoralization of whites and all these things, that's, and getting us to stop honoring our God's holy day, which they know if they make our God angry at us, God will punish us. Well, then we're losing and they're winning without them having to do any fighting, see? And so they know that God will do all the fighting for them. God will beat us up on their behalf, not for them, not on their behalf. He's just going to be beating us up because we're disobeying him. But as with the way the Jew looks at it, from their perspective, it does look like it's on their behalf. It looks like, oh, look, all we got to do is make them disobey their God. He gets angry at them. He punishes them. That's what we Jews want. So we win. And so that's exactly their modus operandi. They literally just trick and dupe and demand and force white people by whatever means, whether it's by force or by trickery, by deceit, by whatever, to stop obeying our God. And the fourth commandment of our God is to honor this holy day we are enjoying tonight and tomorrow, our holy Sabbath, seventh day every week. That's the most important thing to God. It was literally one of the days of creation. He created an entire day extra of creation and named it Sabbath and set it apart from all 6 days of the week and gave it to us. It is our white history day. One day every week, we get a white history day to sit down and celebrate white people and the creation of ourselves and that God made us, and celebrate and thank God for not only creating us, but creating this whole world for us. Everything in this world you see was created for white people. You can read that in your Bible. Everything God made in this world was made for man. Who is man? Adam. Who comes from Adam? White people. So everything in this world was made for white people's pleasure, for our benefit, for our use. And that is why you see the Jews all the time demanding that we don't build something over here, or don't chop that down over there, or don't dig a hole right there. You could disturb the artesian snails, Oh, don't build a house over here. That's sacred Indian land, when Indians never even buried their dead, and there's no such thing as sacred land to Indians. Oh, you can't fish over here because you're going to damage the freaking so-and-so sea bass, And so Yeah, that was one. Literally, they told white people we couldn't do something. I forget what it was. We couldn't build an oil rig or something because of some freaking random special fish, that nobody eats, by the way. It's not a food for people or anything else. It's not even a food for an important predator in that area. But because of this Brazilian sea bass or whatever, we couldn't build an oil rig somewhere that we wanted to build. It held up billions of dollars, multi-trillion-dollar freaking operation held up by some Jewish claim of some worthless fish that nobody even gives a shit about. And on it goes. Anything white people want to do, the Jews be like, oh no, we got to save the whales. They're all about saving the trees until it comes time to level an entire forest out in the rural area where white people are living in peace. They'll clear an entire forest of trees, even though they're all about tree hugging and save the trees and save the world. They'll clear an entire forest of trees to build a new neighborhood of cardboard box houses to move blacks out into the rural area where white people are, to ruin white people's living experience out where they live in the country. They'll be glad to knock down all the trees necessary to do that. But any other time, they're huge tree huggers. Save the world, save the trees, plant a tree. Yeah, except when it's time to level an entire forest and build a new neighborhood right next to all the white people that live out in the country in peace. Then all of a sudden, trees don't matter anymore. John Doe said, yes, the demoralization, they tested it in Germany post-World War II. It works like a charm. It sure does. White people, because we are built with shame, white people are the only ones designed with shame. That is what blushing is all about. Blushing is a physical expression of shame. And only white people possess that. That is why, and I told this story before, but I'll tell it again real quick. One time I was at a park, and I'll try to give you the super condensed version. Long story long, there is this tree that gives off fruit once a year. And as people walk by that tree enjoying the park, each person will pluck one from it and snack on it as they walk the walking trail. Well, there's a campground right nearby there. And so as me and some buddies were doing the walk around that thing, it was actually we had like a social meetup where a bunch of people met up and stuff. And we were doing this big walk around that park. We saw this Mexican family, this Invader Mexican family walks over to the tree, and there was like 200 pieces of fruit on this tree. They plucked every single freaking piece of fruit off of the tree. So by the time we caught up to them at the tree, they had already plucked everything except the last 7 or 8 pieces of fruit off the tree. And they had baskets full, completely billowing over in the top, rolling pieces of fruit rolling out of the top. It was so billowing full in every one of their baskets. They had like 6 baskets completely full of the fruits of the tree, and they were going to take it all back to their freaking little camper they were staying in, and I caught them as they were getting the last 6 or 7 off the tree, and I could see that we had walked past the tree earlier, and it was completely covered in fruit. It had 100 or more pieces of fruit on it hanging from it, and literally they cleared the entire tree. It's the only one out there. It's not like there's multiple trees. This is one tree by itself that everyone in the park loves picking up fruit from as they walk past it. And this one Mexican Invader family comes out there with their 2 little worthless midget Mexicans and steals all the fucking fruit off the tree. So as we come up on the tree and we see that they're taking the last few pieces off the tree and that they already have stolen all the pieces off the tree and have them in baskets, I walked right over to the little Mexican dude and I'm like, yo, what do you think you're doing taking all this stuff? This is not for you to just take all of it from. And so I snatched this basket. He had one main big basket that had the bulk of the fruit in it. And then the wife had a smaller basket. I walked over, I snatched his basket first. Then I walked straight over to her and snatched her basket. And I took all of it from them. I jacked every single bit they had stolen off the tree. I took all of it from them. And then we carried it on with us, and we took it back to where we were staying, and we distributed it among the people we saw that walked by and stuff. And the bottom line is that's proof right there of how they operate. They're like animals in that they do not have shame. The difference between us and a dumb animal is a dumb animal can't talk, but animals can still reason. They still know when they get in trouble. If a dog chews up something in your house and you come home and go, "Who chewed this up?" What happens? That dog goes and gets in the corner and tucks their tail under their self and freaking puts their head down, and they know they did wrong. This feral cat brought his little daughter cat to me because he knew that something was wrong and that she would starve to death because the family was being mean to her unless he intervened and brought her to me. Animals have reason. They're just dumb creatures. They cannot speak. So the difference between us and them is they cannot speak. But the difference between us and the other upright bipeds, who are also critters, known as the beasts of the field, the difference between us and them is they can do the physical things we can do, and they can speak like we can speak. But they do not have shame. They are not designed with shame. They do not possess it. It is not in their innards. Okay, they're not physically designed. It's like looking for mutter tires on a Lamborghini Countach. You're never going to find it because it's not designed to have that. Okay, a Countach is designed to have low profile tires, be slammed on the ground, street tires. It's not designed to have 44-inch mutter tires on it. Okay, so you're looking for something in all the wrong places, trying to find shame existing anywhere in non-whites. It does not. That's not how they're designed. And so that is why they cannot blush, because blushing is the physical proof that you are a pure-blooded white person, designed with shame, descended from Adam and Eve. That is what indicates it. It's a physical beacon to let other white people know that you are also a fellow pure-blooded, and I don't mean fellow like Jewish, I mean real fellow, actual fellow. You're an actual fellow white person, descended from Adam and Eve, unmixed, pure-blooded, uncorrupted, can blush, has your white people hair, you have your white skin that can blush, you have your white people eyes, you're white, that's it. And so that characteristic of blushing is such a big deal to God that he literally named our father man who can blush. That's what Adam means. Man who can blush. White people, white man. That's what it means. So blushing, the physical proof that we have shame, is God's most favorite and most, as he declares, important characteristic, most important feature, the most important attribute that white people possess is our physical, our ability to physically express that we have shame, that we're feeling shame at the moment. Now, that doesn't mean that blushing is always a sign of shame. Sometimes blushing, obviously, is a sign of us working really hard, or becoming embarrassed, or being angered, greatly angered about something. But shame typically, and the whole the whole reason God created us to be able to blush is for the shame aspect. It's not, he didn't create us to blush so that when we're angry we turn red. He didn't create us to blush so that when we are surprised or embarrassed that we turn red. He created us to turn red when we feel ashamed of ourselves. Okay, and the reason why is because that is the whole point of understanding and overcoming sin. If you don't have shame, there is no concept of sin. And you cannot overcome sin if you don't even consider sin to even exist. And so non-whites do not have those concepts in them. For that Mexican family, they thought I was a nutbag coming over there, and literally to them, I came over and robbed them of all their stuff. In their mind, they should have called the policia on me. They did not put two and two together in their mind that, hey, this is white people's tree in white people's park they built. And we're invaders here. We should be tiptoeing as lightly as possible and avoid any kind of anger being aroused by these white people. Uh, we better walk on eggshells while we're in their country and make sure we don't do anything that would perturb them. Perhaps we shouldn't take every single piece of fruit, all 150 pieces off of this tree that the white people seem to really enjoy walking past, and we notice that each white person only plucks one fruit off the tree for themselves to eat and moves along and leaves all the rest for the next white people to walk by. No, none of that goes through their mind. In their mind, just like any raccoon or any other animal, they see food, they see no one's guarding it, they go over and take as much of it as they possibly can. They cram the rest in their cheeks, they stuff it in baskets, they do whatever, just like a squirrel or a raccoon or anything else. They're going to take every bit of it they possibly can with no shame whatsoever. In their mind, there's no shame that even processes in their brain. In their mind, they're like, oh, yeah, wow, wow, food. That's all they're thinking. Just like a raccoon or anything else, any other critter. And so there was no thought in their mind of how they were being selfish and taking all of white people's fruit away, and how dare them, they're invaders in our country, they're guests here, they're not even guests, they're invaders in our country, and how dare them go over and take all of white people's fruit from their only fruit tree out here in the park. No, it doesn't go, they don't have any of that computing in their brain. All their brain knows is food, put it in mouth, poop it out later. Let's see here. Uranium fever said, bogged down by self-consciousness. That is a plague at this point. And Sebastian agreed. And then Uranium said, we can't live because we can't stop thinking. Well, I mean, it is hard to do both at the same time. Sometimes we have to remind ourselves here on YouTube, not YouTuber to YouTuber, but YouTuber to commenters and commenters to YouTubers. We all have to remind each other sometimes to take a break, step away from the online war and go outside and enjoy our life. Do things outside, go live your life. And it's really difficult to try to do both at the same time. You really can't be outside working on the project car or playing ball with your boys or anything while you're also trying to do the battle, the political battle online. You know what I mean? You basically got to be doing one or the other at any given moment. You can't be doing both. So I agree. We got to, we've got to pick a certain amount of time to actually live our life and enjoy it. That's partly about what Sabbath is for, by the way. It's for us to stop our battle for the week. And how do I say it? And Sabbath, take a rest. I mean, Sabbath literally means rest. It means stop, essentially. So if you spend all week throwing down with the libs or fighting the anti-whites online and stuff like that, well, Sabbath means stop. It means hit the brakes. It means put your tools down. It's God's day now. It's time for us to celebrate that God even created us at all, for us to even be having these troubles to overcome. And And just real quick, I don't prescribe to this 100%, but I do like the attitude this guy had about it. I was watching YouTube shorts one day, just scrolling through them. I was bored trying to find some news that was happening. And I ran across this YouTube short about this guy who thinks he's a Sigma and teaches other white guys to be Sigma, not white guys, but teaches other guys to be Sigmas. He's cucked into the whole MMA and, blacks and everybody else too. But he thought, he thinks of himself as a, real tough, muscle bound, MMA, tough guy, whatever kind of guy. And so he's one of those kind of guys that tries to like Andrew Tate other people and stuff. Like he's some kind of, super knowledgeable freaking badass or whatever. And they play the creepy guitar music, and this guy's being interviewed by Joe Rogan or whoever, some other jock dude like that. And he said his whole thing, I'm going to have to paraphrase, I don't know exactly how he said it, but he was saying like, when terrible things happen to me, I say good, freaking, some terrible, he gives an example of something that you would never say good about, and he goes, I say good. And his whole idea behind it, and he kept going with several examples and then saying, I say good, and they were things you would never want to say they were good about, and he's like, the reason I do that is because it already sucks. The scenario already sucks. So if I approach it with the, oh, this is terrible, oh, this is awful, what are we going to do? If I approach it with despair or confusion or frustration or anxiety, I'm not going to power through it the way I would if I tell myself good. Because if I tell myself good, I'm glad that bad thing happened. Now I have something to overcome. And white people, he didn't say this part, I'm adding this part. White people happen to be the most incredible overcomers of anyone on this earth. There is no other race other than the white race who are the greatest overcomers. I mean, and the whole reason we know that for a fact is because of all of our inventions. Every single invention we have took trillions of collective man hours, of white men hours, of study, mathematics, trial and error, explosions, deaths, experiment after experiment that led to no results at all. You add the trillions of hours of attempts and math. I mean, just before an automobile could be created, it took, tons of hours of white men sitting down, countless hours, and doing math and doing drawings and doing, engineering, working out the engineering and the tolerances and strengths and type of metals that'll be needed and for different parts and all these things. It's an insane amount of an effort and overcoming obstacles that our people had to perform in order to create all of these incredible things we have now. Something as simple as a desktop solar-powered calculator probably took white men collectively several billion hours of effort to design it, figure out all of its internals, how it's going to be formatted, how it's going to be laid out, how you're going to navigate it, how you're going to get solar power working in it, how you're going to do all the electronics to make that be a thing. All these things about it, just one simple device, just a simple tabletop calculator. We're talking it took billions of white men hours collectively to produce that from nothing. Just the hours it took for men to come up with the right kind of plastic polymers and all those things, mixtures to create the plastics, to even create the body of the calculator, much less the photoelectric film and everything else. It's just an insane, we're talking about one simple device. We're not talking about white people's cars, white people's computers, white people's everything. White people have invented everything you know of. And nothing that exists that in your home or anywhere you ever use in your whole life was ever created by any other race other than white people. That right there alone proves that white people are the overcomers. We are the ones who are the gods of this world. We were placed here to be the gods of this world. And that's what non-whites looked at white people as. All these decades and all these centuries, when they would come across us for a brief moment, they would immediately determine that we were gods because we had these magnificent ships that they had never seen with their own eyes ever, nothing like that before. And they had never seen the magnificent clothing we wore and shoes we had on our feet and weapons we had and guns and all these things. They had never seen any of this shit. They were like, wow, who are these crazy? We were like alien technology to them. Like, it's like what cucks believe in aliens, you know, with super high tech, whatever, from outer space. Like how they believe in that crap, that's what we really appeared like to the non-whites every time we interacted with them. You know, so it's like for white people to not realize all of these things, it's just baffling that we, you know, that these truths are all right in our face. I mean, if you confronted any Cuckservative and said, hey, you know, name me 4 things in your house that non-whites invented, they wouldn't be able to name one. And they would try. They'd be like, oh, I heard a black guy invented the light bulb. And you'd have to correct them. No, black guy didn't have anything to do with the light bulb whatsoever. Not the filament, not the light bulb, not anything. Then they'd have to try maybe some other one, maybe some other one. You'd shoot those couple of down and prove that they were actually by white men. And then they would have nothing. And then you'd have to finally explain to them at that point, look, every single freaking thing that exists in this world that's been invented was invented by white people, period, dot. And you have to understand that means that we are the overcomers. If anybody can think about history books. History books aren't even written about non-whites. There's been so many battles between non-whites that we don't even know about because we didn't bother documenting them. If we don't document a war, a battle, a change of kingdomhood or any of that, then it doesn't get documented. So not only are we the overcomers, we're also the data loggers for the entire world's history. Let me get on in the chat here. John Doe said, that is why they banned us, even talking about it. They removed us from Google search, for fuck's sakes. That's true. They censor us every way imaginable. Sebastian said, the greatest story never told, and Europa, the last battle, tells the truth about the First and Second World Wars. Yes, they do. The winners of the war gets to rewrite history with lies. That's exactly what the Jews did, 100%. John Doe said, drive-ins were fun as fuck. Yes, they were. I miss them dearly. Uranium fever. And you know, the thing is, even if one opened up in your town now, it ain't going to be worth the crap because when you're there, you're going to be surrounded by Nogs, Blair and Rap and all these other things. It's not going to be real drive-in environment like all white people, like it's supposed to be, like it would have been before 1990. Uranium Fever said, COVID was a masterpiece in destroying a culture. Well, forget culture. It just destroyed 20 million of our white people. That's what it destroyed. It destroyed 20 million of our elders in the nursing homes. So a bunch of our nursing home beds are free and open now for a bunch of the older Invader Spanish ones that have been here for the last 50 years. Now they're all getting older. And so they wanted to clear some beds and get rid of some white people. And so the number one goal is get rid of white people. The number 2 goal was to clear the white people out so they could have some of the beds for some of the elderly invaders that are here now that are getting to be in their 80s. And so, boom, they killed 2 birds with 1 stone, no pun intended. They got rid of 20 million white people using ventilators on them. And that's why all the doctors and nurses were dancing and celebrating, by the way. That's what the TikTok dances were all about, is it was the non-white and sellout white nurses dancing and celebrating that they were being paid to legally murder off millions of white people. And so that's what the TikTok dances were all about, was the celebration of the fact that they were being allowed by their own government to murder off many white people, many elderly white people. Sebastian, 2, said, only 5% of people in the world know the truth. Yeah, it's probably something around that. I mean, it might be more than 5, you know, but I'm sure it's a low percentage, you know. Uranium Fever said, the right is scared of being called racist by people who hate them. It's absolutely true. And I've tried to reason that with white people multiple times with, on Cuckservative channels and everything else. I would put comments like, look, non-whites hate your white guts. Stop cucking to them. Stop trying to pander to them. It doesn't matter how much you pander to them. It doesn't matter how much you cuck away to them. They hate your guts. They want you dead. They want your shit. And it doesn't matter how polite and how much cuckery you throw their way. Doesn't matter. All they think of you when you do that is they just think of you as nothing but a sucker. That's all they think of you as. Because if a black was suddenly born or suddenly woke up a white person the next day, he would never cuck anything white away to non-whites, especially blacks, ever. When blacks look at white people, especially a white person that doesn't keep themselves upright, overweight, looks like crap, dresses like scuzzy, their feet look like crap in their little fugly sandals and all this stuff. A black looks at a white person like that and just shakes their head and thinks, man, there's no way. If I was white, if I had been given the blessing to be white like this person, I wouldn't be fat. I'd be in shape. I'd keep myself crispy clean. I'd have my freaking blonde hair brushed and done out. I wouldn't have it shaved and turned purple. They wouldn't do any of the garbage white people do. White people completely take for granted their existence, because they have no idea. It's been so beat out of us that white people don't realize how much of a special blessing it is that they were born a part of the white people. And they even have been beat down so bad that a lot of them wish they weren't white people, which is just insane to see or hear a white person think any such thing like that. That's why wiggers are so nauseating to behold, because half the time it's a would-be a typical decent white guy if he just wasn't tatted up and acting like a stupid wigger. So they ruin a lot of our good, what could be potentially good white guys of ours by that kind of cuckery and the whole anti-white thing beating them into that. And they feel like if they don't become a wigger, that, they're probably going to get beat up by blacks. They won't get respected by the lowest common denominator they're surrounded with in their environment. So they stoop themselves all the way down to the lowest common denominator level in hopes of fitting in, if you will, with the violent lowest common denominator so that they don't become prey. They feel like if they don't become one of the wiggers, then they'll become prey to the blacks. But really what they don't realize is becoming a wigger makes you prey to the blacks. They just don't realize that. And it also makes you look like a complete fool in front of all blacks. Zero blacks would ever be a wigger if they suddenly found themselves to be a white person. If they woke up and they were white the next day, the last thing on earth they would ever do is have anything to do with blacks ever again. A black, if they woke up the next day and they were white, they would fucking move to New Hampshire and they would start snow skiing and they would never be within 1,000,000 miles of a black, ever. You can set your watch to that. And so when they look at white people who don't keep themselves and look like crap and just look like scuzz bags and whatever, they just shake their heads and think, man, you are screwing up as a white person, big time. And they're right. If you're not looks maxing, if you're not keeping yourself pristine looking at all times, and I don't mean you shouldn't look dirty and shit when you're working on a car, or you've been digging in dirt, digging a hole or what. Of course you're going to look like crap sometimes when you're working hard. But I'm saying when you're just out and about and you're going to Piggly Wiggly or you're freaking, going to Walmart or whatever, you shouldn't be there with your uncut toenails and your sandals, your crusty ass feet showing, your obese body all flopping out of some nappy clothes. That's not how white people are supposed to present themselves to the world. You want to see how white people are supposed to look? You look at footage from our people in the 50s. All right. Our men were dressed up every day. If they were working on cars, they were doing that shit in a button-up shirt and slacks. Look at it for yourself. They would literally lay the railroad tracks working in 3-piece suits, jacket, vest, button-up shirt, undershirt, belt, pocket watch, dress shoes. They're out there laying the railroad tracks across the whole country dressed that way. So when blacks see some floppy, fugly white person that doesn't give two craps about their imagery and their appearance, a black just thinks, what an idiot that white person is. What a stupid failure that person is of the white race. To let themselves go that hard where they look like total dog shit, even though they're a white person. They look like total dog shit, And that, you gotta understand, when blacks have access to all white people like that, where they even get to see white people who don't give a crap about their own self and let themselves fall apart into garbage, that reminds the blacks that we are not actually gods for real. We're the gods of this world, but we're not real actual gods like they feel like we are. In their mind, they feel like we really are. But once they start seeing these scuzzy whites and they see these homeless whites that are begging for change on the side of the road and shit like that, they start becoming emboldened. Like, wow, white people aren't all that special after all. After all, look at this homeless bum one right here, and look at this fugly, fat wildebeest yuck bag in the line here at the freaking Food for Less. I wouldn't want to be one of these fugly white people. I'd rather stay black, and that's the case. And so when they realize that because of our scuzzy white people around, they start realizing, man, white people aren't really all that like I thought they were. They could just look like shit and fall apart in 2 seconds if they don't keep themselves up, just like this one in front of me is. And that's what make the non-whites have more, that's what has emboldened them to push back against whitey's norms now. They're like, yeah, fuck that. Look at these scuzzy white dude right here. I'm better than that scuzzy white dude. So that means that not all white people's better than me. And for my position in thing, it's not about whether we're better than them or not. It's what they think, though. That's how they think. They're always comparing themselves to whether or not they're better and as good as white people. And they always consider white people to be better than them. I don't care if we're better or not. I don't care if everything white people ever do, we can find a black that does it better. I don't care. One day some idiot was talking to me about some Puerto Rican or black or something. And I was like, bro, I don't care if the dude could jump 50 feet high in the air right in front of me. He's just a worthless third worlder who doesn't belong in my country. I don't give two shits about his abilities. I don't care if he's 100 times better than white people at everything. He doesn't fucking belong here if he's not white. So I don't give a shit about his, quote, skill. Whatever it may be. I don't care if it's the best welder in the world. I don't care if he's the best swimmer. I don't care if he's the best freaking airline pilot. I don't care what it is. If he's not a white person, I don't give a shit. And they're irrelevant to me, whoever it may be. And that's it, Ooh, walk too far away. Check. Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. The right, I'm going to repeat that part because he goes into the next part. He says the right is scared of being called racist by people who hate them. Gutless turds, all of them. That's exactly what it is. They're all gutless turds. That's exactly right. Because why would you give a crap what your own enemy who hates your guts thinks about you? Why would you care? There's no point in caring about that whatsoever. And here they are, so worried about it, It's freaking embarrassing, to be honest with you. John Doe said, true. The Jew fucking ruined the West. Pardon me. I'm still trying to get this big air bubble out of my... Ugh, there's a big old burp of it. Man, I've been trying to get rid of that dude for a while. He said, true, the Jew fucking ruined the West. That's absolutely true. And that was their whole plan. That's what their Talmud calls for. And yeah, so that's absolutely what they've been up to. Uranium Fever said, turn your cheek and sit down to pee. Yes, that is the type of emasculating that has happened to and is what is demanded of Christian white men is to shut up and sit down and accept defeat and accept invasion and accept anything anti-white that comes our way, or we're not being a good Christian, you know, which is a total lie. And Sebastian said, real white Christian and intelligent and patriotic men are very rare these days. It is a rarity. And that's what this channel is hoping to change. I'm hoping to spark more and more basedness. You know, a lot of the things I say here on this channel have never entered the ears of certain white people, of most white people. Most white people have never heard the words Jews are not Israelites. They have never heard that sentence enter their ears in their entire lives. And so when they hit a channel like mine where they hear these things for the first time, Jews are not Israelites, only white people are Israel, the Holy Bible is the white man's religion. Most of them have heard that somewhere before. And so when certain things I say finally click with something that they do remember from being told or overhearing or reading somewhere in the past, they can finally, hopefully, start making connections, connecting dots. And, you know, just hearing someone like me saying the based things I tell or that I speak on the channel, that alone is enough to uncuck some of our white people, because some white guys just need to hear someone else say something first. They've been thinking it, they've been feeling it, they've been wanting to figure out a way to articulate it, but they needed someone else to say it first to let them, I don't know, to either make their soul feel like it's okay and they're not the only one who's going crazy and whatever, you know, that they're a crazy person, or if it's that they truly can't articulate it their own self and they need someone else to figure out a way to articulate it in words, and then they finally can understand it and express it also by copying that similar rhetoric, you know. And so our people have been neutered so badly that we need a channel like mine for cucked white people to, for the first time ever, hear actual based statements about us and based statements about the others. And you're just not going to get this kind of speech from someone who wants to make a name for themselves, who wants their face known in public so that they become YouTube famous. Okay. And so that when they go out in public, people are like, oh my gosh, I recognize you. I watch your videos. You're a YouTuber. You're a content creator. They just want to be able to call themselves that crap. They want to be able to make a living off of YouTube instead of having a real job. And they hope and desire that they will become famous by having their face on the camera every video. And so you add it all up, because of the totality of those circumstances, they cannot ever really tell you real truth, direct talk like I give it, you know, because they're afraid they'll be demonized and deplatformed, and then they'll lose their bank account perhaps because they got too famous. Look at what happened to like whoever, Nick Fuentes or whoever else. I mean, I don't consider him to be like, you know, based on our side all the way, but I just mean, for example, since he was, you know, he was dissident against the government, you know, supposedly, or claims to be pro-rights, claims to be pro-white, but uses his name and his face. And so what happened? They doxed him. They took his bank accounts away, allegedly. It could be bullshit. Maybe he's just a shill from working for the Jays and it's all BS, but the official narrative is that, he lost his bank accounts and all this stuff. Well, that's the same thing that all YouTubers worry about happening to them if they step too far beyond the Jewish boundary that's been laid by the Jews for them, and so because of that circumstance, you're never going to get real truth. Like you read in the old comics, they called straight talk, they called it straight dick. I don't know why they called it that, but that's what they called it. And that's what I give on this channel, is straight dick, and meaning straight talk, not sexual. That's the old school term for straight talk, real talk. It's basically what we call real talk nowadays. That's what people used to say, straight dick, instead of real talk. So this channel gives real talk, and we don't beat around the bush, we don't pussyfoot, and we don't sugarcoat anything. We tell the truth the way it is. The truth is the truth. It doesn't matter if people don't like it. It doesn't matter if it goes against somebody's narrative they want to push. It doesn't matter if it goes against the Jewish agenda. In fact, that's the whole point, is to, retaliate against the Jewish agenda. So because of all of that, I'm bound to stay anonymous. I'm bound to not try to promote my own self or my own name or my own image, my own fame. And I'm 100% okay with that, and always have been. Every channel I've had, I've done the same thing. I could have, especially 20 years ago, when I was much cuter than I am now, I could have started putting my face and name on YouTube all the way back then and done all my channels all through these years. And by now, I'd definitely be recognizable by all kinds of people on YouTube. But guess what? I wouldn't be able to tell the truth. I'd be able to tell a little bit of truth. I'd be able to dance around the truth. I'd be able to hint at the truth. I'd be able to make little cunning jokes about the truth, perhaps. But I wouldn't be able to sit here and just give you real talk. With no filler, with no, waste of your time, extra nonsense, no beating around the bush, dancing around the sore subject. I go straight to the sore subject and I stab it with my finger. And I poke it and I go, this freaking thing right here is the problem. And I keep poking it while I'm talking. And until we finish fixing this freaking sore problem right here, we still have a problem. And the other channels do not do that because they don't want to lose their fame and they don't want to have their videos demonetized, And so what are you going to get out of that? What good are you really going to get out of that? You're going to get a little bit of tell you what you already know. You're going to get a little bit of filler, but you're not going to get any substantive information. You're not going to get any confirmation of what is really happening in front of your eyes from the YouTuber. You're not going to get, yes, you're not going crazy. Yes, it really is a war against white people. Yes, there really are blacks in every freaking commercial with white women. Yes, every commercial projects blacks as these wonderful, behave like white people, upright beings, and that white people are always depicted as the goofy idiot in the commercial. And yes, every black guy has a white wife in the commercials, and you're not going crazy. It's all true. It's all really there. And yes, the Jews are the ones you're constantly seeing bragging about destroying white people and whiteness and eliminating whiteness, which means white people. And yes, the Jews are ones that owned the CDC and created the CIA and FBI and CDC and the Round Table and the Committee of 300 and the Trilateral Commission and Freemasonry and the G20, the G7, the G12, the G8, whatever all G's there are. They created the ATF. They created the ADL, the NAACP, the Negro College Fund. All 1,400 NGOs that grift white people out of our tax money. They created IsraAid and HIAS, both of which flood billions of non-whites into only white countries every day. They created the IDF and the JIDF to defend the Jays against all the anti-Jays in the world like me who might discover and point out to other people the Jewish problem. And all the while, Cuckservatives, and they took over all the media, and all the banking. They own all the banking. So you point all this out to a Cuckservative that, hey, you're always calling the enemy of the media the enemy of the people. Well, guess who owns the media? The Jews, the same ones that you say you stand with. Well, you're standing with the enemy of the people, you idiots. And it takes us to come along and tell them that. Otherwise, they stay a salty cucker. They stay a veteran cucker. They stay watching the dreidel wire and the daily cucker and all those things that keep white people led down a wrong road where we keep losing more and more of our ground in America, and we keep losing more and more of our political stronghold or foothold in our own government. And Trump is just another phase of that, a giant pacifier shoved in white people's mouth, and white people couldn't be happier. Man, the Cuckservatives are closing their eyes and just munching on that, sucking on that pacifier. Happiest babies around right now because of Trumpstein. But tonight was a nice little shocker. Tonight was a nice little shocker because all of a sudden now they're all on their toes and they're all having to do backflips, mental gymnastics to defend their hero. But at the end of the day, they're all still super upset right now. And that is glorious. I love to see it. John Doe said, everyone talks like a damn 50-year-old progressive woman. It's so fucking creepy. Sebastian said, when you're a good guy who stands up for the truth and for your fellow white Christians, they, the anti-whites and anti-Christians, constantly persecute you. That's absolutely true. You become an instant target. Sebastian also said the anti-whites and anti-Christians got double standards and hypocrisy. That's exactly why Jesus Christ called the Jews hypocrites. He called them specifically that word, among the others that I had mentioned earlier. Sebastian said, our Western nations are compromised. Truth is a crime these days. Canada here, and I guess he's meaning in Canada. Yeah, especially. Truth is especially a crime in Canada, but it's also a crime in every white country now. That's absolutely true. Just more so in Canada and even more so in the UK now, apparently. John Doe said, bro, I'd take Russia right now, not going to lie. Yeah, I mean, living in Russia would be a billion times better than living around all these millions of non-whites. I can confirm that 100%. Even though I've never been to Russia, I can still confirm that 100%. Stand by just a moment, y'all. All right. Looks like we have the box reset. It's got one more little phase here. There it goes. Okay. Sorry about that. Needed to reset the internet box. It was starting to act up on me. All right. So, Sebastian said, North America John Doe said, you can still talk shit about other races in Russia. Yeah, you probably can. Sebastian said, can Stay White see my comments? Yes, sir, I can see them. John Doe said, well, he was saying something about 20 minutes ago, but that was probably an hour ago or something when I'm reading it now, or now that I'm reading it. There it is, uranium fever. Okay, I've got to remember that you are who coined this term. Operation Pooper Clip has begun. That's a great new one. I haven't ever heard that one before. That's a really good one. Operation Pooper Clip. Boy, isn't that the truth? That's literally what we got coming. That's a really good one. I may even have, you know what? Let me screenshot it. I may have to give you your own special mention on a community post with that one by itself. That's pretty awesome. All right. Willis Productions is here, y'all. Say hello. Hello, sir, and God bless you, and happy Sabbath. Happy Sabbath to you, and I hope that you had a wonderful Merry Christmas. And he said, have you heard of Project Bluebeam and the fake alien invasion deception? Yes, absolutely. Spent a lot of time on Project Bluebeam years back. We actually were right before the flat Earth debate started. We were actually in the middle of discussing Bluebeam and High Jump and Camelot and Fishbowl, all four of them. And you can find some of those conversations on Clues Forum as well. I don't know if I guess it still exists, but I don't know if people still use it anymore. But back in the day, we were using it in the early 2000s, discussing how NASA had to be fake. And we had all kinds of points of argument back then. And this is literally before we had the revelation come to us about the Earth. So we didn't know that it was a deception about making white people disbelieve their Bible and believe the exact opposite of what their Bible says the Earth is like. We didn't know any of that yet. All we knew was NASA was being busted doing things that you would not see in a real zero-G environment, or in just the whole concept of outer space and the physics behind it and all those things. As we started really looking at it all and really thinking about it all and applying actual physics and real logic to it all, we started realizing the whole thing is a Jewish science fiction farce. And the deeper we got into it and the more we studied it, the easier it became to detect that it was all nonsense, that it was all just Jewish fiction. And I have many points of argument I could bring up, one after another, right off the top of my head, because I spent so many hours rehearsing all those things and fighting others who didn't believe us and all those things, arguing with them in the comments. I remember so many examples. But the bottom line is those were the main things we were studying right before, and those things are what led us up to realizing that the shape of the Earth we had been lied to about it. And I don't want to give props to who actually brought it up first, but it probably wasn't who you think it was. If any of you have an idea in mind of who you think brought out the revelation to everyone about the shape of the Earth, most likely you'll pick the wrong YouTuber. It wasn't me. I'm not saying it was me, but the typical YouTuber that gets the most props for introducing the idea to everyone is actually not the one who introduced the idea to everyone. But the bottom line is that is the Project Bluebeam, Project Camelot, Operation Fishbowl, Operation High Jump were all being massively discussed and I don't want to say debated, because we weren't debating each other. We were just discussing them heavily. And That led us to a lot of other revelations about NASA too. Other trickeries they have. Um, it led us to start looking into the moon landing hoax, and that is what revealed the moon landing hoax. So basically, it started off. I don't want to drag this story out, but I'll just give you a quick rundown. So basically, what happened was in the truther community back when YouTube was pretty much new, and on clues forums, we were discussing chemtrails, and then that segued into something about zero G plane, or first it was planes and the planes equipped to be able to do the crop dusting of our people and all these things in the sky, and then it ended up segueing into telescopes being fake because the first thing that was brought up to us was the fact that, and you'll be able to see the whole sequence of these events in those forums. I'm sure they're still there probably if the site still exists, and you can see the whole progression where we figured out one thing after another, hashing all the things out. But the first thing somebody brought up after we were in the middle of talking about chemtrails and stuff like that is somebody said, hey, this satellite that everybody thinks is in outer space is actually on an airplane. And I know this for a fact because I'm a service repair guy for that airplane. And I know for a fact that the telescope that is on that airplane is the telescope that everyone is told in America is actually in what we call outer space or in orbit out in space. He's like, it is not. It is on an airplane. And I am one of the service guys for it. So he sent pictures to the forums about it may not have been on the clues forum. It may have actually been on, we used another one back then too. And then it got corrupted. So I guess the Jays bought it and started putting smut all over it. So it ruined that website. But we had another site back in the day where we would post pictures and then everyone would comment on them. That's where the truthing kind of started, was on that. It was called Mobog. And it was basically mobile blogging is what the idea was. And camera phones had just come out back then. It was like, we're talking early 2000s when camera phones were brand new. And this site was very innovative in that you could make a profile, and then every picture you posted, you could just text message it right to that website, and it would post it on their main page, along with anybody else who had posted a picture on their main page. And anyone who's a member of Mobog could click on your video and read all the comments and comment on it themselves. And there was, of course, no censorship or anything like that back then. And so we were using Mobog also back then, and that's how I know the Jews are who bought it and took it over, because immediately one day it just started having porn all over it, just pornography all over the freaking website. No matter what you did, you click on anything, it would just explode your computer with porn. So it was obvious the Jews were giving us a giant middle finger when they bought that and wiped out that site. But basically, people were posting pictures, of things, and we would comment on them. And it started off with chemtrails and people discussing, hey, we've been talking about chemtrails before. Let's rehash it. What's going on with it? It's still happening. And everybody's like, yeah, it only been happening about 5 years at this point. It started in 1998. So by this point, it had been happening for 5 or 6 years, 7 years maybe. And so we all started rehashing chemtrails. Then somebody one day, after we were talking about the airplanes being equipped with the stuff inside them to be spraying us with all this stuff, the other guy posts the thing about the satellite that's supposedly in space but isn't. And that started a whole whirlwind of argument and discussion. I mean, we actually did have debates at that point. And so we were debating and hashing out and trying to figure out other clues. And that segued into figuring out that, so a lot of their stuff is fake that they show us from outer space. It turns out it's all CGI. And it was obvious to our eyes when we would look at it that it's all CGI, but back then we never had anybody to tell us, hey, you realize that's all CGI, right? I mean, there was never anybody back then who just walked up and reminded you or made you realize that reality, right? We had never had anyone just like how I'm talking about when I was saying earlier how no one's ever heard someone say Jews are not Israelites until you say it to them for the first time. This was the same thing. We had never had anyone tell us, hey, by the way, you realize everything you're ever shown by NASA is just CGI, right? Since no one had ever been told that before, no one actually thought of that. No one actually, it never just dawned on anyone like, oh shit, like everything they show us is CGI. Um, and so once that was mentioned to everyone, that's what really started the whirlwind of trying to figure out what the deal was with NASA. And then somebody discovered that NASA in Hebrew meant to deceive. And oh man, then it just exploded after that. So, um, so that's what led us down the road of the original truthing. That's really what started it all on YouTube, was that stuff. And then fast forward, other things happened, and then 9/11 had happened. So gosh, that had already been heavily discussed online for years. And then YouTube, somebody started putting videos about that on YouTube, and that exploded too. And no pun intended. And and it's just progressed on and on and on. We discovered about the Earth. And then white identity was what I figured was the ultimate discovery, was white identity. And I still declare that it is, but there are also more new things we learn along the way, And so even if white identity will be our greatest discovery that white people ever make, rediscover of ourselves, I should say, there will still be other things that we will discover along the way. They won't have the magnitude of importance that white identity does. So they won't be a new peak of understanding. This is the peak understanding, is white identity. But there will still be more things for us to learn along the way that will be mind-blowing, that will be totally game-changing in some ways, but it won't be game-changing to our white identity or our position as far as where we have been assigned in the world. It won't change our biblical situation, but it may just be that we learn something new about ourselves that we didn't know, and things like that. We are already learning new things about the Garden of Eden, being Florida and being in America, being in Florida down there. And that we didn't know back in the day when we first figured out that Florida perhaps was the Garden of Eden. Now we have more points of argument thanks to Narco Longo. He's actually found other and discovered and figured out, maybe he just figured them out himself or whatever, but he has produced and proffered to the whole community more proofs of evidence than we had back in the day about it, when we hashed it out back in the day. And so, we will keep having more discoveries. We will learn more and more new things about the past. But white identity definitely is everything else is just everything else is just extra that we discover. You know what I mean? Like cherries on top. But white identity is the bulk of the ice cream in the bowl. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ being a blonde hair, blue eyed white man is the whipped cream, and the cherry on top, or the multiple cherries on top, would be the new discoveries that we just have not made yet that we will soon. But I lose y'all again? Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, there are definitely more things coming, more revelations God has in store for us. I'm excited to discover what they'll be. And it's hard for me to fathom that we will have some new revelation that's, and it may not happen, but if we have any other new truth that is ever discovered that's as big as discovering that America is the Garden of Eden, or white identity, or any of those things, the true shape of the earth, all those things are so great in magnitude that as we discovered each one, we never dreamed that we would discover something even higher in magnitude of understanding than the one we just discovered. So, but even though we do have more things to learn, I still truly think that white identity has to be the peak of knowledge, because without that, all your other knowledge is useless. You could use it to make money, perhaps. It might be useful in some ways, but when you die, it will be useless. You know what I mean? Every other bit of knowledge you've ever had, without white identity, without Christian white identity, your knowledge and your life and everything was going to be for nothing. So, absolutely, I think that white identity is peak knowledge. And I don't think we're going to discover a greater truth than that. But we definitely will have other truths that get uncovered, Who knows what they're going to be? But, like maybe there are demons that live in physical form on the earth, and that they really do zing around and freaking little UFO things or whatever, and that eventually the government's going to admit it, right? But they wouldn't be outer space aliens. There's no such thing as that. It would just be demons. They would just be demons that are manifesting themselves in physical form because they choose to, or whatever. And I'm just spitballing. Who knows? That maybe that's not the case. But I'm trying to think of anything that would be some crazy magnitude like that. That's like a mega truth that, that would be like one of the only ones I can think of that would be like another like huge peak of knowledge. But really, white identity is the true peak of knowledge, because without that, you're hosed. And it wouldn't matter what you know. Let's see here. Erase the bagels. If I haven't said hello and God bless and happy Sabbath, and I hope you had a Merry Christmas to you, which I think I did already, but it's been so long I can't remember. Happy Sabbath, Merry Christmas. I hope you had a Merry Christmas, and God bless you. And he asked, so are you saying that the non-white gods are real? Yes, that is absolutely what I'm saying. Those gods are real. We know this for biblical fact because God in the book of Job calls a meeting of all the gods of the other various worlds. So we know that there are other gods. God warns us not to put other gods before him. So based on those two things alone in scriptures, we know that other gods exist. But also, because these other religions exist, their gods are real in some form to them. Now, it may be God has it arranged where their religions are, that white people are utterly immune to their things. Like, in other words, maybe voodoo really does work among the blacks, but does not work on any other race. Maybe Hinduism does work. Certain prayers they do for a certain benefit they need or whatever really work for them. Maybe rain dances really worked for the feathers, we think of it from a scientific point as intelligent white people, and we just shake our head and go, stupid third worlders, but really their gods actually could have provided them those things, whatever their necessities were when they prayed for those things back in the day. And even now, even to right now, but I imagine that God has their religions confounded to their race, where, in other words, a Hindu cannot use Hinduism to affect a white person indirectly, like telepath, or in some form of like indirect way, like butterfly effect, or like how voodoo affects people remotely, or any of that. I don't think that God would allow the religions to interact with other races. And so, while Buddhism may be real for the Buddhist race of folks, um, Buddhism would never, and its applications and its prayers and its whatever, would never apply or benefit white people in any way. It would just be like a nothing, almost like they're another dimension. Like how Jays are always trying to push us into believing in this new idea called the multiverse, where you know everything's happening right alongside you right now, but a different way. You know, um, coming from that same kind of approach, you could think of the other religions as multiversed, where they just only apply and are visible, and benefits are physically seen by that race for that religion. And so, as far as being real, yes, absolutely. Uh, yeah, they're absolutely real. Whether they apply to us ever or not, I don't think they do. John Doe said, "Yeah, we need Google to undo the search ban on free speech grounds, but the odds of it working would require careful play." Emmanuel is here, and he said hello to me. Hello, Emmanuel. God bless you if you're still here. I apologize for your wait. I hope you have a happy Sabbath tonight and tomorrow, and I hope you had a very Merry Christmas. Hello to you, Miss Loyal White Knight. God bless you, dear, and thank you for stopping by. I apologize if you haven't been able to wait until I got to say hello, but God bless you, and I hope you have a happy Sabbath tonight and tomorrow, and I hope that you had a very Merry Christmas. And she said, "My daughter is homeschooled because last year she had her first dealings with being bullied. Two black kids were bullying her because she has cleft lip. I took my daughter out of there." Well, absolutely the right decision. I'm sorry to hear that your daughter had to endure bullying by blacks. It may be what saves her life as an adult. As she becomes a teenager, who knows? She could have went anti family on you by the school's teachings or something by that time, and may have been cucked by the Jays to think blacks are just okie dokie like everybody else, and because she's going to remember this vividly for through her teenage years of her life, it'll still be fresh in her mind, being so young. Um, that will keep her protected, we hope. More so that she'll look out for herself more and never relax and avoid the groid and all those things. Um, because sometimes you can teach and tell your daughters till you're blue in the face, and at the end of the day, the pressure of them not wanting to be thought of as a scary R word will cause your daughter to get in the elevator with two blacks, and then the door closes and you never see your daughter again, and shit like that. So let's hope that the bullying taught her the true lesson that white people need to know about them, and that it saves her life someday in the future that we can't foresee. Erase the bagels. Said, "I am half white and I can blush. Am I white?" Well, I can't get into details with each individual. That is the guidelines. If you are white and you can blush and you have white people hair and white people eyes, if you have all the combination that makes a white person, that pretty much means you're white. Now, there are mongrels that look very much just like white people. So you're gonna have to work that out with God if you think that is your position or something. But it's not my design that hybrids are not allowed in God's kingdom. That is what God has stated himself, and that's what Christ has stated. That's not my position. My position is their position. So it is my position, but it's not my creation. It's not my doing. And so, and a lot of us, and as white people, we feel, we have natural empathy. God wrote it on our hearts to have empathy and have his law written on our hearts and all these things. And so we have compassion for anyone who's not in our favorable position. And that's why you see white people cuck to non-whites. And that's why you see the Dodo channel do so well when some emaciated dog is found on the side of the road freezing to death, and some white couple takes it in and spends a whole bunch of their own money to save the dog and heals it. Now it's this happy, healthy dog. And white people have the Christ healing virtue written in our hearts, and so that is what's taken advantage of by non-whites and Jews regularly as suckerism and naivety and gullibleness. But among our own, it's a beautiful attribute to have, and it just means that we would be going around being compassionate for our people, and we wouldn't be influenced by other things. So we would be able to just give all of our compassion at all times only to our own. But let me scroll back up here real quick. But but as far as like, who's who and what's going to happen and when and where and all that stuff, it's completely out of my hands. As you know, I have nothing to do with the writing of the Bible, obviously. And so my job is to unapologetically and unquestionably follow what our Holy Bible says and disregard any and all things that disagree with our Holy Bible. The book of Enoch, any type of the Talmud, Kabbalah, any type of Jewish fiction, it is to be repelled by me. And so any kind of like questions about y'all's own personal selves, and as far as like your mixture with non-whites and things, I can't really give you any more of a definitive answer than just what the Bible states, about the overall general situation. Here's what I'll say for free from my own opinion. And I have stated before plenty of times on other streams that I do not do opinions. I go by facts only. I don't like opinions. I think opinions are garbage. Saying all that, though, I'll still offer you my own garbage opinion. All right? And I'm only calling it garbage opinion because I consider all opinions garbage, including my own. Because this is my own bias here. That's what an opinion is. It's just your own bias being blabbered out into the world. It's not a fact. But here's my biased opinion, which is garbage, perhaps, just because it's biased opinion. I say perhaps, as an opinion, perhaps, not saying for sure, just perhaps, perhaps God overlooks some children. God can decide to favor whoever he wants whenever he wants. And while it does not happen on the whole and is anomalous every time he does so, once in a while God decides to spare a child that would otherwise have not been spared. And I don't mean racially spared. I mean like through death or whatever. Moses, for example, or whatever. And God will intervene. God will protect and put his Holy Ghost in defense around that being. And so I'm trying to articulate this as carefully as I can here. Because of that scenario, perhaps, I'm just saying perhaps here, because this is my garbage opinion, that perhaps God decides to, because of his love for the white person who mistakenly mates with a non-white, because of his love, his specific and special and unique love for that particular white person, be it a lady or a man, because of his particular additional extras, no such thing as excessive love, but additional blessings of love are felt by God about this one particular white person who made the mistake, maybe at young in life when they just didn't know any better or whatever yet. And they end up with a mixed race child, which standard is, an abomination in the Bible. Perhaps God, because of his love for that white person, accepts their child and blesses them to not have their white characteristics ruined like they should be by mating with a non-white. And the way I would explain that further would be like, let's say Heidi Klum and that fugly Nog's seal had a baby, right? And let's say the baby come out looking just like Heidi Klum. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, blush, white skin. The first thing I'd say is it's not his kid, obviously. Scientifically, it wouldn't be his kid. But let's say that it ended up being that it truly was his kid, and somehow, super anonymously, 1 out of every 300 million or more, 1 out of every 300 billion, I should say, this pure white child pops out. Perfectly white, not a smidgen of black about it, not a flat nose and wide nostrils, not a black shaped skull, not black bone density, has white people bone density, has white people skull, white people nose, white people eye color, white people hair, white people skin, can blush. Let's say all that happens. The baby's born and it has 100% white characteristics. Absolutely no trace of the alleged non-white dad. And if it could really be proven to me, which I would never believe, that it really was the son of that dude seal, I, at that point, of course, would have to acknowledge or yield to the fact that God clearly decided to smile upon that child regardless of the child's father's status in the heaven and earthly realm. And and that, because of his extreme love for, let's say in this example, it's Heidi Klum, his extreme love specifically for that one individual white person, Heidi Klum, he decides to spare her seed of being ruined. But I will say it's very anomalous, very rare. God maybe does that 3 times a year. He may only spare 3 mixed white children per decade. And he may spare none at all. I don't know. But if I were to throw an opinion out there, I feel like perhaps it would be that it is possible and that it's based on the fact that God loves one of his white creations so much in particular that he doesn't want to curse their seed. Pause for Pot is here, everyone. Hello and God bless you to you. Happy Sabbath to you, and I hope you had a wonderful, Merry Christmas. I have stopped by a vid or two of yours and given it a like, maybe 2-3 weeks ago. I hope they stayed counting. I hope the Jews didn't erase them. And he sent some love our way, and we appreciate that. Thank you for that. And he put, that's the real problem in our country. 30, almost 40 years of blacks being given special treatment. That's how all this DEI shit started. Yes, that's absolutely true. 30 to 40 years ago, and it's almost been 40 years ago now, about 35, 36 years ago, they started, their madness. And by 1990, we had invaders driving around town in brand new convertibles, you know. And so right now, the Cuckservatives are freaking out because of all the non-whites having so much stuff all of a sudden, right? They live in the same neighborhood all of a sudden as the white people. They have all the same, they have nicer, newer cars than the white people have. They have more expensive clothes and shoes than the white people have. They have more jewelry than the white people have. And it's basically because of this 40 years of giving blacks free money that they steal from white people and give to them, and so now, well-to-do white people are looking around their neighborhood and they're like, man, what's up with all these blacks moving in, and at first, because they're still so cucked about blacks, they'll be, all excited and want to go meet them and introduce themselves to them and all this crap. But all it'll take is one time of their daughter, being scared or attacked or whatever by one of, their kind. In theory, it'll snap her out of her cuckery for one. She'll start using the buddy system and, whatever she's got to do. But, it gives, it puts blacks in an artificial higher place in our world than they should ever be. Like, they shouldn't even be in our world. They're not even supposed to be here. But instead of not being here like they're supposed to not be, instead, there they are in the big, nice house, bigger than yours, perhaps, and with the big, fancy cars, and with the baby mama that comes over, and oh, my son's a ball playing now, and so she's got her own parking spot under a street light outside, and you know and we have all of our buildings being stripped of the white men's names. Schools, everywhere you can think of, Air Force, Fort Bragg, all these like forts and stuff, they've all been stripped of their names. And they've all been renamed after DEI crap. It's really just, it's that crazy, but it's really true. And I really just want, to snap as many of our kind out of this cuckery as I can while we still have the ability to do so. I hate to say it, but just to remind y'all, all the censorship on the big tech platforms like YouTube and Google, all of that happened during Trump's presidency. All right. And he did nothing to stop any of it. He could have just stepped right in the Oval Office and looked at his handlers and said, I want to sign a bill banning, whatever about, what you call it, about the, I lost train of thought there about what I was going to say, but I was making up a thing anyway. But the bottom line is, it's, I don't want to get too far off on explanations on that, but the bottom line is that, when you spend 40 years artificially inflating this imaginary greatness of another race just to try to make them appear as though they are equivalent with us, Um, of course they're doing so to dupe our white women into, the whole point is to try to make white women think that it doesn't matter if they get with a black or a white guy, and if they feel like they find a black guy they can put up with and whatever, and then it's totally fine to be with one. And they've been working on us with this forever with all kinds of things like the movie Beauty and the Beast. And, in the example I was going to give you a moment ago, but I decided to roll back from because that one is a deeper explanation and more examples. And we could chat on a whole video about that another day. But the bottom line is, the artificial, and you can read about it in Jewish writings where they say that they will, how do I paraphrase it? We will uplift the blacks artificially in every walk of life, it said. And then it went on to, it continued on and said, we will make them game show host winners. That's so they can get free money. And game show guests and TV show celebrities. And he had a few other examples, but basically he was saying we're gonna all hop in a bus and we're just gonna roll around and fletch people or whatever, and let me see here. And so I keep getting off point here, but we're really I'm trying to stick with just your point here. Because I can keep giving example after example after. There's so many coming to my mind right now, and every one of them would take us so far off topic. I gotta stop myself. So I'll digress back to just your point there. Yes, 30 to 40 years of blacks being given special treatment. That's how all this DEI shit started. Absolutely true, 100%. He also said, J Media shoving ghetto hood culture down our throats. Yes, that's the other one. And forcing them into our sports and just on and on and on, forcing them everywhere they don't belong. Putting them in hockey now. I mean, just any absurd thing where blacks clearly don't belong. They even have websites now about black bird watchers. You ain't never in your life, and you never will in your life, see a black bird watcher anywhere at any state park. And it's just it's and it's not just that it's shoved down our throat. It's shoved down our throat in like 1,000 ways. It's shoved down our throat by the Afro Ball watchers watching Afro Ball, because the whole time they're playing like either glory music in the background if they're showing some nog, or when it's in between things they're playing rap, some kind of trap beat. And and all our white girls are out there booty dancing for them, and it's just sickening. And then you have all these other ways, where they force it in all our commercials, force it in all of our TV shows, force it in all the music. It's like nonstop, never ending, and it becomes frustrating. It gets to a point where you're just like, man, white people aren't waking up fast enough, and these idiots just keep pounding us with more and more and more we was crap every day. Screw it. I'm just going to go live my life and enjoy myself. And white people, you're on your freaking own, man. I'm not going to put up with this crap anymore. I could be that way, and so could many other truthers. But instead, we're trying to stick it out. We're trying to go the full mile. It's the least amount of effort we could possibly give to our ancestors. Our ancestors would be out rounding the Jews up right now by hand, in person, everywhere across this whole country. It would have happened long ago. And instead, we have the most easy thing in the world. Sit in the comfort of your own home and just say stuff so that other people learn it. That's literally the easiest. There's just nothing else easier. Let's see what the chat says here. It started moving on me. And yet, even though it's so easy, we're reluctant to even have the gumption to put up enough of a fight online to thwart these things from us, When our own ancestors would have done it all in person, they would have slammed the phone down and been on their way in their car. Pause. For Pot said, guys can't read or write or have any skills, only know football, basketball rag music, or basketball rap music, and makes designer clothes. Mics and designer clothes. Oh, Nikes. Oh, duh. I must have crossed my eyes when I looked at that. Basketball, rap music, Nikes, and designer clothes. Yes. Pause for Paul also said all the women just want to get attention and act like Cardi B. Pause for Pot said, I see all these Cuckservatives going hard on immigrants, but won't even say shit about the blacks. Yeah, I made a comment not long ago. It was probably several days ago now on some Cuck's channel. I can't say who it was now, but but they were haranguing on about the illegals and all this stuff and how they cost us American, as they call white people, taxpayers, X amount of millions a year, 300 million a year or something. It was some crazy amount of money. And they were haranguing about the illegals, and how, shame on them and shame on anybody. Oh, and putting stuff like, oh, anybody caught hiring them, throw it through their window and all this stuff. But then I pointed out in the comments section, I'm like, wow. I put something along the lines of, wow, lots of big talk for little short foreigners. What about all the 6.5-foot blacks in our country that mooch off of us every day and steal our stuff and attack our women every day? And of course, no responses from any of them because, those same cucks, if some dung hutter puts a MAGA hat on, they know Trump will put him at the podium to talk to all the white people about white people's country and white people's problems, as though they have some sort of input to give us that we need. And all they know that all of themselves and all the other Cuckservatives will cheer with glee as the dung hutter lays out his, Congolian wisdom for our white world. And so that is a thing that we need to keep kind of putting in their face. That, hey, why are you so worried about illegals? And another thing I like to remind them is that legal non-whites actually steal more from white people than illegals do. Now, no Trumpservative accepts that when I first tell them that. So I have to break it down. And so I will for you now. And it's very easy to understand. An illegal comes here and they are given X amount of thousands of dollars a month for benefits stolen from white people's tax money. And they are given free housing and they are given free everything. So they don't even have to use their $30,000 of EBT savings or given to them on their card. They don't even have to use any of that to live. In other words, to eat. And they don't have to use any of it on living in a home either, because they're given a home for free also on our dime. So the EBT card is mostly just for their pleasure and for their vices. If they like to smoke, if they like to if they like to smoke weed, if they like to drink alcohol, the EBT card is really just for their pleasure. That's what the EBT card is for. Now, knowing all of that is given to an illegal. Legal non-whites receive all of that same stuff without you realizing it. They don't receive the same amount as the illegal non-whites, but they still do receive thousands of dollars a month from your white tax people, or white people's tax money, which of course your money being taken from you in the form of what's called tax is just Jewish theft also. But legal non-whites are given thousands of dollars per month of your money, and their children are provided for and taken care of for free. All of their health care is free on white. It's not free. White people pay for it. And they're also still given their EBT card because, like I explained earlier, the left wants, and really the right goes along with this too, though, so I shouldn't just be saying the left. The government wants blacks to be able to double dip. So they encourage, or any non-whites, not just blacks, they encourage any non-whites to be double dipping. So it's not enough for non-whites to come here and be able to enjoy their life off of your money, but they also get to take a job if they are legal, as you call it. What is the first thing Trumpers tell blacks and illegals all the time? Get a job, get a job. I don't want them at my job. I don't want them at any job. I don't want them having a job at any place that I want to patron either. So that's not a solution for non-whites or lazy blacks or illegal invader non-whites. That's not a solution for any of them. Getting a job means they basically just told that non-white to go take a job from a white American. That's the only way. You realize, I hope y'all really understand this, that the only way a non-white can have a job in our country is if they have taken that job from a white person who would have otherwise been employed by that at that job. And it doesn't matter what it is. Picking food, cleaning toilets. If you've got Maria Santiago cleaning toilets at your house, guess what? There's 100,000 white women in your state, in your county, that would happily clean your house for you instead, for the same money even. And you hear Cuckservatives all the time, oh, not for the money that the non-whites will do it for. The non-whites are cheaper. Well, I can assure you that, and I know this firsthand, that a lot of corporations that do diversity hiring, not only are they diversity hiring to get rid of the whites, but they don't pay the non-whites less money. They actually pay non-whites that they just hired who have no experience at the job. You've been there for 12 years, and it took you 8 years to get to the amount of money you're making now, right? They will hire the non-white diversity hire, no experience at all, and pay them what they're paying you after 8 years it took you to work your way up to that amount. They will pay them right out of the gate with no experience that same amount of money that they're paying you. And they have their reasons for that. But the bottom line is, what takes white people having years to earn, they are given in a flash overnight without deserving any of it, because they are not skilled and they have no experience in whatever the thing is. And diversity hiring does that everywhere. in pharmaceutical companies, in manufacturing companies, in metallurgy companies, whatever, any industry you can think of, mining, um, you know, there are only a handful of places that they cannot fake them into, and that is including like really math heavy things, no matter how bad the Jays would like to, math gets in the way of some things, for blacks. So you're absolutely right. They won't say shit about blacks while they rag about and harp on about, illegals all the time. And meanwhile, legal non-whites double dip. Thus, they are robbing us of double the amount of money every day that the legal or that the illegal non-whites do, and they're taking a job from a white person if they have a job. So, well, actually, no, that is the doubling is the job. The job is the doubling of the robbery of white people. Um, and Pause for Pot also said, at least if the cultures were steered toward Mexican culture, our people could build houses and ride horses and play real musical instruments. Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned before that I liked, of all non-white music, I like Mexican non-white music the most because it's the only music that sounds like real music, where they use real instruments and they need real musicianship to play it. And it takes real coordination and real timing and really following white people's way of playing music and way of following sheet music and all those things. Um, so, you know, I have to agree with that totally. Damn, we've almost hit 8 hours, y'all. Oh my gosh. It feels like I've only been running like 4 or 5 hours. It's been almost 8 hours. That's crazy. All right, well, we did it again. I didn't mean to do an 8 hour window tonight, but I guess we did. Pause for Pot said, can't even name one positive thing blacks have done, just negatives. Correct. There isn't one positive thing that they've done. Not one. There's not one positive. It's not just blacks. There's not one positive thing anyone can name that any non-whites have provided white people as a whole, especially that they've provided white people as a whole, or that provides to all white people as a whole, and negates whatever terrible things like thousands of rapes and murders by their own race of our kind here on our soil. There would never be any thing that could redeem their race, right? So, and that's another big problem we have is, each race has been at war with the other races. So every race wants a revenge war on some race that they fought years ago. I mean, white people might be the exception to that for the most part, but typically, Saudis want, or let me not use Saudis, but like whoever, some other group wants war with the Jays, and the Jays want war with everyone. And, you know, some faction of Russians are really duped into really wanting a war with some factions of people in Ukraine. And even though there is a war happening, I'm just saying, like, there are white people on both sides of that war that have been duped into being zealous for that. Um, but yeah, as far as not being able to name one positive thing, yeah, I mean, I can't name a thing any non-whites have done positive. Um, I'll even sit here and think about it for a moment. I mean, let's see here. Let me scroll back up, get back to where we were. Okay, and Pause for Pot said, I feel like white people are acting like, oh, I feel like white people are acting like a cat is coming and stealing their dog's food. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how they're acting. They're like, oh, bad kitty, my poor little shit bull. And he said, God bless you, stay white. God bless you to you. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and Happy Sabbath tonight to you. And he said a lot of them use their EBT to do food trucks or roll a barbecue out to a corner and sell street tacos. Yeah, that's another thing is, if you and I were to try to start our own like convenience store, we're not allowed to go to, say, Food for Less or Kroger and buy boxes of 20 cupcakes and then sell them individually in our store for $1.19 a piece, right? For huge profit. And they even had, for a long time, when it was still all white people world, they would have on individual packages that came in a larger package, they would have on each individual small package printed, it would say on the wrapper, not for individual sale. Well, once they handed over all of our gas stations and convenience stores to the Pajeets, guess what got taken off of all the packaging everywhere? You haven't seen it on anything in 15 years. Any like box of bulk food product you buy. Let's say you buy a box of 20 Hostess cupcakes, right? And they're all individually wrapped. Well, when you opened those up back in the day, 15, 20 years ago, each one said plain as day on it, not for resale. But they only had it that way while it was white people running the stores and owning the stores. And so they had extra restrictions on white people where we could not go to the store and buy boxes from another retailer, but in bulk, and then turn around and sell them individually, individual pieces of whatever it is, in our stores for huge profit. So they made sure all the years that Whitey could have perhaps done that to make huge profit while they owned the marts and the gas stations, they made sure that print was on there plain as day, not for resale. But once they got Pajeets running all our gas stations and owning all of our convenience marts and stuff now, you can't find any individual wrapped thing that says that anymore. Why? Because they don't want to bother the Pajeets about it. And by the way, they give Pajeets a free many, many, many thousands of dollar loan to start their own convenience mart or to buy one that's already in existence. And by giving them loans for that, I mean like they give them like $250,000 loans. So y'all know. And we had mentioned earlier about the EBT cards that they're allowed to use the EBT card. Blacks are allowed to use EBT cards, and now I imagine all non-whites are allowed to use their EBT card pretty much anywhere for anything. And so, blacks can go to the titty bar, they can go to the barbecue joint, they can go to the barber shop, they can go everywhere you expect that they are not allowed to use an EBT card. They can use them everywhere. Because if you deny a black, that could be his only food, his only money. And then if you deny him, well, then you're being the scary R word, see? So blacks are able to go pretty much anywhere with their EBT card and buy whatever they want. And And one of the things they are known to do is start a taco truck or a small church, stuff like that. Pause for Pot said the next step in this is child labor. Yeah, they will do away with child labor laws at some point. The Jays want our kids having to work also. They already successfully duped our women, and now it's just a matter of duping us into allowing them to dupe our children. And keep in mind, in an all white society, in an all white world, having our children doing labor, doing work is fine. Okay, it builds character. It builds men out of young boys. And so I'm not against child labor whatsoever. In fact, it was one of the best parts of my childhood. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. I probably have, but when I was about 11, I had a stepdad back then. I have a different stepdad now, but I had a stepdad back then that was a very nice guy, good Christian man, and he worked on a massive commercial farm with his brothers. And so they owned this, I mean, just gargantuan plot of land. I don't know how many tens of thousands of acres it is, but an absolutely enormous, enormous. It's commercial, so it's literally commercial size. So, they had to have had, I would say, 40 to 50 fields that are as big as far as the eye can see, large, square. And when I got to be 10, I wanted to start working out there on the farm. So they started letting me do, things on the farm with them. And I was a gopher, a helper, or whatever. And I would tromp greens. I would ride in the back of the semi trailers while they drive next to the machine it's basically like a combine, but it's doing the same thing a combine does. It's basically harvesting the greens, and then they run up a conveyor belt and come down a chute into the 18-wheeler trailer, and they start making really tall piles really fast because it all comes through really quick out of the chute. So your job as a greens tromper when you're in the back of one of the 18-wheeler trailers is to be constantly kicking the and you do it with your shoes on and everything. So all the greens, all the turnip greens and collard greens and stuff people eat, you ought to rinse it off at least because it's been tromped all over by people with their boots on. But you basically kick it all around as it starts building a really tall pile really fast. You knock the pile over, you knock all of it down, and you keep trying to level the greens as much as you can in the trailer, and then you start stomping them down and crushing them down as much as you can so that you get rid of as much air in the trailer between the leaves as possible. That way, by the time you pack the trailer all the way to the top, and by the time we're packing the top, we're riding on top of greens that are already higher than the height of the trailer, you know? So I was doing that when I was 10, tromping greens. And then when I turned 11, they asked if I thought I was, responsible enough to drive a tractor, and I told them yes. So they put me in their biggest tractor. They're called the Mod. We called it Mod, and it was their biggest one. And I guess their logic was I wouldn't be able to break that one no matter what I did. And so as a kid, that was my absolute wet dream. I was given this most massive machine, the biggest machine my eyes had ever seen, with the biggest monster truck wheels and tires and everything on all four corners that you could imagine. And I was just blown away that they allowed me to drive that, and they gave me tasks. They'd give me a field and they'd fuel me up, They always had a truck running around with a diesel tank on the back to fill up tractors and stuff. So they'd fill up my tractor and they'd say, all right, do this whole field right here. And they would only allow me to do certain things. I could only disc, and later in the year I could do aerating and I could do seeding, but I couldn't do braking. They wouldn't let me do any ground braking, and I couldn't do any harvesting or anything. But it's not that I couldn't. It's just they didn't trust me at my age to do those things. But that was and here's the crazy, wild, awesome part of this whole story is I would drive tractor for 2 or 3 hours in the morning before school. I would get up about 3 in the morning and I would go with my stepdad out to the farm and we would start about 3:30, 4 o'clock. And I would drive tractor from 4 till about 7:30, and our school started at 9. And they would come get me out of the tractor and get me stopped wherever I was. They just stopped me wherever I was, pick me up in the truck. They would drive me to town, get me some breakfast on the way to school, and then drop me off. And my uncle, my step uncle that owned the farm, would hand me two $20 bills every day. $40. Now we're talking at a time when minimum wage was like $3 an hour, right? I would go work for like 3 hours in the morning driving that tractor, which I absolutely loved doing. And I even watch videos of people driving tractors nowadays sometimes just to like get my kick of it again. And it's so peaceful and it's just fun in a peaceful way. It's not exciting. It's not like riveting or anything, but it's exciting in its own way. It's enjoyable and peaceful, and you really feel like you're doing something, and you feel the machine connected to the earth. You feel it doing something to the earth. It's a weird thing. It's hard to explain, but there's something about a person, even a woman driving a tractor. She gets that same feeling when you have a tractor and you're big tractor especially, and you have some attachment on it and you're working the ground with it and you feel the tractor working the ground with it, and your hand is on the wheel and your feet are on the pedals and you feel the machine working the ground. It gives you a connection with the earth that you just it's a different connection. It's like a modern day connection to the earth that you just don't get that sensation unless you have driven a tractor. And I absolutely loved it. It was one of the greatest joys of my childhood. And the cherry on top of it all was my uncle was so gracious with his money to me that he was giving me two $20 bills every morning before I went to school. And this is at a time when a $20 bill was like, for a kid, you could like live like a king on $20 for a week. And maybe not a week, but a few days, several days easily, and I mean, the average professional back then was probably only making, I don't know, $30 an hour or something, and that would be like doctor level stuff probably. At the time when he was paying me $40 a day cash to drive a measly 3 hours on the tractor, a Corvette was only like 30 grand or 20 something $1,000, you know? So, I mean, I was making enormous money. And when I would go to school, I was the only kid that had stacks of $20 bills, and I didn't spend them. I would go to school and I would get like a chocolate milk, and then at lunch I might get a soda and a lunch and everything. But all that stuff only cost $1 and something. $1.50 you would get your lunch. Lunch was only 75 cents. So you get your full course meal of lunch for 75 cents. You go get a soda for 50 cents. And yeah, I mean, I was just pocketing the rest of the money. So by the end of a week, I would have a knot of $20 bills in my pocket. People thought I was rich. And it was all thanks to child labor, as they want to call it. Now, That doesn't mean that there wouldn't be way worse child labor. Of course, if we legalized child labor, there would be some sweatshop we'd find in the middle of Massachusetts, and they've got a bunch of kids in there in a dungeon like atmosphere making Levi's jeans or something. But, as long as we regulate it and as long as we don't take away from children's innocence or childhood by making it has to be a thing where children want to learn a trade. A boy is excited, wants to learn how to drive a tractor or drive an 18-wheeler or do this or that. Now, granted, we couldn't put a kid in an 18-wheeler, but um, if we went back to allowing children when they want to do something that the men do, or that if a girl wants to do something the ladies do as adults, if we embraced that zeal from those children, we would grow way more geniuses in this world. Instead, we don't take those kids up on their aspirations when they're still longing to, they like something so much that they actually would invest their effort into doing it mentally. Let's think about a kid who's enamored by firefighting, right? Thinks firefighters are so cool and thinks fire trucks are so amazing and all this stuff. If you don't grab that opportunity by the horns when he's at that age right then where he's so excited about fire trucks and being a fireman and thinks firemen are his heroes and all these things, that is your moment to try to go get him a kid job at a fire station. So what that he's 9 years old? So what that he's 11 years old or 13 years old? He is excited about a real man's job. He's excited about learning something that could be his lifelong career. We are supposed to take those moments in their youth and amplify them, bolster them for those kids so that, if you do something like that, for example, that could spark that kid to start studying harder in school so that he hurries up and graduates as soon as possible so that he can become a real grown man fireman as soon as possible. That's how our young boys used to be. They used to lie to the military and say they were old enough to serve in the war so that they could go fight in wars. Our kids now would lie to our government and say they've got an injured foot or a bone spur to get out of having to go and fight. So our boys have been conditioned to be the opposite, to think the opposite way. Now, let's go back to that boy we were talking about, interested in being a fireman. And let's say that we don't take him up on that zeal he has for it at all. We go, oh, yeah, you like fire trucks? Oh, yeah, you like firemen? Yeah, they're pretty cool. All right, yeah, good for you. I'm glad you like it. Oh, maybe you'll be a fireman someday. You might say all those encouraging things. You might buy him fire truck crap now and then, and maybe it will keep his mojo up about becoming a fireman when it becomes time, when he's old enough. But most of the time what happens is the kid phases out of it. You never took hold of and embraced his thing that he was excited about, and now he had to find something else to entertain his time. And he got into Yu-Gi-Oh cards, or he got into Dungeons and Dragons, or he got into playing video games, or he got into working on bicycles or motorcycles. Now he's got some new thing, and that new thing may or may not be anywhere remotely close to as good of a thing as what the other thing was that he was already excited about, that you could have embraced and really uplifted him with, and he'd be so gung-ho about it by this later point that we're talking about, that he would already have like a red carpet row laid out for him, essentially mentally, for him to become his career that he was destined to be. And instead, we ruin that often by ignoring their aspirations while they're seemingly still too young. And by the time they become old enough to do that thing that they used to have so much inspiration from, they'll have no interest in doing it anymore. And they'll end up picking another thing, or they won't be able to decide a thing. And they end up just having, some job to job life instead of a real career. All because when the kid did have zeal for something, the parents didn't embrace that and dump effort into it with them, and cheer him on and encourage him. Think about girls who want to be a veterinarian. You know, if you meet some 13-year-old girl who, or I'm saying, I shouldn't say if you meet one, but if you found yourself with a 13-year-old daughter who's interested in being a veterinarian, the first thing you should do is start trying to introduce her to veterinarian clinics. You know, try to get her to make friends with girls that were some ladies that work at a vet clinic. Uh, you know, encourage her to offer, to volunteer around there. I don't like volunteerism. I think volunteerism is for suckers, but more like maybe just simpleton job stuff, teenager job stuff, where at least they're still getting paid. You don't want to encourage your kids to do stuff for free. Um, so, but yeah, encourage her. Hey, drop you off or go with you to the vet. We'll introduce ourselves. Let's see if you like any of the people there. Maybe they'll like you. Maybe they could use a helper around there, and you could get a helper job there. And then you'll be able to work with the animals. You'll get to learn how to be a vet in real life from real vets, in person. And just that movement would perhaps propel her all the way into going full blown the rest of her high school years. She focuses on being a vet. She does great in school so that she can go do her college to be a real certified licensed vet. All those things could happen from what people mistakenly think of as only in the bad context of, quote, child labor, So I'm definitely not against child labor. I of course would be against abuse of children with labor, but child labor was a great, me being a kid having a job was the coolest, most fun, most fulfilling and rewarding thing I could have ever done at that age. There was if you would have asked me at the time when I was driving a tractor, hey, can you think of anything else you'd rather be doing? I'd have been like, nope. I was happy as a clam. Um, Pause for Pot said, Mexican grocery store here got caught with kids working there earlier this year. Yeah, I mean, a grocery store, how are you really going to slave a kid to death? You know what I mean? I care more that it's Mexicans in our country. That's what I care about. But a grocery store, you can't slave kids up like that. You know what I mean? I mean, a Mexican grocery store has only got so many freaking plantains to sit out on the counter. You know what I mean? And so can't imagine the children having to slave too hard on that. So I wouldn't be pissed about that. I would just be pissed that they exist in my country. And, in their own countries, kids get put to work right away. By the time they're old enough to hold stuff in their hands, they're being told, hold this while the parent does something, or give it back. Okay, now hold it again. And they're already starting to help right out of the gate as soon as they're old enough to suck their thumb. And Pause for Pot laughed about something, and then he was like, you make some really good points. I'm in full support of child labor now. Oh, okay, that's what you're laughing about. Yeah, and again, obviously, I don't, not what people envision when they hear the words child labor. They think, kids slaving away in some sweatshop factory, for Martha Stewart or whatever. I certainly don't mean that way, Um, and yes, mine was a family business that I was working in. So yes, I was working basically for the family business. Um, But he was my stepdad's brother, and he actually owned the whole farm himself. So it's not like the whole family got, I mean, they all did get paid. They were all employees of the company, but ultimately it was one guy of the family that owned the whole thing, and then he would just pay all his other family members who worked for the farm very kindly. And by the way, they had no illegal invaders in the 80s picking our food for us because we didn't want to as white people. You hear the Cuckservatives. I had mentioned that a long time ago in the stream before you had made it here tonight. How a lot of cucks in Mark Dice's most recent post freaking out about Trump's picks hiring all the Pajeets or wanting to. A lot of them in the comments were saying, look, guys, the bottom line is Americans, and they're meaning white people, but they don't say that. But they were like, Americans don't want to do a lot of the jobs that these invaders or these non-whites are willing to do. And I called them out on it. I put absolutely false. It's total BS. Literally all of America was created by white men. Every pipe of sewer that was laid in the ground, who wanted to do that job? White men did. Every freaking plant and vegetable that was ever plucked and planted and then plucked from the ground and fed to someone from the freaking 1600s all the way to now was done by white people. Like, how the heck do you think America was created? It was created 100% by white people. Guess what? They needed to eat food. All the white people here needed to eat food grown from the ground, from plants and fruits, every day to create this country. So guess who did it? So that means there is no such thing as any jobs that white people aren't willing to do. There are, while Mexicans are out picking blueberries in a field right now, there are 1,500 white men who are expert berry pickers sitting at home twiddling their thumbs because they can't get Farmer Bill down the street to hire them anymore because Farmer Bill met Jorge, and Jorge said, oh, I have 400 of my friend I bring for, $10, And so Farmer Bill's saving $5 a head per hour hiring the Mexicans. So yes, sometimes in some jobs, non-whites do get paid less than us. But in corporate world, like I had mentioned earlier, they'll pay them the same amount they're paid you after it took you 10 years to build up to that amount of money. They'll hire a non-white for the same money with no experience. And it's really just to spite white people is what it really is. And so, and to also make sure that the non-white has a good living wage, so that while they're invading our white country and living here on our, at our expense, they'll be able to make plenty of money to live a nice, comfortable life and have a nice new car, newer than the white people's car, and a nice big new house, nicer and bigger and newer than the white people's house next door. And but when it comes to farmers and like working class Trump supporter Republicans, they happily hire Jorge to save $5 a head. Happily do so. Erase the bagels said. Oh, actually, no. Pause for Pot said, and I agree. If they're interested in stuff, I scrolled away from it. He put, and I agree. If they're interested in stuff, they should jump on it. Yeah, I mean, because when you're a kid and you have all that. Like a kid can decide something they like seems like a lot better than a teenager can and a young adult can. By that time, when you become a young teenager, or by the time you become an older teenager or a young adult, you've had so many opportunities blasted around you and in front of you. It's information overload. You've heard about so many pros and cons by then and all these things that it's hard to make a decision unless you're just already gung-ho and have decided long ago. And that's what inspiring the little kids when they're interested in something like that. So, when they show interest in something, you should really jump on it, whether it's an instrument, an occupation like being a firefighter or being an airline pilot. If they show interest in planes flying overhead and think it's awesome, buy that kid a plane that day, a big one. Buy him a big old plain toy, something that wows him, so that he sits there and stares at it for hours and fantasizes about it being real and imagines himself flying it or fixing it or working on it. Those are the things and those are the ways that our children are inspired to become great adults, the next leaders of our world, and leaders of our people. And we've got to create them because we don't want the non-whites leading us, and we're busy trying to hurry up and get them out of our leadership stuff, and we're going to need people to replace them. you know we're going to need our people back in those spots. And for now, yeah, us Gen Xers could take those spots, but eventually we're going to age out and we're going to need to be able to pass them on to children that we've already taught how to take the reins. you know and we're going to need firemen, we're going to need airline pilots, we're going to need farmers, we're going to need cattle ranchers, we're going to need real cowboys still, we're going to need all these things that our white children need to be taught. you know and so I hope that all of you do find ways to teach white children who show interest in anything at all. Find a way to amplify their interest in that thing. And that inspiration of you buying them that big airplane or that big thing, they'll be telling that story when they're 50 years old to young children after them. When I was your age, 8 years old, I was looking at a plane, thought that was so cool, and my really cool Uncle Freddie bought me this big jumbo jet toy. Oh my gosh, it was the coolest toy. I stared at that thing. I played with it every day for a couple of years straight. And that's what set me on my path, that I knew I was going to be an airline pilot. And look at me today, all these years later, been flying all these years. That is what you create with that simple gesture of amplifying the child's interest back when they showed the interest in a thing. And I hope it works for all of your children. And I hope it causes our white children to become great leaders, better than Generation X ever could have been. You know, it's not looking good for us right now. So we're really going to have to ramp our game up. I mean, I literally teach other people's kids. My kids are grown and gone, and so I focus on other people's kids now. And I buy toys for them. When they show interest in something, I go get them the biggest, coolest version of the thing that a child can play with that has anything to do with what they showed interest in, whether it's airplanes or, machinery or whatever. My one buddy's son, he showed interest in, knowing how to build engines. So I bought him an entire engine model that you have to put it together. And once you get it all together, the freaking thing works like a real engine. It doesn't really burn fuel and stuff, but I mean, it moves, all the parts move as they should in a real engine and all that stuff. And you can see everything, so they can see how it all works. And just that little thing may set him off to be a genius mechanic, or at minimum may set him on to be his career, where he'll have a real job and be experienced at it and do great at it and make a whole, 40 or 50 years of an adult living off of it. You know what I mean? Pause for Pot said, well, actually, Erase the Bagel said, why did we never fully get rid of them? I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to there. I apologize. Pause for Pot said, we're going to replace them all with robots soon. Then all this nonsense will stop. Well, we definitely have been steady replacing them with robots in a lot of things. The fast food joints, they've taken a pretty good hit. Which, of course, we've had to suffer from that because now we got to type in our own freaking order and stuff like that. So we're basically having to do their job now. Instead of it being actually replaced by robots, we're the robot now. So now they're no longer restaurants, they're workerants, because you don't really get to go to one and rest anymore. You have to work while you're there. You have to place your own order. Then you have to get back up and go pick up your order from the window when they call your name. And then you got to get your own drink now. And I don't know. It's just, it's getting, to the point where it seems like the customer is becoming the robot. Like everywhere a customer goes, it's kind of like self-serve, like serve yourself now, you know. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. I know that they did it though to give non-whites the opportunity to steal as much as they can. And so that's why they created all this check your own self out at Walmart, the highest theft place in the world, and they're going to just get rid of the registers and be like, just ring yourself up, blacks. We totally trust you. Even though we have to close down stores all the time and we have to lock all the black hair and nail and skin products, we have to lock them all up every day, keep them locked up from all of you. But you know what? We're going to trust you to just ring your own self up. Go ahead. I mean, how idiotic and stupid of an idea is that? But it's not stupid when you realize that it's literally to give blacks the opportunity to steal as much as they can. That's what it's for. Same reason as why they started telling you don't mess with the blacks when they rob a store and start stealing everything. Just leave them alone and let them do it. You have to, because if you mess with them, you could harm them and cause them harm, and that would be kidnapping or holding them against their will, or you could cause them bodily harm, which they haven't harmed you. So you don't have a right to step in and harm them. You know, insurance will just pay for the stuff anyway, and all the other excuses that come. Stand by. I apologize. All right, I think I have box going again. It's like every now and then it just starts getting, the signal starts going down. I don't know what the deal is with that, but it starts getting weaker and weaker, and then I have to go in there and reset it real quick, and then once it reactivates, we're all good. All right. Pause for Pot said everything I liked got shot down by everyone. Let's see. Let me scroll up here and see if I can determine what you were meaning. Because we were talking about the robot thing. Everything you liked got shot down by everyone. I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. Do you mean like we shot it down? We shot your idea down, or what? I don't know. Maybe you mean Jews shot the ideas down. I don't know what. Maybe elaborate a little bit for me there. Erase the bagels said Jews have been wreaking havoc on us for thousands of years. If we kicked them out of our countries 100 times and they just come back, why did we never get rid of them? Well, eh, that's kind of an age-old question that's kept going all the while. Now, God commanded us to get rid of them a long time ago, back when he gave us the land of Canaan and gave it to us to turn into what became Israel. And of course, Israel means white people. It doesn't mean any particular plot of land, but it was named Israel because that's where we settled. God told us to go there, told us to eliminate the Jebusites, the Hivites, the Perizzites. And it's funny because, you know, Perizzites, it's so close to sounding like parasites. You know, those were the J's. And, you know, we were supposed to eliminate all those groups, and instead we did not. And later on, God gave us another place to be. He told us, eradicate them, and we didn't. Another time, he sent Saul He sent him out to, be to conquer an area, conquer somewhere. I think it was Amalek or somebody who had been messing with the Israelites for so long. God had determined that now was the time. And so, and it may have been another group, but I think it was them. And so God had determined their time was up and that he was going to send this army. And so he assigned Saul to go do it. And he told a prophet to tell him to go do it. And so he went and did it. But he didn't do everything exactly the way God said. He spared the animals and he spared some of the women and children, I suppose. And so the prophet called him out on it when he came back. He said, "What's the deal? You were told to wipe out everyone, including their cattle and the rest of their animals." And the guy was like, "Well, I mean, I did for the most part." And he's like, "Then why do I hear bleating of sheep and lowing of cattle?" He could hear animals that weren't done away with. And so, when we don't do things the way God says, we basically set ourselves up for a never-ending disaster. Now, God has not ever instructed you and us, to dispatch them, okay? And so that is why we don't. And God said that vengeance will be his on them. So, because it's God's vengeance that God is owed the vengeance, not us. And so, even though it feels like it should be us, because we're the ones that take all this brunt of the problem and everything, vengeance is God's. And so, in the book of Obadiah, it talks about God himself declares what he's going to do to the Jews for their hatred and their never-ending war against us during this 6,000-year trial. But it doesn't say anywhere in there that he's going to use us to do it. And so, if it was meant for us to eliminate them, I presume it would say in the book of Obadiah that I, God, will use my Adamites or Israel, my people, to blah, blah, blah you. And instead, he says he will be destroying them. So that is the main reason why I don't focus on trying to destroy them or anyone else for that matter. I don't think the solution to removing the non-whites from our country is to do any kind of slaughtering, any kind of massacre, any kind of stuff like that. I just want them physically arrested at gunpoint, and if they shoot at us, then hey, you're gonna get mowed down like what's that sheriff down in Florida that's really popular on YouTube now? I'd be able to say his name in the older time. And he's always doing these little presser events where he shows off pictures of the criminals and he's like, "Oh, these criminals thought they were going to come to my county and da 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 and break the law all they want nonchalant. Well, they found out wrong. And if you shoot at one of our deputies, you're going to get shot graveyard dead." And that's what he said on the news. And oh man, the libs hated it. All the lefties and the Jews, oh, they're so upset. But he tells you straight up, he's like, if you shoot at one of our officers or you try to shoot a citizen of our county, you're going to be shot graveyard dead. And so in that case, yes, thank you. Pause for pot. Grady Judd. That's it. Yep, that's the man right there. And so, I'm all for if we're being attacked to attack back, obviously. I'm all for anyone who puts up resistance with anybody who puts up deadly resistance to the removal process. I'm of course totally totally 100% okay with deadly force being applied back in reaction. Graveyard dead, you know? So, but as far as us doing it ourselves as the initial onset, like on the offense, um, no, I don't really follow that ideal because I just don't think that it's our position to do that. I think it was our position to do that back in the day when our ancestors were ordained or blessed, if you will, by God, commanded by God, actually, to do so. I think that was our one and only time that we were given the opportunity by God to do that. And because our ancestors passed up that opportunity, I think that that opportunity has passed on by. And I think that it was destiny that our ancestors did not do so, because how else would white people have been under this under trial for 6,000 years of the whole 6,000 year trial if Jews had been eliminated all the way back then? So because after all, none of the non-white races would ever come up with a scheme to go against white people that would be effective like the Jews have, blacks, they're pretty good at like certain grifting ideas, like woe is me and oh please help me, I'm starving and whatever. They're good at like being a down and out, oh poor old me, help me, kind of grifter. But Jews are completely different than that. They think in hundreds of years, long term, long game goals. And the other non whites just do not do that. So pretty much it was, I would say, for lack of a better word, I hate to use this word in this instance, but for lack of a better word, I would have to say it was basically destiny that our ancestors failed God's command, so that the Jays would still be around all this time to continue the process of Jacob's trouble. Now, I know that true Jacob's trouble won't come until the last 70 weeks of the 6,000 year trial, but all through these years, we've been under Jacob's trouble. And what's wild is, if this is the mild version of Jacob's trouble compared to what the real Jacob's trouble will be in the last 70 weeks of the 6,000 year trial, that means the last 70 weeks of our 6,000 year trial on earth are going to be utterly horrific for those white ancestors of ours, our great, 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 great grandchildren. It's going to be utterly horrific for them. But you have to remember at the same time and try to give yourself a little solace with the fact of knowing that even though they will endure horrific hardship far beyond our wildest dreams, they will also be the ones that will be so fortunate to not taste death and watch Christ come into the sky in the clouds while they are still living mortals in their own personal mortal trial. And whether that will be more glorious than one of us who is asleep in the ground waiting on Christ or not, it's everyone's dream to not have to actually die this first physical death, and be able to be alive in this first mortal physical trial of ours when Christ arrives. Every Christian longs for Christ's arrival in their lifetime. And even though they will deal with all of that horrible, horrible hardship, they will also be the greatest generation ever blessed, to actually be able to see Christ with their original mortal eyes before they ever pass away. To be able to watch him come into the sky and destroy all the non-whites of the world with the whiteness of his appearance, the brightness of his coming, as it says in Revelation. You know, for them, after it's all said and done and we're all up in glory together, or we're all in the new earth together talking about it around a campfire, they will say to us that they're glad that they lived in that time, and they're glad that they endured all that horrific hardship, because it was all worth it in the end for them to be able to watch Christ arrive in the sky, you know, as a mortal. So, you know, yes, our ancestors were supposed to have eliminated them long ago per God's instruction, but God knew that our ancestors wouldn't end up doing that. And so, in his infinite wisdom of knowing the end before the beginning, he already knew that we weren't going to accomplish that, achieve that commandment, to obey that commandment all the way. He knew we weren't going to do it. And so, because our ancestors weren't going to do that and didn't do that, he knew that we would have the Jays to work against us for the entire, you know, trial, all the way to the end. And so, it basically had to happen that way, is the best way I could explain it. It had to happen that way so the Jews could continue to survive all these years, to continue to cause us all of the grief and problems they have cost us, all the death and misery they've caused us, so that our character hardens up harder and harder, you know, and it helps separate wheat from chaff. It, you know, without fiery trials, we don't come out, a brilliant gem. And so we are going to have to endure fiery trials. I mean, been enduring one now for, gosh, seems like 15 years, but really it's been 35 years. And, you know, bless the young people's hearts, they don't even realize they were already born into. They just think this is how the world's always been. When really we're in absolute turmoil right now. Our world is upside down. It's the only one that Gen Z and millennials have ever known, but to Gen X and everyone before us, we know our world is completely upside down right now. White people are not in charge of our own countries. We're being bossed around by non-whites everywhere. They're attacking us and destroying us like hotcakes in every city. And you know, we have no representation in government, which should all be 100% us as represented in all of our government. There shouldn't be one politician in our government that is not representing us, white Christian Americans. And so we do have a lot of negative, we have a lot of, you know, an enormous amount of overcoming, you know, and surviving and powering through that we have to do. But in the end, it's going to be worth it, because we will have been tried in a fiery trial. And, you know, the harder of a trial we survive, the greater of a mansion we will have in God's kingdom. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm trying to win God's favor big time. I want to win God's favor. I could care less about people calling me the scary R word. I could care less what any invader or enemy of God or enemy of white people thinks of me or says about me. All I care is that I'm called great in heaven. That is the greatest mortal achievement you could ever accomplish in this lifetime you are given, in this mortal trial you are given. The whole goal of your entire life is not to be a mechanic or a gas station worker, or, it's not to be any kind of worker. Your ultimate goal in life and your ultimate purpose in this mortal trial is to do anything and everything it takes to please God, to be called great in heaven. I hope all of you strive for that. And I hope that that is your most important thing in your soul, in your heart, in your mind, and your soul, to be called great in heaven. There is no greater honor. There is no gorgeous woman finer than all the others you could marry. There is no beautiful children more beautiful than any other children you could ever produce. There is no business or beautiful church you could ever create. There is no feat you could ever accomplish. Not even if you saved our country like Uncle A did for Germany. If you were the one who saves America and turns the whole thing around and restores it all the way back to the proper white Christian nation that it's supposed to be, with zero non-whites in it and zero Jews in it. If you managed all of that, that still would not be as great of an accomplishment as being called great in heaven, regardless of what you did to be called great in heaven. It may have been something way less than saving our whole country. It may have been that you took care of a widow and mowed her grass so she wouldn't get kicked out by the HOA or fined and sued thousands of dollars she couldn't pay by her HOA. It could be that you bought a toy for someone's child who's inspired by a certain thing, and then you set their whole life off to be a prosperous adult that champions our faith. You never know what the power of the things you do will cause years later. And so my biggest advice I could ever give anyone is, whatever you do in life, your ultimate goal should be to be called great in heaven. That should be your ultimate dream, your ultimate goal. As I had already said, it should be your ultimate goal. And I pray to God every day. And I thank God every day for Sabbath. I thank Him for blessing me to be a part of His covenant people. I thank Him for blessing me with the highest mortal blessing He ever gives any mortal, which is to be blessed to be born in the colors of Jesus Christ. I owe Him an additional thank you for that, above and beyond anyone who is not blessed to be born in the colors of Christ. Just like any white person owes Him the additional thanks of being born a part of His covenant people instead of being born a non-white. They owe God the additional blessing. You, white people, owe God the thank you for blessing you to be a part of His covenant people. You should be saying it every prayer, especially every Sabbath prayer. That's when you should be itemizing in a long, thought out, soul felt prayer to God every Sabbath. And for the heck of it, we'll just do one now so that it's official, that those of you who are here won't actually forget. All right? So we'll do one now. We'll thank the Lord together for this glorious Sabbath day that we're going to enjoy. And as a people, as the people of Israel, Holy Father, thank you for this glorious Sabbath day. Praise be all of your names, above all other names. Praise be your Son, Jesus Christ's name, above all other names, for His sacrifice on the cross for our sins. Praise be your Holy Ghost's name above all other names, for his protection over our people during our mortal trial. Thank you, Holy Father, Yahweh God, for blessing us to be a part of your covenant people. Thank you, Holy Father God, for blessing those of us who have been blessed to be born in the colors of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Father, for that additional blessing on behalf of those of us who were blessed with that. Thank you, Holy Father, for blessing us to have the truth revealed to us by you so that we are not lost. Thank you, Holy Father God, for revealing Sabbath's truth to us again so that we can start to reawaken and satisfy you and function as intended. Thank you, Holy Father, for blessing all of us to have a way of connectivity, a way of interacting with each other, a way of meeting each other so that we are not alone in the world one at a time. Thank you, Holy Father Yahweh God, for the time frame you've placed us in. We could have been placed in 450 BC, or 1286 AD, or 1801 AD, and instead, you've blessed us to live in this pivotal time where we got to experience the old world, the original and proper world that our white people survived and lived in for the whole 5,700 years. And in only this last 100 years have we been blessed to have so many luxuries and comforts at the touch of a finger, at the press of a button. Thank you, Holy Father, for blessing us to be allowed to experience our mortal trial with such blessings, with such creature comforts, and with such luxury compared to the thousands of years and millions of our people who never dreamed of such luxury. Thank you, Holy Father Yahweh, mighty God of Israel, our people. Thank you for sending Jesus Christ, your holy and perfect and most favorite Son, to walk the earth a perfect example for our people and die a perfect sacrifice. And thank you, Father, for blessing his sacrifice to be satisfactory to you, to be sufficient to quench your wrath at the failure of our people. Thank you, Jesus Christ, our holy Messiah, King of our people, Israel. Thank you for your sacrifice on the cross for our sins. We have sinned, Lord. I have sinned. I apologize for my sins, and our people are sorry for our sins, Lord. We don't want to be sinners. Please forgive us and save us on that great day of your glorious return. Please, Lord, thank you. That is our ultimate hope. Thank you, Holy Father, Yahweh, God, above all of our people, for your Holy Ghost, and thank you for his protection. Thank you, Holy Ghost, Holy Vicar of Jesus Christ. Thank you for your protection every single moment of every single day. Thank you, Holy Father Yahweh God, for this glorious Sabbath day. And thank you for every Sabbath that has ever been since creation week. And thank you, Holy Father God, for every Sabbath that will be all through eternity in the new earth. And I apologize, Lord, on behalf of our people and on behalf of my own self, for every Sabbath in my mortal trial that I have ever ignored, that I have ever defiled in your eyes, that I have ever stepped on, that I have ever disregarded. And I apologize on behalf of our people, Lord, for every Sabbath that our people have ever disregarded, that they have ever defiled. Please bless our people, Lord, to finally have the awakening. Please bless our people to stop angering you, Lord. We're desperate to please you. We're desperate for our people to be called great in heaven. We know it's impossible while we ignore your fourth commandment. Our only desire is to please you, Lord, and to serve and function as intended. Our prayer is that you bless us in our group of people as truthers to say the right things at the right times and to do the right things at the right moment, to inspire our people to greatness again through you. Thank you, Holy Father God, for blessing us with good health. Thank you, Holy Father God, for blessing us to have all of our limbs and senses intact and functioning correctly. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, for blessing our homes. Thank you, Holy Father God, for blessing our families. Thank you, Father Yahweh God, for blessing our children. Thank you, Holy Father, for blessing our family members, resting in Christ. They loved you so much, Lord, and they long for your return, even while they sleep. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father God, for blessing our income. While so many of our people suffer with very little or nothing, you've blessed us to sustain and maintain ourselves, all while there is a massive concerted effort to take all of our income away from us. Thank you for whatever income you bless us to still manage to have, regardless of the war against us. Thank you, Yahweh, Holy Father, that there are still millions of white people enjoying happy, white, healthy family lives, creating more beautiful white babies every day, whether it be our family or another. We're grateful that you allow our people to continue. And we thank you, Father, for the promise that our people will never be fully exterminated on the earth during this 6,000-year trial. Thank you, Holy Father, for blessing our parents. Please bless us to always honor them in a way that pleases you and satisfies your commandment. Thank you, Father, for blessing us with these truths, with the understanding of our identity, while so many of our people are still kept in somehow darkness, while it's plainly written in your word. Please bless their hearts to open up. Please bless them if it pleases you, Lord, please. If it pleases you, of course. Our prayer is that they will open their hearts up through their frustration and their desperation and their depression and the weight of the anti-white world pressing down on them. We pray that you will encourage them to open their hearts and their minds to finally listen to us. They've listened to everything else, and it's drugged them down to nothing but doom. You have given us the only answer. And our prayer is that if it pleases you, that we are able to take your answer to our people. What good does it do for us only if we can't disperse it among our people? Spread your gospel among our people. So our prayer is that you bless us to be victorious in the spreading of your gospel across all the world of our white people. And that we call back as many of our Israelite people as we possibly can from doom, from ruin, from defiling them their own selves. We know that many must pay the ultimate price, but our prayer is that it pleases you to minimize it as much as possible. Holy Father, we also pray for our new president. We pray for Donald Trump. We know that he is not on our side. We know that he is a lifelong registered leftist. We know that he's Epstein Island client number 78 on the client list. We know that he has no intention on saving white people or our white country for white Christians. We know that his plan is to fully cuck to Jews and blacks and all other manner of non-white invader. But you can do anything, Lord. And we know you can. And we are not going to rest our hope in Donald Trump, and we are not going to rest our hope in you changing Donald Trump. We are only asking here as a prayer that if it pleases you, it would help us greatly, as you know. If you would bring either Donald Trump or some other powerful leader, that you would bring them to the leading position above our people, to lift us up out of this downward spiral, this Weimar Republic. It's a bottomless pit. And our people are so far down it now, we can't even see them from the top. Only you can save us at this point, Lord. Only a glorious and mighty miracle from your hand, which will be unmistakable to all the world's non-whites that your hand is moving. They will know, just as all the animals know when your hand is moving, and all the birds know. Our prayer is that our own people will also know that your mighty hand is moving. And our prayer is that you will put your blessing on our people to restore this country. We know that we have 215 years left to go. And in that time, we should have many victories again, and perhaps several falls again. And what that tells me is we are scheduled for a victory by your mighty hand any day now. Whether it be this year, or 12 years from now, or 6 months from now, or 21 years from now. There is no way that the non-whites can sustain running our world, in charge of us and being above us for 215 more years. We know this is true, Lord. So our ultimate dream, our ultimate goal is to please you enough that you save our country and our people and give our people victory and give our people our new Jerusalem back in this lifetime of ours. Lord, we feel that Generation X is the last generation that is alive right now who could properly reset our country back to the way that we remember that it was supposed to be, that it always was. And then we can show through the way you allow us to restructure our country back to the way it was, we can give that same wonderful America that we grew up in to our grandchildren and to our adult children. And they will see with their own eyes how America is supposed to be, how it is supposed to function, how our people live when we are serving you the right way, functioning as intended. And we could start the 1950s all over again. It can happen. It will happen by your mighty hand. We just don't know when is the time that will please you to do so. Our prayer, Lord, is that it would please you to do so in our lifetime, in our Generation X lifetime, so that we can take the reins and show by example to our children and to our grandchildren who've never known real America, who've never known real Europe, who've never known real Canada, who've never known real New Zealand, and who've never known real Australia. We can show them by example and by living proof of how our countries used to be and are supposed to be. And then, Lord, our generation can pass on into the ground and wait our turn on your glorious Son, just like all of our ancestors before us are waiting now. But we'll be able to go to rest knowing that we reset our country, that we put it back on your path, doing things your way this time, not our way. And we ask, Lord, that you please give us the strength and the courage and the gumption and the perseverance, the faith in you to push our agenda, to push your agenda. Our agenda is your agenda. To push your agenda as hard and as far as we possibly can, as fast as we possibly can, to as many of our people as we possibly can. The same urgency that all of our ancestors have had, warning of your Son's arrival coming soon. Please bless us to have that same zeal and success and wherewithal to be called great in heaven before we lay in the ground. That is my prayer for all of our people who visit this channel. That is my prayer for me, Lord. For our future generations of our white people. I'm grateful for everything you've given us. We are unworthy and undeserving. And you love us anyway, and you smile on us anyway, and you give to us anyway. So we say thank you, and we are grateful. And please bless us to always stay grateful all of our mortal days. Till our last dying breath, let us say thank you, Holy Father. In your Son, Jesus Christ's perfect name, we're grateful. Amen. All right, y'all have a happy Sabbath. It's been 9 hours. Wow. It doesn't even feel like it. I haven't done a stream in so long. I thought I would probably only be able to go about 3 or 4 hours tonight, and I'd have to shut her down. But instead, here we are at 9 hours, and I feel like a spring chicken. I feel like I could do another 9 and keep going. I'm not going to do that, though. But there, we got ourselves a morning Sabbath prayer together. And my little kitty cat just showed up to say hello for the morning. Hello, sweet little thing. You're such a fluffy little fur ball. You're the furriest fluff ball around. Mm-hmm. You got more hair than your whole body. Mm-hmm. And I have some good people to spend the day with today on this glorious Sabbath day. Oh, lost it. I hope all of you do too. And remember, today is a day to stop and look at what all God's made for you. Go outside of your house. Stare at the trees. Watch the birds like I'm doing now. Chase each other around in their frenzy in the morning that they do. In fact, for the last couple of mornings in a row, I had entire flocks of, like, huge flocks, like migration flocks of birds. I guess they were migrating for the winter, or they're just migrating to somewhere else, but there were, I would say, 10,000 of them in my yard. And they covered my trees. They literally, it just looked like the tree was made of birds instead of, tree material. It may be cold where you are. So it may not be a place, hospitable enough to go outside today and admire the wildlife. But put yourself on a coat. I double up. So I do a jacket and then a coat on top of that. And be bundled up and just go outside and admire what all God has made. Everything your eyes will ever behold on this earth that are beautiful, that are natural, made by God, were made by God for your use and pleasure, even if it's just for looking at. A poisonous flower that's beautiful might be poisonous to consume or handle, but it's beautiful to look at. A plant that's useless for food still may be beautiful to look at and may be providing additional oxygen, fresh air to your environment. You may have nothing but snow and dead trees outside. And in that case, stay inside and look at it through a warm window and admire the snow itself. What an interesting thing it is. It's water, but it's ice. But it's not ice either. It's in its own state. I mean, we have so many beauties of this earth that God has made for us that we're supposed to take in regularly. You know, we surround ourselves with walls, and we decorate the walls inside the confined areas to make the spaces more tolerable, but it's much better to be outdoors, breathing the outdoor air when it's not too cold to be doing so. Um, make sure you take in nature. Every Sabbath you should be, at least spend an hour in contemplation with the Lord about all He has made for us. I spend at least 1 hour every Sabbath doing so, and even if I go out with people or I go do something, I still admire the things God has made when I go out and do things on Sabbath. I admire them every day, but I go out of my way to do so. I make a conscious effort to do so on Sabbath, specifically and particularly, because I want this day to be cherished by me more than any other day of every week. I want this to be the day I look forward to every week. And I want to express that in my behavior and in my thought and in my mind and my body and my soul. Christ kept Sabbath every Sabbath. You're a follower of Christ, aren't you? So am I. So let's follow Christ and keep every Sabbath like Christ did. And let's like what Christ liked, and let's dislike anything Christ dislikes. And let's love who Christ loved, and let's battle whomever Christ battled. Godspeed to all of you. I wish I could give you a time frame of how much longer. You read in the Bible, you read in our Holy Bible where our godly men ask our Holy Father, "How long, O Lord? How long?" And I wish I knew. I wish I could tell you. Just 3 more years, y'all. Just 5 more years, y'all. Just 8 more years, y'all. We just got 6 more months, y'all. I wish I could give you a countdown. I wish I could give you a deadline. But it's just not possible. And instead of looking at it, as a negative, let's go back to the guy I mentioned in the first 2 hours of the stream. Good. War against white people never stops. The Jews never take a break against us. Good. Whitey never gets a break. Always constantly under attack. Good. Why do I say good? Because it's going to put us through the fiery trial that only white people, with the help of our God, could ever achieve and accomplish and power through. What kind of legacy will Generation X leave the rest of our white people? What kind of legacy will the millennial generation and Generation Z leave for the kids and grandchildren and great grandchildren after them? If we don't rise up, our people, all through our history, are covered in book after book after book of their heroism, their bravery. They were hung for Jesus Christ, y'all. They were flayed, skinned alive for Jesus Christ, y'all. They were burned at stakes for Jesus Christ, y'all. And many were even put through crucifixion. Our Bible says that John the Revelator saw the men and women beheaded in Jesus' name. Do you really have the courage to stand against basically the entire world for our faith and our God's sake and our Savior's sake? I hope you do. We're gonna need you. And I especially hope you do, because I want you to be called great in heaven. Make sure that each of you tell a family member or a loved one of some sort, whether it's a close friend because you have no family anymore and that's your closest family, whomever it is that doesn't keep Sabbath yet, pick someone today that you love and send them a text message. Happy Sabbath. It doesn't matter that they don't reply Happy Sabbath back to you. That's not the goal. The goal is to impose it into their ears. Jews impose stuff into their ears all the time. It's time we start doing the same thing. If they reject it at first, so be it. Smile and just smile it off. Yeah, okay, whatever. You know, a couple weeks go by, hit them with it again. Happy Sabbath, you know. Just keep at it. And over time, that person will eventually give in. Persistence is key. It works for the Jews. It will work for us. And I guess that's all I have. We've said our prayer together. I've given you the most advice I could give you about Sabbath today, to enjoy it, to tell someone you love Happy Sabbath. Try to get that ball rolling, you know. It may take a year of you doing that before they suddenly start sending you Happy Sabbath texts back. But it will happen. You have to make it a fun thing, like it really is. You have to make it a happy thing, like it really is. Don't argue with them about it. If they send you something back, Sunday's our day, we don't keep Sabbath, that's Jewish. You don't start arguments. It's not for starting arguments. It's not for starting debates. These are the people you love. You're trying to woo them over. You're trying to win them to your side. You're not trying to defeat them like a lib on TikTok or YouTube. These are your loved ones we're talking about. You're trying to win them over with gentleness, kindness, happiness, and fun, and love. So you have to approach it with that angle. But do so. We have to start injecting Sabbath into all of our people's minds, starting with the ones we love the most. Isn't that who you want to save first? Don't you want to see your loved ones in glory with you? So that is my prayer. that's my piece on this whole deal. That's my take on this whole topic for today's stream. I'm going to shut her down now and enjoy my glorious Sabbath day with people I care about. I hope that you all enjoy this glorious Sabbath day with people you love. And just keep at it, keep at it, y'all. Persistence is key, and I know that sounds rich coming from a guy who hasn't posted a video in a whole year now, but I will start doing them again soon. Life has been crazy for me this year, and God has not imposed on me to start them yet, but I will. So they are coming soon. Can't say when, but they will. And I will start doing streams again so that we stay more connected. I just needed to get through the holidays and all these things, and we will start doing streams more often together again, okay? So God bless you all. Have a lovely Sabbath today, and God bless all of our people. And I will talk to all of you again as soon as I possibly can. God bless you all. And hello to whoever Aiden is. He says I'm nuts, sound very fascist. Yes, I'm 100% fascist. Absolutely. And someday you might be too, cuck fella. Take care, y'all. God bless. I will see you on another one.